Mami Wata, Africa's Ancient Goddess Unveiled, Volume 1, Reclaiming the Ancient Mami Wata Vodun History and Heritage of the Diaspora. Mama Zogbe, Chief Hounon-Amengansie. Vivian Hunter-Hindrew, Masters in Education. Copyright 2007. Figure 1. Back of Mommy Mirror. Picture of Black Aphrodite being taught how to divine with knuckle bones by Pan, Mercury Legba. Black Goddess Victory by her side. And the sacred white heron underneath the table. Corinth, 3000 BCE. Forward. Why I self-published. The decision to self-publish was partly forced upon me and partly a personal one. When the idea was first presented, along with sample chapters to several major publishers, all were keen to the subject, with the exception of one major Southern university, who promptly informed me that they did not think that the country would be interested in African mythology. And though the others were interested, they too were quick to voice their disinterest in the historical development of Mami, or the Vodun religion. They suggested that they would publish, providing this aspect was omitted, and that the major concentration be on the how-to, or Vodun's practical applications. They were interested, they said, in crossing the religion over, meaning providing a guilt-free sieve of cheap ritual information to the ever-growing New Age religious communities who have suddenly discovered the power of what they think is voodoo. These publishers, in essence, demanded that I market more of the same exploitative, self-serving, self-help junk books that, as a priestess, is not only impossible, irresponsible, and dangerous, but in the long run would contribute nothing to serve the African and diaspora communities whose birthright and destiny is intimately connected to how much of the ancient spiritual history that flows deeply in their blood and souls they learn in order to understand their spiritual selves and to properly reintegrate it back into their individual and collective lives. The Vodun is its history. It is the conveyor of divine power and unapologetic historical truth. Its history is presented in the spirit in which it was created, harsh, dark, and bittersweet, with all the credit due to its originators, the African ancestress, the first mother of all creation. But the Vodun is also brutally honest, intentfully projecting the will of the gods through the agency of its African clerical progeny. Without the accurate telling of its history, there can be no cleansing, and thus no tangible foundation in which the spirits can engulf, transform, and present themselves on behalf of the spiritual and moral growth, development, and transformation of the African people, and to those who respectfully acknowledge and honor its original source, the African ancestors. Today, if one were to accept what is presented by some authors in their haste to integrate themselves into an African paradigm where they historically did not exist, one could easily lose sight that these are African religions, birthed in the womb and transported over to the New World through the blood, sweat, and horrendous sacrifice of millions of enslaved Africans, involuntarily transported across the great Atlantic Ocean. Having survived more than 500 years of one of the most egregious, undercompensated acts of inhumanity the world has ever known. Many, especially in the diaspora, having forgotten that it was not Jesus, but the African spirits who are due the credit for their survival, and forgotten by them. It is ignorant and arrogant to deny this, just as it is ignorant and arrogant to practice Judaism if one is a hater of Jews, or to practice Hinduism if one despises and rejects the humanity of the Hindu. Conversely, it is equally ignorant and arrogant to claim an African god as one's own and reject the humanity and predominance of the African people in their own ancient spiritual paths, which their ancestors created and suffered for them. Yet, despite the many votaries who claim to love African spirits, and insist upon a universal, meaning non African approach to its worship, there exists not one single community, ancestral shrine dedicated to the priesthoods of those African mothers and fathers, whom so many claim their Tash, divine strength. This is disturbing and yet profoundly revealing. Unfortunate, too, they are usually the authors of those faceless books flaunting African names that currently flood the markets on Vodou, or African spirituality, often written to anchor, validate, and to justify themselves at the expense of the African people. They, too, are usually void of any coherent, integrative African cosmology in which the African ancestors remain front and center. Most of these authors are usually incapable of understanding, let alone respecting the African spiritual intellect, and clearly possess no stake in the African people nor in the enrichment of their communities. Though we can expect much more of this, it is important to understand that this trend is not new. It is part of a historical continuum whose roots extend way back into ancient history. When African religions, though heavily pillaged and demonized today, were the main civilizing divine force in the entire ancient world. Fortunately, due to the profound wisdom of the African ancestors, they did not reveal their true mysteries to outsiders then, and for no amount of money, the overwhelming majority will never know their true mysteries today, at least not as the African, it being their birthright, has the inherent potential to know, which is why the ancestors must be honored by them, as they are forced to honor the ancestors of others. Almost daily, the diaspora are subtly coerced to join in as Americans, to pay homage to some patriotic event or honorable tribute to an American hero or founding father who either enslaved their ancestors, fathered illegitimate children by them, sexually, economically, and politically exploited them, murdered them, passionately hated them, or simply remained completely indifferent to their humanity and unjust plight. As if this were not painful enough, on any given day while cruising on the way to work, usually for one of their companies, many must ride down roads, streets, and highways bearing their names. Many are forced to attend schools named after them and to study them and even pledge allegiance to them. Many are forced to proudly articulate their ideas and ideals or to recite their literature, remember their quotes, and pledge honor codes and secret oaths bearing their names. Yet, if anyone in the diaspora dare pour libation or offer food to acknowledge, strengthen, and venerate their own ancestors and deities, a lynch mob of conservative Christians and others are quick to accuse them of idolatry and superstition. Some even threatening legislation against their pagan and primitive practices that they dare not tolerate in a principled and decent democracy. Worse still, the diaspora are pounded daily to forget about their past, while being forced to remember and to honor the ancestors and past of others. Something is clearly wrong with this schizophrenic picture. African religions are the only sacred spiritual traditions where an overwhelmingly white media consistently mocks and degrades without any personal, professional, moral, or societal accountability. Even reputable African American public figures and rappers disparage voodoo in their speeches, lyrics, and commentaries. The Mami Wata Vodun religion is a 10,000-year-old tradition whose cosmology, theology, philosophy, and rituals are rooted in the cosmic and divine essence of the African people and their religious, social, and political cultures. Throughout the millenniums, its highest manifestational aspects have been stolen, ethnically disguised, and reassimilated into other religions and cultural traditions, while rejecting and attributing those aspects deemed uncivilized exclusively to Africans. A great many in the diaspora carry the cosmic and divine seed of these deities in their blood as a cherished birthright directly from their ancient ancestors. The constant, deliberate, and persistent onslaught of personal, cultural, and spiritual degradation, accessibility, and cultural deprivation of these religions are merely a continuation of a social conditioning of self hatred meant to strike at the very soul, spiritual essence, and personal dignity of the African people. This is especially the case when this kind of behavior is condoned by the popular media. Clearly, the reasons why many in the diaspora and the general public fear African traditional religions needs to be seriously addressed and carefully analyzed and viewed in its global context. In doing so, many will discover that these historically racist attitudes began long before America was ever conceived. What is certain is that these attitudes must and in time will be corrected if African people are to take control of their own cultural, social, political, and spiritual destinies. One cannot march, sing, and protest for one's physical and economic and political freedom while one's spiritual essence remains in perpetual bondage. It is in knowing one's spirit where one's essential truth and liberation lies. African people have a unique and distinct relationship with their African deities, which began at the dawn of humanity. This distinction sets them apart from all others who, finding no tangible spiritual substance in those traditions bequeathed to them by their ancestors, come seeking the comforting bosoms of the African gods. However, it is not only the Africans' inalienable right, but their divine duty to honor these gods whose blood runs through them, and the gods who made it possible, not only for the African ancestors to survive, but to thrive against all possible odds. In the New World, it is because of the survival of the Africans who were enslaved that a bridge of refuge has been created for their progeny. Because of this, First generation Africans all across the continent are voluntarily crossing, seeking a new life, thus exemplifying the desperate need to learn and to understand the subtle ways in which they and the diaspora have been conditioned on both sides of the globe. African souls are the first and true crucible of the Vodun, and the majority of the material on the market does not address this. The diaspora are led to believe that Vodun and Mami and others African spiritual paths are merely universal energies, and therefore whomever has the bucks has the first dibs on power. Nothing could be further from the truth. This book is being self published to hopefully assist in placing some historical and cultural context and much needed perspective to the Yeve Mami Wata Bodun religion, in contrast to being grouped as New Age, Euro Wiccan, Satanism, vampirism, paganism, magic, African witchcraft, and sorcery. It is also written to hold accountable those who speak in degrading ignorance against African spirit. Thus, it is a plea for those African Americans and others in the public eye who are quick to uphold their own Christian values to respect the rights and values of those within the diaspora who are being called to lay a new foundation in an African paradigm, to consider their thoughts and their words when making irresponsible comments about voodoo, spooks, idolatry, etc., thus condoning naive acts of self effacement and sacrilege against their very own ancient mothers and fathers. Finally, this book is being written for those who are not of the diaspora, but desire to learn the ancient history of the oldest matriarchal religion in the world, and thus to learn the true origins of the ecclesiastical foundations of the major patriarchal traditions that exist today: Buddhism, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Islam, and Christianity. It is here where all whom claim to love the gods of Africa should and must start if they are to garner a more profound and comprehensive understanding of the Mami Wata Yeve Vodun tradition. As this author's birth inheritance, it was the need to articulate the message of her ancestors, Mami and the Vodun, as well as the desire for creative control of both content and design that finalized her decision to self publish. Any historical mistakes, omissions, or typographical errors are not intentional and, when made aware, will be acknowledged and corrected in any future printings. Figure 2. More than hoodoo magic. Black Amazon in defense of the African matriarch. Preface. If one were to rely on the cultural analysis of ancient historians of African social and religious history, one might conclude that African women, though some were acknowledged to have been queens and great warriors, were for the most part little more than appendages of their great warrior kings and military heroes. Those scholars are forced to extol the virtues and divine powers of Osset, Isis, she has been viewed largely as a cosmological archetype, mother, wife, priestess, and a celestial phenomena, in contrast to Osar, Osiris, who garners the most attention and whose entire cosmology the world has centered on as the savior king preeminent. African women, for the most part, if discussed at all, are assessed as great self sacrificing sheroes, toiling unceasingly for the love of their family, men, and divine kings, even though he could not exist without her divine blood and lineage. Moreover, male power and their social, political, and economic hegemony, we are taught, is the natural order of things. We are further led to believe that Neolithic, matriarchal African cultures were little more than hunter gathering societies where men went to hunt and women remained in the villages tending to the babies and the crops and the markets and the weaving and the making of fertility dolls and inventing sacred rituals. Though African women are credited with possessing some sacerdotal power and political command on the village level, any further examination other than to extract the evolutionary nature of early social cultures, though complex they might have been, is of no inherent value or social consequence in the greater context of globally dominated patriarchy. This destructive, culturally conditioned attitude is pervasive in Africa and within the African traditional and diaspora religions sprouting in the United States at a phenomenal pace, where the role of the priestess is often viewed as less powerful and largely a supportive function of male priestly divine authority, setting the stage for sexual, economic, and other forms of exploitation, which ultimately manifests in the deprecation of her own spirit, which she secretly knows that no matter what initiation rites he claims that only he has the divine right to perform for her, she is still not at peace. Troublesome still is the naive manner in which many have internalized the myth that Africa existed only within continental Africa, and that the spirits that are responsible for building the most complex and longest enduring divine civilization on earth became nothing more over time than abominable idolatry, a helpless, hopeless slave in service to a vicious, unforgiving, demanding, bloodthirsty pantheon of idols who suffered the people with burdening taboos and inhumane laws that they no longer wanted to obey. It never occurred to most modern scholars that this demeaning attitude towards the God who had given the African and early Mediterranean peoples the best of everything might be rooted in the same misogynistic crucible from which patriarchy and racism was born. It also never sparked their imagination that this God was never originally typified in ancient history as a man at all, but rather as a woman, a jet black African one at that. Could it be that their rejection of her was the true cause of the fall of man? Could it be that the world, just as Rome, is suffering under her 1,000-year curse for their wickedness against her daughters and sons? That the Judaic, pre-Arabic, Hindu, Greeks, and Roman tribes, and even the Roman papacy, bowed to her command is never even considered a remote historic possibility. Yet it is, and they did. That under her divine guidance, African deities existed beyond petty clan boundaries and the remote rural villages of despotic kings and trivial rulers, and commanded the respect, admiration, and attention of the entire world at any price, is lost to most. That her worship and all that she represents is still the butt of racist and sexist stereotypes reflected in the cultural attitude of the Black voodoo priestess and the reduction and perpetuation of her sacred rites to little more than superstitious, bogus street magic is hardly viewed in a greater historical context that may shed desperately needed light on how these attitudes evolved and why they continue to stubbornly persist. That the once triple crowned Black Queen is now burdened with the triple throned crown of racism, sexism, and poverty, have male clients in shameful defense of their fragile egos, sneaking under the cover of dawn, requesting ceremonies which they know that only she can perform. While scholars scurry past her, looking into the empty, remote corners of the patriarchal world, searching for the original authors of the first divine intelligence that descended upon earth to assist and to shed a spark of glimmer into the dark and ignorant minds of early humans is no surprise. Yet the gods who know her divine soul as their own still beckon her as their queen in reverential remembrance of who she is and will forever be, at least to them. Conversely, if one were to believe the lies of her enemies, the Hebraic biblical scholars, Christians, and the Hollywood stereotypes compounded by the commercialized, New Age market in which African diaspora religions are promoted, one would think that African spirits have no definable, intelligent, biogenetic source other than what one creates from the workings of their superstitious imagination, void of any ethnic, cultural, and historical, spiritual context. One is further led to believe that African spirits are merely nondescript energies available for harness by anyone whom they so choose. It's just magic. At least that is the underlying economic message in the New Age world of spiritual, freeform, ethereal thought. Fortunately, this is not the language of Africa, nor of its complex pantheon of deities and elevated ancestors, but is rather the language of spiritual confusion, cultural ignorance, and blatant denial of a divine African presence specific to the ancient history and evolution of the African people. This mythical nuance of perceiving African spirits as harnessable magic is further complicated by the deliberate lack of distinction between the world between the divine birthright of the African and the love affair that they have entertained with African spirit since their first contact thousands of years ago. After centuries of religious suppression, the American diaspora, who are constantly being reminded by others that they are new to the reawakening of their own divine source, is often overwhelmed and confused and even intimidated by these subtle forms of cultural vampirism and arrogant intrusions that the Vodun Mami and a host of other African deities and ancestors are cosmo and biogenetically linked to African people in a distinct and specialized way that is different and ancestrally profound is a fact that there are sacred areas that only a priest of the same ethnic source endowed with the permission to perform them sets the African apart from those who are not connected in this way. No matter their ranking, is the source of much resentment, jealousy, ignorance, frustration, and confusion, especially when the diaspora is overwhelmed with literature that addresses the universality of African spirits, rather than its ethnic and divine ancestral specificity, which is the most important for them. This book, it is hoped, will shed some desperately needed historical light on one aspect of these divine deities that African people gifted to the world and the ancient matriarchal mothers of Africa who born them. It is not meant as a Western feminist nor a political approach to religious history, because ancient African women, thus African people, were never originally born under the yoke of patriarchy. Rather, it is meant to serve as a brief introduction into an aspect of African spiritual history that has been disguised or buried so deep and therefore never considered. Yet it remains the most profound and strongest in the blood of the African people, and its resounding absence is what sparks that intuitive feeling that something is missing when one is studying world history. Understanding this history is important in the growing movement within the diaspora seeking initiation into the Mami Wata Yeve Vadun traditions. If we are to get this even halfway right, this is particularly important for African diaspora male clergy and others if they are to relearn to respect the divine African mother within themselves and thus appreciate the power endowed by her in the African mother priestess. African history, as it is being unearthed and objectively examined, must not include only the military and the technological accomplishments of African men, but rather an honest evaluation of the whole story as it reveals itself to us. The world owes the African genectress a great deal, including their very existence. She is no minor player, and it would be to the tradition's detriment to continue to view and to disregard her as such. Finally, those not of the diaspora who are sincere seekers of truth and maintain respect for the African divine intellect are welcome to join us on this important and exciting journey of rediscovery, reclamation, and analysis of one of the most powerful and enduring birthrights of the African people. It is this ignorance that is being unveiled. For if anyone who knows the machinations of Mami Wata are clearly aware that no one has ever lifted her veil. Acknowledgements. Our ancient ancestors were wise in not revealing their mysteries to outsiders. It is in that spirit that no secrets are published here. It is written in my destiny to publish this book. It is only with the permission of Afa, Mami, the Vodou, Chamba, and my ancestors who have requested that I write this brief history to set the historical record straight, that I brave this effort. In accomplishing this goal, I am indebted first to them. I give thanks and praise always to the late Togolese master Bokono, whom we simply called the Old Man. I am eternally grateful to Master Mami Wata Vodun Priest Akoete Doshbach, who kept his promise and returned in spirit to continue our conjoined destiny. I humbly bow to the untold numbers who died and those who survived the horrific transatlantic slave voyages to establish their divine seed in the New World. I thank both my blood and spiritual family for their patience during my brief absence to write this. I thank all of the Mamises whose financial contributions helped to purchase a much needed book, news article, or research journal when compiling my sources. I am eternally grateful to my younger sister, Mamisi Mary, for her faith in me and our long enduring love and friendship over the years. Last but not least, I am eternally grateful to Dr. Noelle Rodriguez, past associate professor in the Sociology Criminal Justice Department at Chaminade University in Hawaii, for her faith in me and our long enduring friendship over the years. Again, I beg the reader to attribute any historical inconsistency, grammatical errors, misinterpretations, and the like strictly to the author. Miatso, tosis soea dea. Let's cross this stream together. Mamaisi, mama, mamaisi, mama, Mama Isi Vivian Hunter-Hindrew, Mama Zogbe, Hounon-Amengansie. Epilogue: Deconstructing Long Cherished Illusions. Commentary on the general tone and how to read this book. One of the most troubling aspects of having to rely almost exclusively on Western scholars, particularly archaeologists, cultural anthropologists, and linguists, who have always historically been the principal and, in most cases, the exclusive expert present during archaeological digs being conducted in Africa, Asia, or elsewhere is that many have consistently shown to be biased in favor of theories that reflect their own narrow racial, political, and cultural framework. At the turn of the century, this was particularly the dilemma when unearthing ancient ruins and artifacts, which might phenotypically, physically resemble an African or exude an African religious or cultural origin, all of which were indicators of earlier migrations or reflections of an advanced level of civilization that might predate white Europe by thousands of years. Conversely, without the presence of culturally and politically astute African scholars, linguists, and historians to challenge or to oversee many of these archaeological digs, academic dishonesty, including the careful manipulation or biased interpretation of critical data, including the omission and even outright theft of critical artifacts or audacious alterations of the ancient artifact itself, is not uncommon. Furthermore, the incredible amount of racial bigotry, false assumptions, and erroneous conclusions contained in many earlier 1600s to 1900s and even more contemporary works written by Western scholars pertaining specifically to Africans in regard to their ancient history, religions, and culture remains horrendous. These scholarly works have aided in shaping the social, political, and cultural bias in which the world unfairly views the African diaspora people. As a result, in studying African religious culture, the reader and the researcher are always warned to beware and proceed with great caution. A case in point. Figure 1. Fragments of a Mami Wata goddess known generically as the snake goddess, dated around 1600 BCE. Allegedly, these fragments were found in the ancient ruins of the Palace of Menos, Menu, in 1914, Crete, Greece, at the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. Figure 2. An amazingly detailed Europeanized reconstruction of this same snake goddess from Figure 1. Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. Figure 2. A reconstruction of this snake goddess from Figure 1, using plaster for the limbs by an American student, Donald Quigley. Her features are completely Europeanized. The trend and justification for this, according to American archaeologist Arthur Evans, who connected with similar findings in 1894, wrote in his diary that he had gone to Crete, the ancient Greek island, quote, hoping to prove that early Europeans were no less literate than ancient Egyptians and Mesopotamians, unquote. This Figure 2 recreation, quote unquote, was hailed around the world and exhibited in renowned museums as, quote, Greek and Etruscan, unquote, art, touted as unequivocal proof that a European predominance of a higher cultural order existed in the ancient world, at or during the same time period as Black Egyptian and Afro-Mesopotamian culture. This same recreation earned a reputable place in the Encyclopedia Britannica and a permanent place in the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, without ever revealing to the world that it was a recreation born from the fantasy of a young American student. It is known that Afro-Minoan civilization predates the Greeks, and that the above goddess reflects more an ancient African origin of serpent goddess worship, whose representational art tends to reflect not the racial, but rather the mystical characteristics, employing either exaggerated or understated physical attributes. An ancient system of artistic and symbolic communication used by Africans and other ancient peoples to express aspects of the divine since the beginning of time. Many Africans on the continent and in the diaspora who have written their own accounts of history after having purveyed the available data are usually shocked and angered by the consistent inundation of artistic renderings, paintings, or drawings passing as history, quote unquote, and misrepresentational artifacts that might have been altered to reflect the biases of the researcher. Worse, too, are the racial slurs and degrading assumptions made by usually white authors, Ellis, Fraser, Ferguson, Budge, etc., who refer to Africans and the diaspora using racially demeaning pejoratives such as primitive, lower dark races, underdeveloped, African savage, etc., which reflects bias and affects their objectivity when analyzing African religion and culture. Figure 3. Black Minoan goddess made of ivory. Time period not given. Said to be a fake or forgery on the grounds that, quote, the costume is misunderstood, the headdress typically Greek, the crown unprecedented in ancient times, too much like a chess queen, unquote. These conclusions were reached by an American museum curator, credentials unstated. As a result, this Minoan goddess, without any input from culturally trained anthropologists who know that ancient Minoan civilization was originally matriarchal and African, was left out of the history books. Walters Art Museum, Maryland. The Black student or any researcher must endure these humiliating epithets simply in order to extract any available, credible data from their books. Abominably, other Western researchers who hail and generously quote the above scholars as experts in their field never comment nor hold them accountable for their spiteful arrogance and academic bigotry. Yet, when an African scholar dared challenge their long cherished conclusions, It is demanded that they produce a mountain of empirical and impartial evidence to the contrary, whereas the former white colleague may have rendered his speculative conclusions based upon his or her opinion, supported by little more than an artist's rendition, passing as history. The Black researcher's work is generally interpreted as defensive and angry by mainstream academicians who feel threatened by any data which challenges the existing scholarship. Status quo. Moreover, the majority of readers are completely unaware of what the Black researcher has historically been forced to silently endure, simply to present a more accurate and balanced representation of their own history, and therefore might be turned off by their tone or are accused of being biased themselves. It is important to note that not all Black scholars are balanced in their conclusions, just as not all Western white researchers reflect an arrogant and racist attitude in their work. Some are even appalled and embarrassed by it themselves. Blair, Higgins, Massey, Herskovitz, and Malpoil are among many authors who try and present their findings objectively. Though not completely unbiased, their primary focus and interest in contributing to the credible body of knowledge on African culture was born from a more holistic and inclusive appreciation for all the world's people and each group's contribution to the human, spiritual, cultural, and intellectual evolution of humanity. Unfortunately, these scholars are in the minority, and there is much work that needs to be expended towards this effort. The bottom line is that until these spiritual and creative geniuses of African peoples are respected and accorded proper recognition, the overall spirit and experience with academia will continue to remain historically fragmented and intellectually impoverished. Finally, until African people have built a credible library of sound scholarship that is inclusive in a globally disseminated academic curriculum from which theirs and all children can learn without being psychologically damaged by the shocking onslaught of misinformation or insulted by the persistent invisibility of African women as some of the foremost contributors in world history, the tone of Black scholarship may continue to reflect this outrage. It is hoped that the information in this book will aid as a brief roadmap to including a much needed and neglected subject back into the area of religious and cultural history. How to read this book. This is not a how to book, nor a book revealing the secrets and mysteries of the Mami Wata Vodun religion. This is also not a book centered on Western styled feminism. This is a history book that is meant to serve as a brief introduction and exploration into the ancient African matriarchal religious past, a crucial sacerdotal history that has been lost, stolen, and concealed for more than 2,000 years. It is an attempt to reclaim the long forgotten traditions of Mami Wata and Vodun as established by the ancient African ancestors. It is also an effort to reconstruct important and vital aspects of Black women's spiritual history by showing its indestructible cosmogenetic link in the families and general blood of the diaspora. Hopefully, this book too will shed much clarity on commonly held misconceptions about Black women and their rightful place as the original heirs and descendants of the world's first spiritual kingdoms, and to encourage further critical examination of the authenticity and legitimacy of the so-called patriarchally construed world religions. This book is also intended to re educate and to guide the diaspora, both women and men, seeking to reestablish African traditional religions in their cosmologically correct feminine masculine complements, but are discouraged by the unnatural, heavily patriarchal imbalance that exists today. The information in this book might aid as well in diminishing the ignorance and fear created by long cherished stereotypes concerning Mami Wata and the Vodun religion. Finally, this book is especially written to fill an embarrassing void in academia for those wanting to include the Vodun religion, inclusive in an overall curriculum on world religions, women's studies, and Black spirituality. For the new worshiper, researcher, student, and others, this book is deliberately loaded with academic references and an extensive bibliography to encourage further individual critical research and independent group and classroom study. Though not comprehensive, an index has also been provided for the major subject areas and a small glossary to allow understanding of basic terms used in this book and for ease of content search. Finally, the individual subjects are somewhat self contained and can generally be perused without having to begin at any given reference point, though it would benefit the reader to read the first three chapters. Part 1: Mami Wata in the Ancient World. 456 BCE, map of Africa, according to Herodotus. A great nation of blacks formerly possessed the dominion of Asia and held the seat of empire in Sidon. To what time frame are we to allot this Negro? He will prove to have been prior to Krishna. The religion of the Negro god is found to have spread over an immense extent of country, even to the remotest parts of Britain. I doubt whether Christianity at this day is professed by more persons. Godfrey Higgins, Anacalypsis. Map of Akabulan, Africa. Ancient locations of matriarchal kingdoms and holy Omphe, shrine temples. According to Herodotus, there were two black Ethiopians, quote unquote, one in India and one running from Central to East Africa. In ancient times, any one black was referred to as an Ethiopian, Cushite. The Greeks made no racial distinction between a Canaanite, Egyptian, Phoenician, or an Ethiopian. Atlantia, suspected as ancient site of the most acclaimed Atlantis. Atarates, name means people of the mountain. Atlas, the region of ancient ancestor Atlas, holding the world on his back. The original was African. Ancestor Nike, originally holding the world on her head. Garamantes, home of Neolithic Akan, Iwe, Dan, Adgangbe, and other African clans, built desert matriarchal empire guarded by Amazons, were riders of the four-horse chariot. Lotofangi, Mami Wata, sacred land of lotus-eating people. Libya. Pre-Islamic Black Libya was widely extended further towards West Africa during ancient times. Migratory routes of Akan, Iwe, Adangbe groups from 16th BCE to 16th AD. Source: Osai, Osafo K. A Discourse on Akan Perpetual Calendar, Accra, Ghana, 1997. Mami Wata, Ancient Mythological Origins. They called upon the goddess and asked the midwife of the gods, Wise Mami, we used to call you Mami. Now your name shall be Mistress of all gods. You are the womb goddess, creator of mankind, and let man bear the load of the gods. The Flood. Atrahasis Tablet 1. Myths from Mesopotamia. The Mami Wata ancestral tradition is perhaps one of the oldest surviving remnants of what was once a powerful matrilineal priesthood of healers, seers, and prophetesses, known during ancient times as the Sibyls, and in more contemporary times as Amengansies and Mamiises. They were the first consecrated body of a holy order of priestesses who served as sacred bearers of the original Logos universally recognized as Isis, meaning divine wisdom. As Sibyls or Mami Isis, Pythonis, prophetesses, priestesses who served as sacred bearers of the original Logos, universally recognized as Isis, meaning divine wisdom. As Sibyls are Mami Isis, Pythonis, prophetesses, their ecclesiastical and sacerdotal functions and political authority once extended throughout all of the ancient world, including Africa, ancient Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, Turkey, India, and later into ancient Afro-Grecian and Afro-Roman culture. The Mami Wata priesthood centered around an aggregate of consecrated shrines that too were called mamises. Central to these holy structures was a large sacred mound called the Umphe, which represented the holy mountain, or Hatar, meaning the womb of God. Some Umphes were accompanied by a large ancestral python serpent who issued forth prophecy and divine wisdom through the Sibyl, Mamaisi, Amengansie, prophetess, while in trance possession. All of these sacred shrines were birthing houses where the sacred deities were born. Together, they comprised the first material manifestation of Isis, or the divine Logos, wisdom on earth. During ancient times, these holy shrines were literally the original Vatican and the first Ark of the Covenant, signifying the first global establishment of a divine centralized authority of sacerdotal, economic, and political power in the ancient world. Sibyl as Queen Mother, the original goddess. In Africa, the sacred pantheon of water deities collectively known as Mami Wata and its Sibyl, Mami Isi, Amengansie, priestess tradition is matrilineally inherited through the blood of the African mother. The first order of Sibyl priestesses were worshipped throughout all of the ancient world as the original prototype goddess, or as representing the divine African mother, as queen, warrior, priestess. Since ancient times, the divine African mother was revered and worshipped in her three-crowned role as mother of grain, fertility, and fecundity, and mother of culture, wisdom, and preservation, and mother of destruction, birth, and renewal. The divine African mother was also worshipped as the Holy Virgin, meaning unmarried, self created goddess who could change her gender at will. It is she who gave birth to all of the masculine solar deities whose celestial symbol was represented by the sun and sometimes by the moon, and whose Ptolemaic symbol was represented by either the bull, the lion, the ram, and later by the fish. Isis, divine wisdom, original and only logos. In the vast and sacred Mami Wata oral theology, it is believed that there are no new religions since the first establishment of Isis, original logos, wisdom, as brought forth from the divine African mother on earth. The divine African mother originally manifested herself to Africans as ancient water deities, whom they named Oannes, Dagon, Mami, Istar, Atargates, and Poseidon. These ancient deities were the original sacred initiatory crowns of its sibyls, Mamiisi, and Python prophetesses. These sibyls were usually also queen mothers and were adored in ancient times as Artemis, Sibyl, Demeter, Anat, Inanna, Diana, and under a host of more than 10,000 appellations. In other words, Isis is not human, but is rather a manifestation of the divine logos, law, principle, or the original word of Mami as goddess. It is from her that all divine knowledge, power, and wisdom flows. It is further believed that all world religions that exist today are either an extension of her original divine logos or a corruption of it. In the Mami Wata theology, it has always been widely accepted that all patriarchal religions fall into the latter category. History also suggests that the current patriarchal religious systems are merely overlays of a more ancient sacerdotal matrilineal order that were usurped from the African queen mothers, sibyls, as exemplified by the loss of the ecclesiastical, economic, and political authority of Black women throughout the ancient world. This monumental loss of divine authority is believed to directly underlie the current inferior status of Black women in Africa and throughout the diaspora today. Mami Wata in Africa. Mami Wata, known only as Mami, amongst her devotees is a sacred generic name of respect and personal affectation to describe a specialized pantheon of ancient female and male deities who are cosmologically and spiritually linked to the African people through the blood of their African mothers. It is through the first African mothers who were the original ecclesiastical authorities to be established on earth to serve the ancient deities known collectively as the Mami Watas. More specifically, the Mami Watas are linked to their African mothers' primary role as the first cultural and spiritual authors of civilization in Africa and in turn throughout all the world. Today, according to reliable demographic estimates, the public worship of Mami Wata, which has survived centuries of patriarchal Hindu, Christian, and Islamic persecution and colonial usurpations, is claimed to be largely confined among the more than 100 Iwe, Gwin, Da Adagbe, Sibs clans in Togo, Benin, Ghana, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, and in the Congo. It also survives among the Igbo, Ibibio, and the Ijaw groups of southeastern and southwestern Nigeria. Remnants of her worship still exist in southern India and East Africa, the southern Sudan, and in other locations throughout the African and East Asian continents. Unfortunately, an exact number of Mami Wata priestesses and priests will probably never be known. Neither will an exact number of actual devotees. Since African traditional religions, including the Mami Wata traditions, have lost much political ground over the centuries and are now continuously under assault by the more economically and militarily powerful Western Christian religious and Islamic forces throughout Africa, many devotees worship secretly for fear of social ostracism and religious persecution. It is believed that all of Africa's children possess in their blood the spirit of Mami, and that the forced suppression and degradation of her worship is the underlying psycho-spiritual and economic root behind Africa's collective sufferings. And the absence of her worship is also responsible for the spiritual malaise that exists within the diaspora. Yet her presence is around us and pervasive throughout the world. Most of the world have either overlaid and subsumed the ancient traditions of Mami into their modern religious and popular culture, or have eradicated or disguised her African identity altogether. Because of this, myths abound as to her original home and divine or mythical function in ancient religious and indigenous culture. Though her mysteries will never be shared with the outsider, it is still possible to offer concrete evidence of who she is and where her worship began and spread throughout the ancient and modern world. Ancient origins of Mami Wata name. It has been written and widely accepted as indisputable fact that the name Mami Wata is derived either directly from Pidgin English, a post colonial tongue spoken by some of the local populations in West Africa and elsewhere, or an anglicized version of the two words Mami, Mamie, and water. However, though phonetically similar to the English words, the name Mami Wata does not have its linguistic roots nor any cultural, mythological, or historical origin in the West. In order to understand Mami Wata, it is necessary to travel to the original ancestral home where civilization for the clans of the Mami Wata Vodun first began, that being in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. It is there where the name Mami Wata was originally formulated, being derived from a composite of two words, Mami and Wata, both words rooted in the ancient Egyptian and Ethiopian Coptic, Gala, and Demotic languages. Mami is derived from Ma, or Mama, meaning truth, wisdom, and Wata is a corruption of not an English, but the ancient Egyptian word Uati, meaning water. Uati is perhaps the first of more than 10,000 appellations of Isis, Logos wisdom, in her oldest generative form as the divine African mother, or Sibyl, Mami Amengansie, prophetess. Furthermore, Massey informs us that the word wata, watoa, waat, which means woman, are all exact spellings in the ancient Sudanic languages spoken by the Baba, Peba, and Kedulan groups. In ancient Egypt, Uati was Isis' oldest appellation and was the first Mami goddess worshipped by the Egyptians as the Holy Widow, the genitrix, the self creator, the one who reigned alone in the beginning, the one who brings forth the gods, she who was mateless, and the virgin, meaning unmarried, mother. Thus, we have Isis originally worshipped as Mami Uati in ancient Egypt and as Mami Uati in ancient Mesopotamia, where she is first addressed and immortalized in prose by the gods. Mami Uati, a sacred name, which remarkably, after thousands of years, has survived as Mami Wata in West African Vodun, having changed little in its original phonetic form. In West African Vodun, the priestesses of Mami Wata are called Mami Isi, Mamisi, Mamis, Mama Isisi, Queen of the Ship, are literally Mother Wisdom, which may have been derived from the Egyptian Mamuti, meaning bearer or house of the boat. Hieroglyphically, the Egyptian name Mama, which is what all senior Mamaises in West Africa are called, is associated with the implements of water and is depicted as a double boat stand. Mami, cosmologically defined in Yeve Vodun. Matrilineally inherited, the Mami deities are born from Manona, Nana Buluku, the great mother of the mountain, that rise from the celestial waters and became the earth. The Mami pantheon is arranged into a specialized primary hierarchy of powerful deities, which usually heads a sub-pantheon of minor deities known as the Vodou. The Vodou are deities, minor gods, cosmically represented as forces of nature, and are defined as the dynamic anima of all life on earth. During ceremonial possession by one of their devotees, initiated priestesses, Mami might manifest their divine logos, wisdom, on any human level of intellectual and spiritual development. They are the original source of all earthly wisdom, human creativity, genius, divine inspiration, and all sacred paths leading to enlightenment. Mami's contemporary manifestation to Africans. Mami's mysteries are maintained by their priesthoods and are not usually discussed with the general public. What is offered are general descriptions that should not be broad brushed, but understood as part of a far reaching divine essence whose depth and divine scope is limited to certain levels of initiates. Generally, Mami manifests at birth, but may not become apparent until a later age when an individual is driven to search for spiritual knowledge or undergoes an existential crisis in which immediate intervention by a Mami priestess, is required. Some people may report seeing manifestations along the water, such as mermaids or multi-headed deities, or similar aquatic or even celestial apparitions. Some may experience Mami in dreams, or rare today, Mami may simply snatch an individual walking along the seashore or even in the forest. It is generally through divination by a skilled Mamiisi or Amengansie or Afa diviner that Mami is identified as either a personal protective deity in which initiation is required, or Mami might demand initiation as a cleric in which a community shrine might be installed. As a rule, during ancient times, all villages maintained shrines to Mami, and virgin girls were chosen from each village to be initiated and serve in her temples. This was originally done to bring material and spiritual wealth to the villages. Mami's ancient manifestations to Africans. According to the Afro-Babylonian priest and historian Berosus, in an ancient Afro-Chaldean account, an aquatic reptilian creature named Ones came up from the Erythraean Mare, once part of the Indian Ocean, now known as the Red Sea, and taught the Africans the art of civilization. Specifically, they taught the Africans hunting, agriculture, writing, geometry, how to build cities, and how to build and consecrate shrines and temples. She, Ones, also taught them the sacred laws on how to live and on how to spiritually serve them. Since the first human societies in Africa were matriarchal, their social systems amounted to divine matriarchates, meaning that it was these first hunter gathering sibs of African women who became the primary benefactors in establishing the logos of Mami, divine knowledge and sacerdotal power in human civilization. However, following One's appearance, other Mami deities soon arrived. In all, there were a total of 8. 7 who remained deities representing the divine spheres of nature, and 1 who would incarnate as the divine soul or spirit crown of the solar child in human form. This is believed to be the origin of the sun temples, such as the Temple of Amun, Aman, Aman, Om, Amun-Ra, in ancient Waset Thebes in eastern Kemet, Egypt, where African prophets and the long succession of savior divine kings were first born and initiated. The Afro-Syrians knew Isis Ones as Derketo, or Atergatis, and called her womb Hatar, which was actually the Omfe, or the mountain representing earth. The Africans of ancient Ionia in the Grecian islands revered Oannes as an ancestor whom they called Exutros and Decalion. Deca in Iwe means the first, in which the Christians would later masculinize and revise as Noah. Ones was considered the most highest divine Tovodo, Mane, ancestors of the African people. She was known and celebrated by many names for having saved them from the Great Flood. According to Higgins, at the ancient temple in Delphi, etched in front of the oldest sacred omphases, holy shrines to Ones, none dare enter. The temple of Serapis, who did not bear on his breast or forehead the name of Jao or Jahaho, and no name was uttered in Egypt with more reverence than that of Lao. Higgins, Anacalypsis, Volume 1, page 329. 2. Bear on one's breast of forehead is an allegorical way of stating that one had to be crowned or initiated into the tradition and more often part of the family or divine lineage in order to enter into the temples. The Serapis is another of the original forms of Oannes and was represented as the serpent symbol that the ancient Egyptians wore protruding from their crowns. The priestesses of Mami Isis were called Pythonis, Mami Isi, or Amengansies, and were the main oracular temple caretakers of all the Omfe temples located throughout the ancient world. Oannes in Kemetian cosmology. Figure 2. Crude drawing by Barroso of Dagon, also known as Adapa. He rose from the sea and taught the Africans the art of civilization. In Kemetian, Egyptian mythology, Oannes was worshipped at No, popularly known as the seven-gated city of Thebes, derived from Theba, meaning the Ark. It is the oldest matriarchal city in Africa. According to one of the older versions of ancient Egyptian mythology, it is in the Sasenu, beneath the celestial waters, where the 8 great Mami gods were born in the sign of the fishes, known as An. These 8 Sasenu still survives in the Mami Wata Vodun mythology. Sasenu still remains a suffix in the name of one of the oldest Vodou, a 2-headed dragon water deity known as Dan Sisinon. Oannes has also survived in whole in the Mami Wata Yeve Vodun as the triple-headed Iyensu or Keto, also Ketu. Ketu is also the ancient city in southwest Nigeria, where the ancient Iwe and Da Adangbe peoples lived until the 11th century. And Der Ketu is another appellation of Atergatis, Iyinsu, Oannes, and her consort. Figure 3. Snake Stele of an Elamite king, who is actually a manifestation of Dagon. He is represented the same as Dinsu, who was known as Alkun in ancient Mycenae. Before the masculinization of Oannes, she was originally paired with a consort whose name was Dagon. They were probably originally symbolized as divine twins, either as brother and sister or cosmologically as the lunar moon goddess and her solar sun male consort, or perhaps in her generative and nurturing form as the divine African mother, Isis Mawu nursing her solar sun child. Daun or Dagon is derived from the Hebrew word dag, which literally means the fish own, Anat, and is the same Mami deity of the Afro-Phoenicians, whose original name was Sidon, meaning the house of fish, now anglicized to Sidon, the present-day capital of Jordan. Dagon headed the Mami's pantheon in ancient Libya as Poseidon and was worshipped as Dagon by the Libyo-Cretans and later by the Philistines. It was actually at his Dagon's temple that the Philistines gathered to celebrate and make sacrifices on the capture of Samson. Reaching even further into history, the Hebrew word Dagon, is actually derived from a more ancient source. Dag is a hard phonetic form of the ancient Egyptian word tka, meaning the fish who remained attached to the shore. Mami Wata throughout the ancient world. Figure 4. Mami, Aruru, Ninersog, Mother of the Mountain, Luristan Bronze, Collection Forohi, Tehran, Iran. Photo courtesy Timms and Hudson, London. Quote, according to Atrahasis, the mother goddess Mami, with the help of the wise god A, created men out of clay mixed with the blood of a slain god called Ilawea. Man's purpose in life was to relieve the gods of hard labor. Unquote. In ancient Sumerian mythology, Mami, Mama, Mamitam, is a sacred name of worship and endearment for the great mother goddess known as Ninersag, often referred to as the Mountain Lady, Mother of the Gods, and she who gives life to the dead. Mami was the creatress of the first human beings known affectionately to her as the black-headed people, or those who come out of her great womb. Her own mother was Mami Namu, great goddess of the primeval sea, and the one who gave birth to heaven and earth. Namu's original home during the chaos was a cosmic mountain situated beneath the great watery abyss, gradually reaching towards the sky. The base of this great mountain became Earth, a vital, living spirit known as Ki, Li in Iwe. And the mountain summit became the father sky, cosmos, known as An. It was at the summit of this cosmic abode that Namu and An gave birth to Mami, Ninersag, Enlil, the great god of the air, and Anki, E, the god of fresh water. It was Enlil whose force actually was responsible for separating heaven and earth, but it was Mami, Ninursag, whom Namu gave the power as co-creatress, ordering her to give birth to the lesser gods and to mold humans using the sacred clay lying at the base of her great mountain. Later, Mami was also tasked with creating all animal and plant life on Earth. Ankil, the younger brother of Mami, known as God of the House of Water, was a god of wisdom and incantations. He was the helper of humans, who sent the 7 sages to teach humans the arts and skills of civilization. He lived in the Apsu, an ancient temple lying beneath the waters, named after his father. His mother was Tiamat, the monstrous serpent, great goddess of the salt water seas and of the underworld abyss. She was worshipped under many names as the divine mother of the first generation of Babylonian gods. The mythological tales of creation involving the first primordial Netjer, serpent pantheon of ancient Egypt, Kemet, and the first god goddess born from the chaos of Mesopotamia describe crude mermen like creatures arising from the depths of a formless, watery abyss, creating in their wake a formidable mountain of earth from which they dwelled. From there, they would give birth and instruct and would assign the many gods to inhabit the cosmic and earthly domains in order to serve and to be served by humanity. Mami in Dogon mythology. The Dogon, who have resided in Doenza, Shanga, located in the cliffs of Badiagara in south central Mali, also in Burkina Faso and Guinea since 500 BCE, possess similar myths as those found in the Yeva Mami Wata Vodun and in ancient Egypt. In the 1940s, 2 French anthropologists lived with the Dogon for more than 15 years and gained the trust of the clan's most knowledgeable elders, Ogoltemele, Dorosongo, Inekuzu, and Yebene. These learned and experienced elders revealed to the French researchers some of their sacred mythologies. According to these elders, the Dogon's creation myth attribute the creation of the world to mermen-like creatures, whom they call nomos. They claimed to have known about the existence of these mermaid-like divinities for more than 4,000 years. According to Dogon mythology, the ancient home of these originally crude, reptilian, half woman, half men fish pantheon of water spirits is believed to be the obscure and celebrated star system in the belt of Orion, known as Sirius or Sopdet, Sothis, the dog star of Mami, Isis. Nomos, meaning masters of the world, were believed to be the first living beings created by their horned ram, sky god, Amma, who was also responsible for the creation of the universe. These nomos are described as being human from the top, but fish like at the bottom. Some were even described as being scaly and unattractive, and even at times maleficent. According to the Dogon, it was these nomos who first taught them the secrets of hunting, boat making, herbs, healing, medicine, astronomy, and the mysteries surrounding the planetary star system of Sirius, including the Potolo, Digitaria Exilis, Sirius's most eminent star, that revolves around it spanning 50 years. Because the Nomos were more fish like than human, they spent most of their time in the waters, revealing themselves only during the day. These mermen, nomos, are also associated with a sacred goddess serpent, whom the Dogon called Lebe, and represents the oldest living human, feminine masculine duality, also known as part of the Octad and Ennead, eighth or ninth deified ancestors. Eight being the theoretical foundation of the Dogon's numerical system, and Ennead representing the primal, great deities, or the four sacred elements of ancient Egypt, plus the Great Mother Nu. Nu in Iwe means mouth, referring to the first wisdom, logos, spoken by Mami, Mama. Some accounts claim that it was the Nomos themselves who gave birth to the Lebe, and that it was the seventh one of these creatures who was killed by humans during the cyclic death and resurrection ceremonies, referring to the divine incarnation in human form of the solar gods, or saviors whom, according to the Dogon, are crucified and resurrected. In present Dogon cosmology, these mermaid and mermen like beings are now associated with the Bindu, primordial spark of life, the Dogon's most ancient ancestral clan who lived before there was death. The sacred Yaoju dances, performed by men on stilts, can also be traced to the Tange, the sacred bird of the Nomos, which is celebrated up until today by the Dogon. Currently, the Binu Bindu and the shrines of the Lebe are maintained by a group of consecrated priests known as Hogons. Exploring even further into Africa's ancient history, the Dogon, whom Griot, 1948, credits with still maintaining remnants of the ancient Afro-Egyptian culture, claim that the Dogon obtained most of their sacred cosmological knowledge from the mythological stories of Isis and Osiris in ancient Kemet, Egypt, their original ancestral home. Not only is Osiris's birth directly associated with the eastern star Sirius, but consider the ancient myths of the Egyptian ram-headed god Khnum, who is credited with being the creator of the universe and of all living things. She gave birth or are aspects of the triple god goddess, three-headed mermaid, merman, consorts Hapi, Satet, and Anuket. Mami in ancient Nubia. Powerful and famous Mami deity among the Nubians was Mami Ankuet, literally the embracing lady. Reduced to the daughter of Ra under patriarchy, she was originally a river goddess and protectress of the southern region of Egypt and the Nile River. Mami Satet, shooter of arrows, was invoked in water purification rituals, and Hapi was the nurturer of life, bringer of fertility, wealth, health, abundance, and the regulator of the Nile River. However, it was Mami Khnum who gave Hapi permission to overflow the Nile. Figure 5. Dagon, as the Egyptian ruler Cyclops, who civilized the Dorians, Greeks, of ancient Sparta. These Mami deities tasked early African rulers with spreading civilization to the world. Mami in ancient Syria. Probing even deeper into the ancient history, according to Sitchin's 1978 account, far from the blonde, seductive mermaid images promoted in modern times, Griol discovered that Ones and Dagon, Odokan, were reported to be fish-tailed mermen and mermaids who were worshipped by the Natufians. Black Canaanites of ancient Hazar in Israel, as Atargates. Their fame stretched as far as Tutul and Turkah on the Middle Euphrates, ancient Syria. They, fishmen, women, were responsible for bringing civilization and fertility to the region. One of Atargates' original symbols was the hexagram, a sacred symbol denoting an androgynous union between the divine balance of masculine and feminine polarities, long before it became known as the Seal of Solomon, or adopted in the 17th century as an Ephraim, Jewish emblem. Later, it was even adopted by the Hindus to represent Vishnu, an ancient deity whom was originally described as half man and half fish, and who symbolized prosperity, fertility, wealth, and transformation. Mami in ancient Babylon. Sitchin also recounts the finds of Belreusunu, Berusus, circa 300 BC, the famous Greek priest of the sun deity Marduk in ancient Babylon, who wrote about Anadotus and similar mermaid like beings worshipped by the Afro Asiatic peoples of ancient Babylon. According to Babylonian legend, these mermen beings would come from beneath the waters, from a place called Apsu, Asp-Su, and teach them the tenets of social organization, astronomy, medicine, herbs, and moral living. At night, they would go back into the sea, returning to land at intervals to teach, guide, protect, and to monitor them. According to Daly, 2000, the Apsu is a domain of sweet water beneath the earth, home of A, the god of fresh water incantations, and of the seven sages. It is also the name of A's temple in Eridu, an ancient coastal city on the Arabian Gulf. Apsu is also the name of the husband of Tiamat, the salt water goddess and mother of the first generation of gods. Mami Wata's Proto-Saharan origins. Winter's 1984-1985, in describing Africa's earliest civilizations, states that the historic gods of both Africa and Asia can be traced even further back by more than 8,000 years to a period that he has coined Africa's Proto-Saharan origins. Winter's research centers around a very large lake known as Lake Tritonus, situated in what is now the Libyan desert. Recent aerial images over Libya indicate that there was indeed a great lake located in the Qatar Depression of northwestern Egypt, a once arid region teeming with numerous streams, lakes, and rivers is now buried beneath 1,000 years of sand. It was from this region, Winters concludes, that African civilization had its earliest beginnings. It is equally from this region that the gods of Nubia and of ancient Egypt were born, beginning with the first amphibious Mami Wata goddess, Nut, Neat, Neth, the great warrior mother, who taught Africans the art of hunting, fishing, war, and the secrets of reed boat making. In fact, according to Winters, this mermaid, merman, water goddess, commonly known as Triton, triple-headed goddess, derived from the name of the lake, was also known as Mayat. Winter further explains that the Proto-Saharans claimed descent from the Ma, or Fish Confederation. The earliest Ma Confederation included the Egyptians, the Elamites, Dravidians, the Manding, and the Sumerians. Their gods, who had once been great ancestors, were referred to as fish, or as the reed boat navigators. This common god was known as Ma, the man-fish of Eridu in ancient Mesopotamia and Syria. It was their ithyphallic forms that served as the prototype for Amen, Aman, Amun-Ra, the first African deity to be born from the sacred womb of the divine African mother. Their goddess was known as Meenakshi, the goddess of the fish eyes. In Malabar of southern India, these merman creatures were known as the fish bearers of Mana and the sacred fishes of the Mapila of the west coast Deccan. In the languages of the Manding, Ma is used to refer to the ancient inhabitants of the African continent and the invisible Mami spirit who inhabits the water. In ancient Egypt, Maat is the same as Isis or Logos and means divine truth and justice, the issuer forth of the law. Mami as Holy Mother. Ancient records have chosen a starting point of more than 27,000 years ago when the sun was in Pisces at the time of the spring equinox, when the first solar god was born of the fishes by his mother, Atar, crowned with a fish on her head, or wearing a fish's tail mermaid crown. However, when the sacerdotal reign of the Black monarchs was usurped and began to decline, the sun was moving into the sign of the Ram. It was at that time that a Messiah was birthed by the Black mother with the fish on her head, meaning the priestesses of the Mami deity Otter Goddess, also known as Durketu, Ketu, Ishtan, and Ayensu. For thousands of years, the pre Christian symbol of the fish was known as the sacred mother sign or fish goddess. In the Herman zodiac, the fishes are synonymous with the divine African mother and was located in the sign of An, symbolizing the tree of life, from which Mami poured out her holy waters, holding a cake, placenta of life, in her hand. Mami, unmarried, aspect with the solar sun, was worshipped all around the world and eventually appropriated and Christianized by the West as the European Madonna and Child. Emblems and implements of Mami. Many are familiar with the various sacerdotal roles and magical powers attributed to Mami, primarily to her triple headed aspects as generator, preserver, and destroyer, relating to fertility, harvest, and decay, and the seasonal changes affected by the ebb and flow of the sacred Nile and all its great tributaries. Her representational symbols and ceremonial implements in these sacred roles would range from images of her holding the uat, scepter, water staff, a cornucopia, an ear of corn, a grain of wheat, a sickle, a trident, a torch, a lotus, a scarab, a horoscope wheel, symbols, a cistern, and mirrors. She might be represented wearing a veil, a bull's horn, a cat or cow ears, the crescent, the sun, wings, or even displayed with the body of a lion, a dog, a dolphin, a pig, or with concentric layers of date palms, symbolizing many breasts, or adorned with multicolored feathers from the African hen. Ancient temples of Mami. The ancient name of the temples of the priestesses of Mami were called Mamisi, which means birthplace or birthing house of the gods. However, according to the British Museum, the name Mamisi was an invented term, introduced in the 19th century by Egyptologist Jean-Francois Champollion to describe the sacred shrines that were built adjacent to the larger temples of the gods. Champollion further credits these constructions only to the latter Ptolemaic period, 747 BCE to 395 CE. In truth, Champollion, employing the Ethiopian Coptic language, simply recreated a term that was already extant for thousands of years to describe the holy shrines and temples used to birth and to house the Netjirs, African goddesses and gods. Furthermore, that the name of the Mami Wata priestesses in West Africa and in the diaspora are called Mamisi, Mama Isi, Mamisi, and those whose primary sacerdotal function is to give birth to the Mami and Vodou gods is uncanny. The Macedonian Greek Cleopatra IV was said to have built a Mamisi temple to herself. However, this too was merely a political act to accord favor with the local Black Egyptian aristocracy and a futile attempt at imitating the original Egyptian priestesses of Mami Isis, whose matrilineal descent accorded them the divine blood to call upon and to give birth to the Mami gods. Additionally, the time era 747 BCE to 395 CE provided by the British Museum might have been arbitrarily chosen because of the architectural style of the Mamisi shrines, most being with stone surrounded by large colonnades of which they credit the Greeks and Romans. However, had the museum researched further, they may have discovered that those architectural designs are African and predate both the Greek and Roman invasions and colonization into the region. Further, the Nubians, who conquered and ruled Egypt around 760 BCE, refer to their own Mami temples as Wawat, a clear variation of the word Uati, meaning mother temple. Just as in Egypt, the Wawats were shrines built to honor the queen after she gave birth to her first child and thus became assimilated to also apply in her primary role as goddess. What is actually being stated is that a devotional shrine was built to house and honor the Mami spirit. After an initiate is ritually joined as a child and wife of Mami Wata in sacred ceremony. These shrines are also used in the Yeve Mami Wata Vodun to give birth to the Vodou. Moreover, one of the oldest and most important shrines and temples of the priestesses of Mami Wata, Uati, Isis, were the temples at Dandara, consisting of two major complex structures, and the temple of Hathor and Horus at Edfu. Another grand temple was Busiris. It was at these temples where all major ceremonies, such as initiations, sacrifices, marriages, and other sacred ceremonies, were held. One of the most cherished and holy ceremonial rites was the reenactment of the birth, death, and the resurrection of the solar child Horus, and later to Asar Osiris, a sacred event that would spread throughout all the ancient world and be known under many names, such as Attis and Dionysus. Western Egyptologists and other historians have tended to focus on Egypt's dynastic periods, 2900 BCE, during its patriarchal reign, disadvantageously limiting and diminishing the matriarchal periods, as if they were merely transitional markers in preparing the way for true power and divine rulership. However, before the joining of the two kingdoms, the lower kingdom is where the Mami Wata temples were viewed as the Holy Vatican and seat of both sacerdotal, economic, and political power for the Queen Mothers. These temples existed all throughout Africa and throughout India and the Mediterranean world. These queen mothers and priestesses soon joined their exiled sisters in establishing powerful and flourishing kingdoms that would soon rival the older ones in Egypt, Ethiopia, and Libya. Mami as the sacred serpent. Figure 17. The divine African mothers, Mami, in their primordial serpentine aspect as creatress, preserver, and destroyer. The image of Isis embodied as the divine African mother, suckling Horus, is known throughout all of the world. However, few are aware, and it is rarely shown, Isis's association with the mighty serpent, whose image representing her was actually the most numerous during ancient time. Isis, Logos wisdom, was known in many African and Afro-Asiatic languages as Ishtar, Astarte, Tiamat, Tanit, Atargates, Cybele, Sybil, Black Diana, and a host of other appellations, all anciently depicted bearing the sacred serpent. In one account, Bell describes these ancient images of Isis. Quote, seen with a flaming torch and her right arm entwined by a serpent. Isis is described with the top cornice over her, abounds with flames, diffused like rising serpents, indicating light and life supernal. The collars around her neck are the celestial orbs, serpents. Unquote. Bell, John. Bell's New Pantheon or Historical Dictionary of the Gods, Demigods, Heroes, and Fabulous Personages of Antiquity, Volume 2. London, British Library, Strand, 1790. Geographical locations of serpent worship in Africa. Source: Wildred D. Hambley, Serpent Worship in Africa, Anthropological Series, Volume 21, Chicago, Field Museum Press, 1931. Note: though Hambley has collated the research of others, this listing is by no means comprehensive. Serpent worship existed in nearly all of Africa. In 1915, Professor Elliott Smith, in noting the association of serpent worship with advanced spiritual and technological development throughout the ancient world, remarked that, quote, the remarkable customs as building of megalithic monuments, worship of sun and serpent, customs of piercing ears and tattooing, kuvad, massage, complex story of creation, deluge, divine origins of kings, swastika, and mummification, on the whole originated in Egypt and was carried round the world by black culture bearers. Or centuries of foreign invasions, many of the African Sibs clans who originated in the East migrated west. Hambley, page 64. Kovad is a sacred birth custom of when a child is born, the man experiences the ritual of labor, in which he takes to his bed and undergoes periods of fasting, purification, and the observance of specific taboos. In Africa, one of the most universal tutelary and totemic deities revered as holy and sacred since time immemorial is the mighty serpent, more specifically, the cobra and the python. The serpent was the first totemic phallic, ancestral deity manifesting as co creator with the divine African mother in her primary role as mother of creation. The first pantheon of celestial serpent deities that ascended from the divine waters was known as Mami in her most primordial form. Though ancient India is given far more historical credit with the divine origins of serpent worship, it is really in the races of Africa that the serpent spirit is preeminent and its worship the most prolific. One can easily trace the early migration of these serpent worshiping clans as they made their way from the ancient East into what is now West Africa. In the West, for more than a century, it has been affirmatively known that ophiolatry, serpent worshiping, ancestral traditions are cosmogenetically, linguistically, and culturally linked to the Indo African and Proto Elamite African Dravidian cultures, who migrated from the fertile African crescent in southern Libya more than 6,000 years ago, and that it was they who settled and built the first civilizations all throughout the ancient world. In 1899, publishing their field findings in the Journal of the Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, researchers C.S. Wake and Hyde Clark acknowledged that serpent worship is not indigenous to Europe, and whatever worship did exist was imported from the Africans. He further concluded that, quote, before the dawn of history overspread Assyria and Mesopotamia, Media and Eritrea, they were the earliest colonists of Britain, Spain, Italy, India. In short, the Black Dravidian races are considered as having preceded the whole European family of nations, peopling Asia Minor, Armenia, the country of the Caucasus, and Asiatic Ethiopia, west of the Indus, as well as France, Spain, and the British Islands, long before the Semitic and Aryan nations had appeared on the surface of history. Unquote. Wake, Stanilid C. Sacred Prostitution and Marriage by Capture. New York, The Big Dollar Book, 1934. Both the word Naga and Mami are the Sanskrit and ancient Sumerian word for the divine African serpent mother. In her original and androgynous form, her emblematical symbol was both the yoni and the linga, manifested astronomically as the sun and the moon. These symbolized astrologically and totemically as the bull and the ram. She, serpent mother, is the entwined serpents of the healer, Caduceus, and the sacred staff of Hermes, Moses, and of the Chaldean magicians. Figure 18, Ananta, At eternity. Ananta, a Sanskrit word meaning eternity, symbolizes the womb of all creation. Mami Isis and child are often placed in its center, and Ananta is worshipped as the seven-headed serpent. This same sacred symbol is displayed in West African Vodun iconography to symbolize the same divine principles of the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. It is from this divine symbol that the word angel is originally derived. Further, the tradition of the Nagas, serpent, was transported by migrating clans of Africans, known collectively as the Black Taurians or the Ophites. meaning serpent-worshipping tribes of Mami Isis and Ra, and of the ancient Hebrews, who carried her worship all throughout the ancient world. The Ophis, Sophis, or Ophites were the female order of Mami Python Sibyl priestesses of ancient Egypt. The original male order counterpart were the Levites, whose serpent temples, Hebrews, dominated from Thebes to the Heliopolis. Just as in many Vodou Sibs, the Ophites and Levites originally carried the serpent draped around their necks or around their arms. The Kemetic asp, horned serpent, was originally astronomically symbolized by the moon, in her first serpent aspect as the Divine Mother who gives birth to the seven glorious ones, divine serpent deities. The horned serpents still exist as part of the Don Cisanon, fire dragon, and the Mami Wata Yeve Vodun. Her name, only known to the chosen, was so powerful that her worshippers were taught to refer to her only in sacerdotal metaphor, i.e., the Logos, the firmament, the self created, the hooded, horned or winged one, the Serapis, Uraeus, divine wisdom, the formative power, the regenerator, the preserver, the destroyer, the mother of the circular cycles of birth, life, death, rebirth, renewal, the mother of immortality, the one who emitted the seven sacred rays of the sun, the Netgear, the seven glorious ones, the seven emanations of divine powers, the seven African powers, the mother of the sun, etc. As the divine serpent, some of the names of honor and affection were so prefixed to define her sacred clergy and were employed as emblematic and ritual symbols which were ceremoniously consecrated and displayed as proof of one's descent from her holy blood, i.e., Mami, Og, Da, Obi, Ache, Bel, Cherub, Naba, Nahash, Naga, Nira, Apis, Uraeus, Azar, Ophis, Ophite, Levite, Arwe, Ara, Chet, Hera, Skith, Akkad, Asculapius, Mar, Medes, Adam, Hiva, Hava, Ava, Eve, Haya, Hea, Hog, Moloch, Jove, Jehovah, Osub, Pallas, Shak, Sophia, Tak, Tet, Taras, Ai, Proserpine, Rabibai, Savior, Nahustan, and a host of others. Divine kings, lineage through African serpent mother. During ancient times, the kings, priests, and priestesses of ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Ethiopia were considered gods who claimed direct blood descent from one or more of the seven Nagas. In ancient India, prior to the invasions by the Iranians, all of the major Black Tamil gods, such as Shiva and Buddha, were worshipped as the king of the serpents. In the sacred Mamisi, birthing temples of ancient Egypt, they were shown being nursed by a great Naga, in the form of a woman possessing the head of a serpent. Figure 19. Black Tamil deity Shiva, born from the Delphus, or womb of Mami, represented by the celestial fish or dolphin. During Egypt's pre-dynastic matriarchal period, For more than 4,000 years, the great mother asp, Uraeus, was known as Parashet, the Mami deity who was worshipped in the delta of Lower Egypt. When the pharaonic orders and the sacred kingships were later introduced, the kings could only derive their divine legitimacy from claiming descent directly from a queen Sibyl, priestess of the divine African serpent mother. The sacred name of the line of the great Abyssinian Ethiopian kings began with Arwe, which meant the serpent. The Mami Wata serpent was claimed to have been the progenitor of the entire race of Scythians, from who the original Black Hercules, priest of Mami Hera, descended, and from whom many of the Black Libyan Amazons of the Baltic are said to have descended as children of the serpent spirit. Among the Iwe and Fan clans, the serpent of creative intelligence is known as Da'an, Aido, Wedo. She is known as Owo or Atwiasi, Famu Aboa among the Akan, and Onufu Shino, Shikpa among the Ga, etc. Mamisi, birthing temples of the Sibyls. Figure 6. Mamisi, birthing temple of Hathor, meaning womb, in Dandara. Temple of Hathor at Dandara is an example of a temple of the ancient Sibyls. The names Mamisi and Hathor are actually one and the same, both symbolizing the sacred womb, which only part of their sacerdotal function was giving birth to the solar gods who ruled as kings. These temples are credited to the Greco-Roman Ptolemaic period. However, they are actually refurbished by them, or are exact copies of the more ancient temples invented by the Black Egyptians themselves. For political reasons, the Grecian Cleopatra, in imitation of African priestesses' lineage, ordered a Mamisi temple built for herself, with birthing scenes and all. She then tried to claim the collection of the Sibylline prophetic poems of the Eastern Masses for herself, but was unsuccessful. Lindsay Walker. The priestesses who maintained these temples were priestesses of Mama Isis, known as Sibyls and Pythonis. This same matrilineal tradition of Sibyls exists in the Mami Wata traditions of West Africa, where the priestesses are called Mama Isis, Mama Isi, Amengansie, and whom trace their religious lineage to ancient Mesopotamia, Mycenae, Ionia, and ancient Egypt. The royal blood of the mother, common images of the Sibyl, Mamisi. Sandstone wall fragments taken from Mamisi shrines depicting Mami Isis priestesses in the New Kingdom, 18th to 19th dynasty, 1570, 1342 to 1197 BC. Figure 7. Sandstone wall fragment of Mami Isis, priestess, the 18th dynasty, 1570 BCE. Figure 8. Sandstone wall fragment of Mami Isis, priestess, wearing cobra crown. Different priestess, same 18th dynastic period, 1570 BCE. The West obsession and larger than life presentation of this great Black African civilization tends to overshadow the often mundane religious life and practices of the average African priestess. Their lives and ritual practices were largely no different than how religion was practiced all throughout Africa. Most queen mothers were minor matriarchs and village alcoves, mamas, who carried on their daily regime of rituals, annual ceremonies, sacrifices, divinations, and healings in service to their ancestors and divinities, just as it is performed all throughout ancient and many parts of modern day Africa. Figure 9. Sandstone wall fragment of Mami Isis, priestess, 18th dynasty, 1570 BCE. Those minor matriarchs who were of financial means were able to build more elaborate temples, and those of modest means simply settled for the traditional cave or thatched shrine structures as seen throughout Africa today. Additionally, what is missing entirely is an historic period that has received little to no attention, namely the forced joining of Upper and Lower Egypt by King Menes, and the great exodus of the Mamaisi, whose shrines were invaded and their sacerdotal and political power usurped by a faction of priests from the Temple of Ammon. As a consequence, Asia Minor, Mycenae, Argos, and Ionia became a refuge for many of these matriarchal clans who reorganized and restructured themselves as Sibyls. They continued their service to Mami as Demeter, Isis, and founded the Thesmophorians and Scirophorians, Sibs. Isis crowned Mami Kek, fish. Figure 10. Ancient bronze image of Isis crowned, with Mami Ornes Ke, deity who initiated her into the mysteries and gave her the name Isis, meaning logos, wisdom. The suffix Isis still survives in the Mami Wata Yeve Vodun as Mami Isis, the first priestesses of Mami, where her ancient rites are still known. The ancient Afro-Syrians, Phoenicians, worshipped Isis as Atar, Hatar, Atargates, womb of Mami, where she was also represented as a fish goddess. Although fish iconography was later borrowed from the Mami Sibyl traditions by the Christians, its ancient mythos and esoteric symbolism can only be understood in the Egyptian and Mami Wata tradition, its original home. Mayer Collection, Free Museum, Liverpool. Mami Isis of Petra Empire. Figure 11. Mosaic pavement, detail of a Nubian, Nabatean, Sibyl, prophetesses of Mami Isis in the ancient kingdom of Perta of Jordan, a kingdom that they founded dated around 312 BCE. These Nubians are probably remnants who immigrated in waves from the patriarchal Mohammedan, Jewish, and Christian invaders. Above, she is holding the fish in one hand and the sickle in another, symbolizing her royal lineage from Mami, serpent, fish, and as perhaps one of the founding ancestors who brought food, wheat, and grains to her people. In the Roman catacombs, all of the symbolisms of the Mami tradition can be found: the fish, serpent, palm tree, the phoenix, solar sun, the sacred ark, the olive and palm branches, all of which predate Christianity by thousands of years. However, during the persecution of the Mami worshippers in Rome, all of her symbolism was stolen. To explain away the pagan catacombs, the Roman Church papal simply attributed them to biblical allegory and renamed them as tombs of Christian martyrs. Photo Abrams. Ointment box, figure 12. Ointment box of fish in mouth of Egyptian dog, celestially symbolizing Isis being born from the Al-Qut dog star. Sirius. Al-Qut is also the ancient name of the Great Pyramid. In some of Isis's older images, she is seen graced by two dogs at her side. British Museum. Isis in piscine form. Precursor to mermaid. Figure 13. The above is probably one of the oldest representational images of Oannes as Isis, the upright fish avatar. The ancient Assyrians represented Ishtar, Mami Isis, as a naked fish. The ancient Syrians represented Atargates as Semiramis, the fish goddess of Ascalon. The two lotuses in her hand are the same symbolisms as the serpent and the sacred triangle or anata of the serpent. African fish god Dagon. Figure 14. The African Dagon of ancient Syria, made of black sand soap stone and decorated with African cowrie shells for the eyes and mouth. Dagon was one of the 8 Nu, or Piscine ancestors of the African people, who came from the Sesanu, Snin, Hermopolis, the celestial waters. They were celestially represented in Kemetic, Egyptian astrology, in the sign of An. Sesanu, Shmen, is the celestial region from which the solar sun gods were born, from the divine serpent mother, Isis, of which Horus, being the first, Dagon, is derived from the Hebrew Dag, which is further derived from the Sanskrit Dev, Ag, symbolizing the sacred solar arc. During ancient times, Dag was read from right to left as God, loosely translated as goddess of the day. Lahard, sur le coup de Venu. Black Vishnu. Figure 15. Vishnu is considered one of the oldest fish avatars, or Christ, being born from the Delphus, or womb of the divine African mother. Here he possesses the same divine implements as the triple-headed Mami deity Dinsu in the Yeva Mami Wata Bodun pantheon. The conch, sword, book of knowledge, prophecy, and rainmaker. The fish and the whale are symbolic of the womb of Mami, and some of her oldest queen mothers, Demeter, the black one, and Ceres, were represented as whales and dolphins giving birth to the sun. Sosoglose, fish of Afa. Figure 16. The sacred Sosoglose, fish of Fa, is regarded as the ancestor of the Vodun. Its image is maintained as a Bochio, Bodun, of Fan King Gebehanzin, 1889 to 94, of Dahomey. Musée de l'Homme, Benin. Hieroglyph of Isis as royal asp, serpent. Figure 20. Asp as royal serpent or logos, wisdom of Isis. Mami or Isis in her oldest manifestation as parent, serpent, virgin mother, crowned with the 2 columns representing Nu, Oannes, and the solar wren, Dagon, 2 of the Piscine ancestors of the divine 8. One of the appellations of Isis is Ast, meaning throne, and Akut, dog star, which is also symbolized by the serpent. In the Akan, Isis is Asa Ase, As Earth Mother, she is Asa Seafua. Another hieroglyph for serpent is Shet, meaning serpent and body, and is the same as the Iwe name for divine power, Ache. Ach. Mami, just as Isis, is symbolized by the cobra and is hieroglyphed as Are, meaning goddess. Mami, Isis, as Ishtar. Figure 21. Canaanite brass pendant of Isis, divine logos, wisdom, as Ishtar, in a braided wig, which actually symbolized an inverted lunar crescent. At her sides are her signature serpents. She is standing on her son, consort, in his totemic aspect as a lion. Prior to the patriarchal takeover, it was the male image that was dwarfed to that of the African Divine Mother. Historically, because they were all Africans, the Dorian Greeks made no distinction between the Phoenicians, Canaanites, and the Egyptians. It is also important to note that Ishtar, Astarte, Cybele, Mami, etc. are not proper names, but are reverential, honorific titles meaning the goddess or the divine lady and are applied to all snake goddesses in particular. African serpent mother in ancient Mesopotamia. Figure 22. Mesopotamian goddess Inanna, with serpents draped around solar symbols. Inanna means the one who makes the dates be full of abundance. The sacred date palm, symbolizing Mami in her generative aspect, are seen draped in sequential rows around the so called multi-mamamia and have been mistaken by Western scholars as multi breast. Mami in ancient Mesopotamia. Figure 23. Gods, demons, and symbols of ancient Mesopotamia. An illustrated dictionary by Jermaine Black and Anthony Green. Illustrations by Tessa Richards, copyright 1992. University of Texas Press. Black Babylonian Mami priestess of goddess Ishtar. She is the Akkadian equivalent to Nana, Inanna. She was served in the temple of Erech. The lion in this aspect is the young solar husband, son, brother Tammuz. Here, wearing her triple crown and war implements, Ishtar is represented in one of the most ancient aspects as warrior priestess. It was this role of Ishtar that was later Aryanized, Iranianized by the Hindus as Durga. Figure 24. Gods, demons, and symbols of ancient Mesopotamia. An illustrated dictionary by Jeremy Black and Anthony Green. Illustrations by Tessa Richards, copyright 1992. By permission of University Texas Press. Mami priestess of Akkadian, Akan, water deity A, sitting on sacred tripod with holy oracular ancestral pythons. The iconic crescent moon representing the waning or new moon, generally symbolizing her creative, procreative aspects. Mami in ancient Afro-Crete. Figure 25. Gold pendant of Astarte from pre-Grecian Malea, Crete, 1650 BCE. Many of the Egyptian, Libyan, Cushitic, and Ethiopian priestesses of Isis, Sibyls, Pythoness, took exile in Crete around 3000 to 4000 BCE, and other neighboring Aegean islands, founding great kingdoms under the auspices of these queen mothers. Afro-Elamite, Minoan Mami goddess. Figure 26. Faience, opaque colored, image of Mami. Found in the palace of Knossos in the pre-Grecian Afro-Minoan matriarchal cultures of ancient Crete. Dated around 1540 BCE, she is probably a contemporary representation of Isis, Cybele, Black Demeter, or even Juno, crowned as guardian and protector of the state. Her worship may have been brought from neighboring Argos, Egypt, or from Libya. Pottery shards date the Black Libyan arrival as early as 4000 BCE. The palace of Knossos belonged to the great Black lawgiver King Minos, moon spirit, whose African name was Menes, and his Afro-Dravidian name was Menu. Today, due to the growing interest in Mami, this image is now mass-produced, but is unfortunately revised, with a narrow nose, thin lips, and a partial suntan. Archaeological Museum, Heraklion. Heraklion Museum, Crete. Mami Astarte. Figure 27. Afro-Elamite. Astarte, Ashtart, Ashtore. Black, mistress of the heavens, stars, and underworld. Above, she is seen in her generative, fertility fecundity form, holding sheaths of wheat. Astarte, known as Ishara, a Dravidian derivative of Isis, was the patron deity of King Solomon and guardian of all deified African ancestors and solar kings. It was through her sacred fertility ceremonies that divine African kings were born, and was the original solar holiday celebrated every December 25th to commemorate their birth. This solar event was later borrowed by the Christians and credited exclusively to Jesus. Bronze Phoenician, 1400 to 1200 BCE, Louvre, Paris. Ancient images of Mami in contemporary Africa. Figure 28. Yalutinde, snake charmer. Taken from wall paintings of the prehistoric Buyeye secret society of snake charmers in Sukumaland, Tanganyika. Snake charming is an ancient aspect of Mami Watas. This is one of the rare depictions of the male aspect, clearly depicted as celestial moon deity. Mami, secret society in Tanganyika, Tanzania. Msingija, expert snake charmer, catcher, Sukumaland, Tanzania. The multi-headed serpent was indigenous to Africa as well as ancient India. Serpent priest in Sudan. Figure 30. Serpent priest of ancient Sudan. Serpent priest in Congo. Figure 31. Priest of serpent Mami spirit in Congo, with ancestral alligator on his head and serpent entwined around his waist. Serpent priestess in Dahomey. Figure 31. Python priestess in Benin. Most in the West employ the sacred serpent as mere entertainment. However, this is not what the holy python is when one is actually initiated and trained to respect them. Part 2. Mami Wata. original Vatican seat of sacerdotal power in Rome. The Omfe, Mami, temples of Mami, holy womb of the goddess. Figure 1. Holy Omfe, in the shape of the cervix or womb, is consecrated to Mami. Delos, ancient pre-Grecian home of African and Afro-Elamite, Dravidian matriarchies and gods. The above sacred mound, rock or stone, was known by the ancient Africans as Omfe, or oracle, meaning the voice or speech of a deity. It was also known as the Omphel, Omphael, the umbiblicus of the world, the seat of divine influence, and the Ark of God. In ancient Kemet, Egypt, it was known as Atar, Hatar, the womb of the fish goddess. Omfe is also derived from the Ethiopian, Nubian, Coptic word omphis, omph, ompai. All are derivations of the sacred so-called Hindu mantra Om, which was originally the chant for Mami, but under patriarchy came to be exclusively associated with Om, Amon, the beneficent African sunfire deity. In truth, the sun was actually a dual celestial symbol, encompassing the divine African mother, Mami Isis, as the first feminine principle, who gives birth to all the masculine sun gods from her holy, active womb. The fire of her rays is what produced the sacred Malam, black skin, what the ancient Mesopotamians considered the source of all divine power. On earth, the Omfe is the holy place, or the sacred womb, that housed the spirit of a high deity such as Mami, or a clan, elevated ancestor who transcended the mundane laws of humans. In Africa, the Omfe was the first prototype for all sacred mounds of earth that were built to house their deities, such as the Vodou, the Obosom, or any African spirit which was deemed sacred, from those African clans and lineages who learned to consecrate their gods in the above manner. The Omfe is synonymous with the ancient Vodou mounds and takes its round, conical shape and material design from the ancient symbolical language of the divine history of the African deities. This history is considered sacred and was recorded in African lore and celebrated in their mythos as the history of their human and divine beginnings. In one version, the above Omfe is emblematical of the multi-aspect divine African mother, rising from the great abyss, or the celestial waters, on top of a great mountain, which became earth. It is here where she separated the heavens, sky, and earth, and gave birth to the gods and humans, and the animal, material, and vegetated kingdoms. The sacred python in the Egyptian mythos was dubbed the evil serpent, Asp, who is said to rise from the dark waters, consuming the light and nourishment. This reference alludes to a celestial and allegorical night and day, more specifically, the rising and the setting sun as Nu, the great Mami goddess who controlled the inundations of the sacred Nile. Therefore, Asp was not evil in the Western sense, but was feared because of her power to punish with devastating floods. In the Yeve Mami Wata Vodun, this python is known as Avejidan, the winged serpent of the night, and is credited in the same role as Asp, except that it is Mawu whose womb is the mighty mountain, which brings forth all life, including that of the gods. The python Dan, Da, engulfs the womb of Mawu during the day and assists with all creation, which is why he is sometimes considered a god unto himself. The Omfe is surrounded by date palm leaves, symbols of the tree of life and knowledge. The sacred date palm needs salt to grow and is therefore found near the ocean shores. Salt, symbolic of esoteric truths and divine substance, is emblematic of the word emanating from the original logos, Mami. The Omfe is also sacred to the ancestors and evolved later into a phallic shape and the tree as the symbol for Adana, Adama, Adim, meaning first, thus sacred to the sun gods. This particular Omfe, figure 1 in the shape of the cervix or womb, is consecrated to Mami. During ancient times, these Omfe were ceremoniously installed in the Amengansie Sibyl shrines throughout Africa, especially in Egypt, Ethiopia, and Libya. They were also installed throughout ancient Mesopotamia, including Babylon, Syria, Iran, Arabia, Akkad, Palestine, Asia Minor, Turkey, Greece, and anywhere in the ancient world where the African matriarchies of those lineages migrated. They were installed by the Sibyls and other African priests, who were known by the first colonial invasion of Dorian Greeks as Amphi, meaning God of light, or a woman with a familiar spirit. The Greeks, ignorant of the nature of African religious customs, are now credited with the tradition of these sacred stones. It is their Greek translation, Bidalus, or the English omphalos, that is now used in the West, where the stone, having no inherent meaning in European culture, is studied as an object. And the sites where these sacred shrines were historically located are popularly referred to as oracles: Delphi Oracle, Dodona, Ammon, etc. Because the first of these sacred mounds are situated in direct celestial alignment with certain constellations requiring an advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, Western historians have henceforth credited their creation to the usual advanced races, meaning themselves the white, Arabs, or nondescript Asiatics, and even extraterrestrials. However, the original philosophy, mythology, rituals, and even the actual deities themselves can only be found extensively nowhere else but Africa, especially in the Mami Wata Vodun tradition. When the Greeks finally arrived and noticed these sacred customs of these African matriarchs, they called these African oracle priestesses Omphai, a feminine word, which was also prefixed into African initiatory names such as Amphiarius, Aphion, etc. This was especially true of the male diviners. Another name for the Amengansie Sibyls was Amphresia Vats and Ein Omfe. Ein Omfe is also the root of the word nympha and nymph, referring to the mummy spirits of the great water. It was from the Omfe where the Amengansie Sibyls would sit on their sacred three-legged zekpui, or tripod, and divine. Tripod is derived from Triton and Tripoli, originally representing the African Mami deities Minerva, Athene, and Poseidon. Black Mami goddesses who originated out of the Lake of Trident in Libya, a historic location considered the African Fertile Crescent. Figure 2. The transition from African matriarchy to patriarchy was not a smooth one. It was wrought with much violence and fierce resistance. Many priestesses committed suicide rather than submit to male authority. A new patriarchal mythos and exclusive masculine symbolism began to emerge, such as the above, symbolizing the sun in totemic lion form. It has taken over and replaced the dog star of the divine African mother, devouring her queen bees, and thus having successfully disrupted the natural social order of the hive, meaning to conquer and control the temples of Black Diana at Ephesus and the temples of Ceres and Cybele, etc. The mythos of Horus, romanticized as Zeus, with the eagle devouring the sacred Mami python, is another prominent image among many. The Omfe shrines of the Hounon-Amengansie Sibyls represented the first Vatican of the matriarchs and wield considerable economic and political authority throughout the ancient world. Heads of state, military leaders, scholars, and other religious officials came to see these African priestesses to hold council, to seek the guidance of the goddess and divine ancestors of Africa before instituting new laws or undertaking any military, economic, or personal venture. These holy temples were the center of religious ceremonies, spirit possessions, healings, prophecy, charity, ancestral celebrations and hope, libations, prayers, sacrifices, marriages, naming and birthing ceremonies were routinely performed. All of the Omphai across the world were originally dedicated to Mami and linked in a loose confederation of holy shrines, where centralized authority was largely shared and regularly vacillated between Egypt, Libya, Delphi, and Dodona. It was at Delos and Delphi to whom all paid their obeisance. During prescribed seasonal cycles, each Akovi, Queen Mother, would transport from Delos the holy Talos Argo Ark of Mami to each respective location and conduct very important and elaborate sacred ceremonies. In the pre-Grecian, Aegean, and Ionian islands, all of the inhabitants would come together on sacred festive days to pay tribute to the great Mami goddess, of which there were many. Chief among them were Artemis, Demeter, Ceres, Cybele, Athene, and Poseidon. The major ancestral and totemic god was Dionysus. He was also known or associated with Osiris, Bacchus, Attis, Adonis, Oannes, Heracles, Samson, Noah, Deucalion, and a host of other African ancestors later Europeanized. Dionysus and the Sibyls were celebrated in many lands as the first African ancestors who survived the Great Flood. Figure 3. The above astrological wheel of Awusa, Taich, and Otter Goddess, changed by priests to the thunder god Horus. They removed the Mami goddess from the wheel, replacing her with statues of Horus, now Romanized as Zeus, and replaced her dove symbol with the eagle. The original War of the Titans and Giants were actually the internal political and celestial wars between the African Sib priest of Amon, and the Mami deities of the Sibyls. These priests, usurpation of the sacred Omfe shrines, won control of the major seat of sacerdotal power and political authority in the world. Once in full control, they renamed all of the temples and took economic control of divination and astrology services from these Sibyl priestesses. This important celestial coup, masked as Greek mythology, is completely ignored by historians of African religious history. Allard Pearson Museum, Amsterdam. Of critical importance to note is that as the African matriarchies and their prophetic, economic, and political power began to increase, so did the resentment and jealousy amongst them by the priest, Amon, who had already by then taken the ancient temple at Thebes, forcing many queen mothers into exile. It was in Manoah and Mycenae where these divine mothers rebuilt their dynasties. The priest of Amon then overthrew and seized the major Mami temples on the oasis of Siwa, now renamed Oasis of Oman, and the Mami temple of Nath at Sais in Egypt. Soon after, these priests of Amon sent convoys to Black Libya and seized control of the temple of Athene and Minerva and renamed it to Apollo. They then went to Dodona, Greek Isle, and seized the famous Black Diana's temple and renamed it Zeus. Shortly afterwards, they seized the most powerful temple at Delphi in Greece and installed male priests to oversee the priestesses. They then subjugated those priestesses that could not escape and forced them to perform spiritual services under their patriarchal rule. In Egypt, during the reign of the pharaohs, the priestesses were not allowed to serve in the temples at the rank of high priest, though the pharaoh could only claim divine blood through them. At each of these Mamiisi temples, the priest slaughtered the ancestral python and rebuilt a new Omphale atop his ruins. They then mythologized the original history of creation, which exalts the divine African Mami Isis, mother as God, and placed themselves and all of the male deities at the top of the divine hierarchy. Figure 4, 300 BCE. Syrian coin of Apollo, Amon, sitting on the sacred Omphale of Atargates, the divine mummy of the Sibyls. All of their Omphale shrines were systematically seized by these Egyptian priests and renamed to Apollo and Zeus. Allard Pearson Museum, Amsterdam. Thus today we have Amon, Horus, Zeus, Jehovah, and other sun deities giving birth to the goddesses and gods from anatomically impossible features such as their heads and thighs, ribs, saliva, ejaculation, and by other unnatural means, instead of the original logos, the holy womb of the divine African mother. These African matriarchies from their inception were always threatened with violence, rape, and personal violation during the rise of patriarchy. Yet all accounts written about the Omphale have completely ignored this monumental historical event in African religious history. Most continue to refer to these sacred Mamiisi temples as the Temple of Zeus and Temple of Apollo, etc. However, that is not what they were originally. It is the same equivalent as referencing an African nation as French Guinea or British Ghana, American Samoa, recognizing their colonial subjugation without respecting their original autonomy. The Omphale temples are correctly referred to as Temple of Diana, Temple of Cybele, Temple of Minerva, Hathor, Ishtar, Nathalusa, Awusa, et al. When the priest of Ammon seized all of the major Mami Isi temples, it enhanced their political and economic power and influence throughout the world and began a new era of African patriarchal world domination and military conquest. Perhaps these priests viewed their actions as the only means to stave off the more vicious and barbarous wave of threatening invasions from the fiercely patriarchal, misogynistic Indo European, Aryan, Iranian tribes from the north. Their true motivations might never be known. However, what is certain is that their actions of sacrilege against the divine African mother angered and suffered them the wrath of Mami, who promised through her prophecies via the Sibyls to destroy Egypt and Libya and all of the other lands where they had seized her Mamiisi temples and violated her priestesses. Mami in Nigeria, Figure 33, Igbo, Nigeria. Baule, Ivory Coast, CG, Christ College, Cambridge, Nicole. Figure 34, Baule, Ivory Coast. Figure 35, Mami Tray, Calabar, Nigeria. Gouru, Ivory Coast, National Museum of African Art, Washington, D.C. Figure 36, Gouro, Ivory Coast. Figure 37, Mermaid, Ghana, Cole and Ross. Figure 38, Igbo, Nigeria, Salmons. Figure 39, Olokun Shrine, Benin, Ben Amons. Figure 40, Creole Freetown, Sierra Leone, Noonley. The original image of Isis. Figure 41. Contemporary images of Mami actually are inspired by her as the divine serpent mother or Ren. Though in contemporary ceramic form, the actual iconography of the above image is the oldest manifestation of Mami, Isis, in her role as virgin, unmarried mother, with the young solar Horus. The above image illustrates also how the African Isis was originally portrayed, with braided hair, accompanied by the logos as the serpent draped around her neck. As the divine serpent mother, she was known in Egypt as Ren, meaning from the place of the fishes, and her son Horus, who was known as Ranu, meaning an unnamed fish serpent child. Ren was often combined with the Egyptian name Pa, meaning to give. Together, it reads as Pa Ren, the mother who gives, i.e., life, spirit, nourishment, etc. Thus, Pa Ren is the etymological origin of the English word parent. Massey, Book of the Beginnings. The logos, or serpent, now demonized because it was Isis's emblematic holy symbol par excellence, was later suppressed or removed by the Roman papal authorities, and her originally bare breasts are now covered, as she was gradually transformed into the Europeanized Virgin Mary or Holy Madonna with Child. African patriarchs display conquered matriarchs in sacred stool. Royal Mami Wata stool of a Fante chief in Ghana. The eagle, the ancient totemic symbol of Horus forming the base, is seen here biting the head of the ancestral Mami serpent. This charged symbol can be viewed as reflecting the historical usurpation of the sacerdotal power and functions of the matriarchs during the establishment of patriarchy, whose beginnings can be traced back to ancient Kemet, Egypt. Patriarchy, as it is known today, was not originally indigenous to most, if not all, of Africa. Haus del Voltaire, Austria. The Aryan, Iranian tribes of the north, historic enemies of Aman, also wanted a share in the matriarchal temples under whose authority the lucrative trade routes had long ago been established. Shortly following Amon's invasions came the Assyrians and then the Greeks, later the Persians, Phoenicians, Turks, and Romans, a host of other miscellaneous pirates, and finally the Roman Christians. Each wave of invaders took turns, ravishing, raping, pillaging, and destroying the sacred Mamiisi temples of the Black matriarchs and replacing them with their own gods. They copied and plagiarized their liturgies, festive days, sacred rites, and means of governing, and attributed them to themselves or to their own male gods. They defaced her statues and erected smaller images of her in an inferior position to themselves or to their own minor gods, and most even eliminated her image altogether. The priests who broke away from the patriarchal orders of Egypt and fled to Europe were later called the Ephraim. Levitical Jews hated Mami the most and made certain to seal her and the fate of her votaries. She and her votaries were ridiculed and degraded all throughout the Bible as the Jezebels, whores, harlots, adulteresses, idolaters, and witches. They changed the wording of the Old Testament, replacing the words omphai, iao, and other feminine references to Mami with the masculine Lord and God, etc. For Long further tells us that the Omphai stone or Rocktor was the real old god of all Arabs, Jews, and Phoenicians, and this would be clear to the Christians were the Jewish writings translated according to the first ideas of the people, and the word rock used as it ought to be, instead of God, Theos, Lord, etc., being written. Their goal was to subdue her, pull down her altars, cut down her groves, burn her images, and blot out her name from under heaven. Thus, they buried the history of the African Divine Mother and darkened and obscured her name so that her spiritual predominance would never again rise or be remembered. In continuing this trend, nearly all of the first ancient advanced societies that have been unearthed in Asia Minor and in the Middle East, including Palestine, Israel, Syria, Jordan, and Southern Europe, where archaeologists continue to unearth relics of goddess figures and other signs of an established matriarchal order, are those of the original African mothers, long forgotten and their religious history reinvented under Western patriarchy as Greek and Roman mythology. Her ancient relics are, as a rule, credited to her conquerors, who shrewdly juxtapose statues of themselves and their own gods against the ancient substratum of culture and monuments which she originally established. They have narrowed and boxed her and her priesthood in the least advantageous cultural positions, where her daughters and sons no longer recognize who truly she is. It is no wonder that the degradation of the traditional religions of Africa, especially voodoo, are directly connected with the descendancy of the matriarchs and the current oppressive status of the African woman, who originally established them on earth. The present conditions of Africa and southern India are typified in the story of their ancient ancestors. The much despised Samaritans, the lock-haired black shepherds, and the matriarchal order of the Ophites, all remnants of her worshippers originating from her Mami Isi temple on the holy Mount Gerizim, North Israel. They'd refused to relinquish their honor and respect to the divine African mother and fought with her enemies, the Afram Levitical Jews, to rebuild her temples that were destroyed by the Assyrians. Thus, they were bitterly despised, oppressed, and ostracized by them. Mami's reaction to centuries of apostasy and devastating spiritual decline can be summarized in an incident which transpired in the 4th century Common Era under Roman Christian rule. It is reported that when one apostate allegedly attempted to restore the Delphi Mami Isi temple, Mami sent forth one loud, agonizing wail over the glory that had departed. The sacred Thalos Argo Ark. Figure 5. Beehive Omphale. First African design shaped as a holy cervix uterus. The first constructed omphale that housed Mami was designed in the shape of a tall uterine cone, made from beeswax and consecrated with blood and dove feathers. This beehive structure was not born from the fantasy of the early matriarchs. It has its roots buried deep in African ancient architectural nature, earth designs. These designs were beehive-shaped, Neolithic cave structures that are still found in use by the Hottentots. Though they appeared narrow and small from the outside, they actually led to the well-ventilated and spacious apartment-like rooms once deeply inside its interior. The above shrine structure first came to Mount Hebron in South Jerusalem and then ancient Greece via Africa, where the Sibyl was the ancestral mouth for the first sun deity Adana, Adim, Adam, firstborn. The Sibyls, known as the Black Doves, and their votaries and priests were the primary clergy. This is the same shrine location where the Cumean Sibyl Herophile called up the spirit of Samuel from dead. However, this temple structure did not fare well under the intense heat, and they next attempted to construct it with ferns, and then laurel leaves, and then bronze, and finally mud clay and laterite. There was another shrine at Mount Carmel in Israel, North Palestine, and it was one of the most famous holy sites for Mami as Istar Atergatis. It was later invaded, pillaged, destroyed, and the people massacred by David, king of the Afram Levitical Jews, who installed their own Amphe and called it Jehovah. First Chronicles 14. It was finally overrun by the Romans and seized by the Imperial Roman papacy, and over time converted into a Christian church in 1189 CE. During this period, all African religions and their mystery schools were suppressed and their books destroyed, and their Mami Isi temples converted into churches. The people were intimidated and coerced into relying on the lies and the misinformation spewing forth from the papacy. Many naive Europeans, filled with fear and superstition, led massive crusades to Mami's Ishtar shrine, believing that the world was coming to an end. There they awaited the return of their savior. whom they knew was predicted by the Sibyls to reincarnate as the 10th avatar. African Kore, Space, Gaia, Urania, Lee. Figure 6, Mami as Space, or Kore, in her generative aspect as the Earth Mother of grain and fecundity. She is known today as Lee in the Mami Wata Vodun. Notice the sun deity Ift as the Palas, or phallic. These sacred shrines were numerous and standard in every African village, housing their own ancestral, totemic, and personal deity. They were ceremoniously installed by their own priestesses. The community Mamiisi temples and shrines were tended to by a select body of priests, priestesses, elders, and initiates. Kore, the Ethiopian Cushitic mother of grain, was also the original totemic clan deity of the prophet Abraham, a Korite whose father made his living constructing votive images of her for sale. African Sibyl priestess on Greek vase. Figure 7, 500 BCE. Lycathos, Greek vase depicting Sibyl priestess tending to Mami. The sacred palm and ram's horn indicate the joining of the Iona, both sun and moon deities. Mami and Apollo, Dionysus, Zeus, etc. Louvre, Paris. Figure 8, representational sketch based upon Greek vase of priestess pouring libation of palm wine on Omphale. As one curator proclaimed, the anointing of the Omphale. This is the oldest and not yet by any means dead Messiah or the anointed one of nations. It is woman, not man, who is here with lyre, vase, and patera. British Museum curator, Forlong, Volume 1. Figure 9, Omphale of Mami surrounded by two doves, emblematical of the Sibyls. Sometimes pigeons, sparrows, or wrens were used. Not all omphalae were the same size. Some were as small as 1 foot high, and some were as large as 2 feet or more. Omphale of Isis in ancient Kemet, Egypt. Figure 10, Egyptian Omphale of Isis, one of the first and oldest at Thebes and Sais. Notice doves replaced with eagle of Horus. Taken from W.H. Rocher in Der Amphalos Gedanke, Leipzig, 1918. Mami brought wealth to African matriarchs who were the first to mint coinage. Figure 11, series of coins depicting the sacred Omphale, African Mami spirit, were minted by the matriarchal Sibs at one of their earliest African settlements located atop Mount Cassius. Cassius, Katja, or Kati, is one of the earliest appellations for the sun god, Osiris, Horus, Apollo, who was known, like Zeus, as the Trivkrama, triple energy, Ae, Ja, water. He would be later represented as the three-eyed Cyclops. Notice the dove or white pigeon atop the temple, indicating a shrine of the Mami, Sibyl. Since time immemorial, African women were the major controllers of local and international markets, and the first to mint currency. In the Mami Wata African Vodun, the ancestral deity heading these markets is known as Ayizan, owner of the market and of commerce. In Togo, as in ancient times, these markets consisted of a loose confederation of ethnic groups, Sibs, headed by a mama, or queen mother. During ancient times, there were actually three settlements of Cassius, bearing the same name. The first, above, was situated between Egypt and Palestine near Pelusium. The second temple was near the city of Solosion in ancient Syria, and a third at Cassiope on the island of Corcyra in Greece. The migration of these African Sibs clans can clearly be discerned. The location between Egypt and Palestine has been traced as far back as 5000 BC. Aphrodite, Black Venus, and Artemis were the main Mami deities worshipped. By the 5th century, all of these holy sites had suffered the usual invasions, pillage, death, destruction, and religious conversion by the Greeks, Persians, Turks, and later by the Romans as Christians. The usual end result being the erection of a monastery atop its ruins. Mami Omfe dominated ancient Babylon. Figure 12. Babylonian stele of Omfe showing three, including one to the sun god as symbolized by the turtle. Right is a dove or wren and the solar scepter. Above are the six-pointed star Sirius of Ishtar. The Cumean sibyl known as Cimmeria or Chemita was said to have been born in Babylon. Many sibyls, called Galas, meaning of Ethiopian descent, received their training from the main temple in Babylon. The African Babylonians and the Assyrians owe much of their culture to the ancient Afro-Sumerians. The language of the Afro-Akkadians replaced that of the Sumerians. Akkad, meaning serpent people, it has already been suggested is the language of the Akan, with strong Iwe and other colloquial mixtures. When the Omfe are made to house a masculine deity, usually Marduk, Horus, Jupiter, Jehovah, Hevioso, it is further elongated as a penis, obelisk, and was called ergetes. This delay, figure 7, is the most powerful because it shows that at some point the two principles were joined, which typifies its matriarchal roots. Mami Omfe in ancient Jordan. Figure 13. Omfe of the Nabateans of ancient Jordan. The Nabateans were originally a mixture of several Black Egyptian, Ethiopian, Cushitic matriarchal Sibs who fled probably Arabia and Asia Minor, Turkey, escaping the continuous raids and persecution from the Assyrians, Black Jews, Turks, and later the Romans. Ancient Syria and Jordan is probably the ancestral home of some of them, because it was there where they joined back with the Black Sabaean, Edomite, and Arab clans and founded the Petra, Rock Empire in Jordan, 312 BCE. They fused their Mami and Vodou deities with the local gods, something that can occur only if they are ancestrally related. The Nabateans are also the primary worshippers of the pre-Islamic Mami deity Al-Wuza, Al-Wusa, whose worship, along with that of her sister Alat, Atergates, was suppressed under patriarchal Islam. Abrams. Omphase, African matriarchal roots. Figure 14. Delphi, Afro-Grecian. Delos, Afro-Grecian. Akan, Ghana. Scala. Figure 15. Chamba, Dogon, Iwe. Cross-sample of Omfe housing, a deity in present-day Africa. These sample comparisons are based upon the historic relationships between the cultures of ancient Egypt, Syria, and Afro-Grecian Manoa, with the same above groups. Nearly all of the major gods of the world were originally installed and worshipped from an Omfe, black stone, including Buddha, Black Diana, Pesanutian, Mami, and Al-Uzza, Alat, Mecca. Today, under patriarchal Africa, most of these structures no longer resemble the original holy cervix, but are typically designed representing crude human or animal or celestial beings. Sacred Omfe in Timbuktu, Figure 16. Rare 1830 drawing of the glorious Timbuktu, the home of the ancient Bambara and Dogon clans. Notice the igloo structures so numerous throughout. These are the Omfe that existed in each village specific to each clan. Notice also the pointed dome structures in the center and the rear right. They are Islamic temples that existed side by side with the Omfe. Islam, in many parts of Africa, still maintain remnants of its ancient matriarchal past, and most Islamists do not segregate themselves from Mami and Vodun practitioners. In Togo, it is rare to find Islamic extremism or religious intolerance because many Islamic Togolese often serve their ancestors, totemic deities, and Allah. Many of their ceremonies can hardly be distinguished from those of their claimed idolaters. For example, the Fête de Tabaski is a celebration which lasts for 1 month when a goat must be sacrificed each day at 6 p.m. During this sacred event, Muslim men who have married must sacrifice 2 or 3 additional goats and one for each additional wife. Published in René Carlier, travels through Central Africa to Timbuktu and across the Great Desert to Morocco. Performed in the years 1824 to 1828. The Omfe and the Ark in Yava Mami Wata Vodun. Figure 17a. Sosiovi, acts of thunder god Hevioso is an enlargement of the blade featured in figure 17a, depicting the bifurcated tongue of the ram, which symbolizes the celestial nature and totemic personality of the thunder god Hevioso. The tongue, turned upwards, becomes the sacred Argos, transporting the phallic center, Omfe, across the sacred ocean of Mami. The ship's body is decorated with the ancestral pythons, seen biting the head of the holy Omfe, with the staff of Hevioso in the middle. It indicates the holy union of both masculine and feminine, the sacred and the ancient ark of Iona, Aeo, which is the most powerful and the best desired, yet the most elusive. Today, in the Mami Wata Yevevodun, Hevioso is considered the highest and most powerful of all the gods of Mami. He is the same as Horus, Marduk, Jehovah, and Zeus, and much of the latter's ancient rites and mythology can be found within their priesthoods. This symbol, more than any other representational form, encapsulates the antiquity and complex mysticism of the Vodun religion. the ancestral relationship between the Africans who established their worship in Mesopotamia, ancient Syria, Egypt, Palestine, Jerusalem, Asia Minor, Iona, Manoa, Mycenae, Rome, and Greece, are the same Africans who later migrated and settled in the West, and whose descendants were transported across the great oceans and enslaved in the New World. 17b. Sacred Omfe and Ark, transporting both divine principles and harmonic balance. Omfe mural in Dahomey. Figure 18. Mural of Omfe in Dahomey. Part of a mural from the temple of Zumudunu, divine ancestor and head of the royal Tohoso, in Dahomey, depicting an Omfe to Mami, decorated with zigzags, symbolizing water with the black earth above. It is topped with a square geometric symbol, the Mami goddess Awusa, just as the black Diana are originally represented by a black square, Pesinuntian stone. In the Mami Wata Vodun, the womb of the mother is known as Fome and is also used metaphorically to refer to the Omfe, pot or mounds in which the Vodou are made. In West African Vodun, it is known that the ancient Towio, divine totemic ancestors, are the deities who occupy these sacred mountains of which all African people are believed to have descended. When a child is born who possesses a Towio, divine ancestral guardian, a special ceremony is performed, and a prayer invocation is made referencing the sacred mountain for acknowledgement and approval, which reads in part, "Those who people the mountain told us you were the wife of the Towio. Those who came to draw water told us you were the wife of the Towio. You must this night go to inform the mountain that he in turn may tell all his inhabitants." Herskovitz, Dahomey. Mami's crowned queen mothers. Ancient geographical regions of Mami worship, Black matriarchal civilizations outside of Africa. Macedonia, Thrace, Heraclea, Pontus, Galatia, Phrygia, Thessaly, Anatolia, Achaea, Achaea, Thebes, Ionia, Caria, Lycia, Pisidia, Cappadocia, Cilicia, Antioch, Syria, Damascus, Jerusalem, Petra. Ancient names of primary Sibyl Mami deities and worship. African queens were Mami Isis, Sibyls. It is important to state at the outset that African matriarchs were not ideological feminists. On the contrary, they represented the original Isis logos, feminine, masculine, divine principles, which originally established the social order of Africa's earliest societies. It was their sacerdotal power and kingdoms that were invaded and usurped, causing them to flee and establish them elsewhere. The Black Amazons were a historical militia who existed everywhere in the ancient world in defense of the Black matriarchs. In an unprecedented move, they were reestablished under a patriarchal West African Dahomey kingdom by King Agadbe. African matriarchal genetrix. Isis equals logos. Divine wisdom, Mami Isis. Vatican, first seat of sacerdotal divine power. Atar Hatar, Iwe word. Sacred womb of Isis. symbolized by holy cow, blood, and milk of mother. Universal colors in Yevevodun, red and white. Temples, shrines, Omfe, Mamayisi, both names are interchangeable. Mami priestesses, sibyls, Pythias. Nana, Mamayisis. Southern Sudan, 7,000 to 5,000 BCE. Egypt, 4,000 to 3,000 BCE. Gerzian period. 2. Egypt equals Isis. Ethiopia, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, India, Mami equals Aluza, Awusa, Kor, Sibele, Kami Marina, Kamadeva. 3. Black Libya, Garamantes Sibs, Ancient Akan, Iwe, Da'adagbe, and others. 1. Athene. 2. Minerva. 3. Poseidon. 4. Amazons. Black goddess matriarchs outside of Africa. Carthage, Tenit, Celestis. Ancient Mesopotamia, 2850 to 2400 BCE. Mami, Ancient Babylon. Mami, Tammuz, Ishtar, Baalia. Elam, 1200 BCE. Aruru, Zabala, Nana, Erishkigal, Ninerzag, Nintu, Nima. Akkadian, Akan, Inanna, Asaase. Ancient Syria, Palestine, Jordan, 1600 to 1200 BCE. Black Phoenicians, Syrian. Hatti, Iwe Kingdom, were ancient Canaanites who worshipped Mami as Atargates, Ishtar. Asia Minor, Turkey, 6500 BCE. Ethiopian Madanini Empire, throne of Queen of Sheba, Mami, Artemis, Ceres. Crete, Ionia, Manoa, Mycenae, 6000 BCE, later known as Greece upon arrival of white invaders, approximately 1100 BCE. Principal Mami deities, Cybele, Artemis, Demeter, Black Diana, Aphrodite, solar ancestral cults, Zeus, thunder gods, Dionysus, Asclepius. 4400 to 4000 BCE, Neolithic Bochio, African fertility image, known by archaeologists as the Badarian or Tassian culture. A developed African matriarchal civilization stretching from al-Badari in central Egypt to the southern Sudan. These and other images discovered were originally covered in ochre, red camwood, to symbolize the blood of the African mother. The vaginal area is crossed geometrically using the spine of a catfish bone. A fish sacred to Mami and still taboo for initiates to consume. These Bochio images were ritualized by African priestesses on behalf of barren women to pray to Mami for pregnancy. British Museum, London. Mami crowned, queen mothers, Sibyl goddesses of the ancient world. Author's note. The Sibyls, Mama Isis, described in this chapter were human African genitrixes. Akovi, queen mothers, crowned with Mami and worshipped by all as black goddesses. To the foreigner, they may have been simply goddesses whom they adored. However, to the African, they were their biological and lineage ancestors, replete with sacred rites and specialized protocols specific to their totemic crowns and African lineages. Because these African goddesses have been Europeanized and their history revised, they have been ignored by the diaspora, not recognizing them as their own Mami. Additionally, the spiritual and mystical philosophy of these goddesses can never be fully understood within European culture. Yet their African identity, carefully concealed, they are stowed away under Greek mythology instead of African religious history where they belong. As a result, scores of gifted and talented Black women, ignorant of how to properly worship their divine mothers, have joined Western feminists and pagans in howling at the moon, making up individual rights to her, without realizing that this ignorance can prove more detrimental than beneficial to them in particular. Fortunately, the ancient rites of Mami have reemerged in the U.S. as one of an untold number of gifts that Africans have bestowed to the world. One day, Mami may soon be worshipped by all as she had been since the beginning of time. Finally, though there were an untold number of Sibyl Queen Mothers, Mami Isis, over the entire 6,000-year history of African matriarchal predominance in the ancient world, an overview of those who rose to prominence as major figures served by the Sibyls priestesses will be presented, i.e., Cybele, Demeter, and Artemis, Black Diana. In truth, they merge as one to represent the original logos, Isis, divine wisdom of Mami, in her triple aspects known under different names. There is also Poseidon, the male, Libyan Mami deity, who will be briefly discussed in the section of Densu. Didamini, Cybele, Sibyl. Figure 1. Didamini, Cybele, Afro-Roman statue of the great Black Mother of the fish gods, worshipped under many names all throughout Africa, Greece, Asia Minor, and Rome. Staatslich Museum zu Berlin, Berlin Museum. Above, Cybele, Sibyl, sits on her throne with her consort, Ares, manifested as the lion and with her sacred timbrel, representing solar disk. She was one of the chief Mami, triple-headed goddesses of the Phrygian, Cushitic, Nubian, Mitanni Empire in Asia Minor, now Turkey. But it is believed that her actual worship was brought into Greece by the Afro-Hadean, Ewe priestesses, Sibyls from Syria, who knew her originally as Arina, Atargates Derkato, she who controls kingship, meaning she who determines if the king possesses royal African mother blood. Figure 2, 400 BCE. Marble statue of Cybele in Athens, with symbol and baby lion, her solar sun husband Attis in lap. Even with the nose chopped off, it is clear that she is African. The Afro-Greco-Roman world has largely been ignored or appropriated entirely by Western historians. However, her rites are still known in the Mami Wata Vodun, where the Mami Isi Sibyl lineages are still born. Allard Pearson Museum, Amsterdam. Also worshipped as the Great Mountain Mother, Cybele's worship was introduced into Rome by the Sibyls, the first priestesshood of Isis and founders of the Mami Isisi Omfe temples and mystery schools that dotted the coastal landscape. In Rome, Sabelle's celebrations were grand festive events, attracting thousands of travelers from all classes, as far away as Africa, Arabia, Greece, and Asia Minor. During these highly charged events, led by her chief priestesses, her spirit would descend instantly, possessing hundreds, descending into ecstatic, uncontrollable trance possession. It was during these sacred possessions that healings, revelations, and exhilarating joy would permeate the air. It was during these moments as well when the great Mami, Cybele, would choose her male initiates. Many male prospects would prepare far in advance, undergoing long periods of prayer, fasting, and purification rituals in hopes that she would select them to be of service to her. Under Cybele's powerful control, during these possession ceremonies, she snatched a few males. The selected males, now in deep possession by her, would run wildly into the parading crowd, grabbing a sword and proudly castrating themselves before all the world. After being chosen, the possessed devotee would then undergo the ancient initiation rites. Afterwards, he would be adorned in women's ritual clothing to serve as one of her eunuchs for life. Just as the curetes and corabantes, these male devotees wore their hair in locks, and during one of the famous Demetrius Sabib festivals, they would place a silver image of her on top a donkey's ass and parade about the streets playing music or in a semi trance, cutting themselves to prove their possession genuine, while begging for alms, of which all were obliged to give money, wine, dry figs, etc., in the name of the divine African mother. The Egyptian practice of circumcision, later borrowed by the Jews and Christians, served as a modification of this ancient African matriarchal custom. Though Mami's celebrations were eventually allowed in Rome, for decades her worship was banned because to join with the divine African mother, ritual castration was required of her male devotees. Her eunuchs were called argite, which was later changed to Gali, after the sacred Afro-Phrygian river Gallus in ancient Greece, from which her worship originally came with the African matriarchal Sibs who migrated there centuries ago. Today, her history and her images have been completely Europeanized as a Greek goddess, without the vaguest hint of her original African origins. Ceres, Demeter, Melena, the Black One. Figure 3. Rare black image of Melena, Demeter, Ceres, the great black mother nature. African goddess of barley, agriculture, on Grecian vase. It was at her main temple in Bethlehem where the Savior kings were born. It was in Africa where the history of divine kingship began and was most extensive. It is also important to not be misled by racial appellations such as the Black One. Unlike in America, these racial epithets did not denote that Africans were rare or the first of their race in assuming sacerdotal and leadership roles in the ancient world. Quite the contrary. These names were coined by the white-skinned invaders such as the Dorian Greeks, Celts, and Romans who found themselves worshiping black goddesses, whose temples were extensive. When their worship was spread to rural white areas in Europe, the adoring worshippers would affectionately use black as part of her divine attributes. Known as Melena, the Black One, or Black Demeter by the Greeks and Ceres by the Romans. She is one of the oldest Black goddesses or original earth and grain mothers of Mami, worshipped in ancient Egypt, Mycenae, Afro-Greece, and Afro-Rome. She was actually worshipped all throughout the ancient world, including what is now Europe, India, and in parts of Asia. Ceres's worship was actually an import into the Aegean Islands, brought by the queen mothers of ancient Thebes, Libya, and Ethiopia. It was they, along with their votaries, who fled Egypt, taking refuge in the pre-Grecian islands after their Mami temples were usurped by the priest of Ammon. It was in the pre-Grecian islands that Ceres founded the Thesmophorians, a maternalistic society of her particular African ancestral lineage and Mami Sib. Ceres was known by the Black Libyans of Crete as Zeuxippe, she who yokes horses, and the mother of Eurychthonius, half man, half serpent, and was the crowned Mami deity of the boots, a sib of priestesses who divined with bees. A statue erected to her as Demeter Erinus, the horsehead, speaks not only of her Libyan origins, but her direct connection as one of the central Mami deities of the famed Black Amazons. Ceres's name is the Phoenician appellation of her name from which the Celts learned to call her Sira in their dialect. In the ancient Hindu dialect, which was overlaid from the original Tamil Elamite language, she is known in her oldest appellations as Kor, Kore, Keres, Cheres, Krishna, and Kreas. All are modifications of the Afro-Chaldean Kreis, meaning the sun, and is the Mami deity in African ancestral lineage of the prophet Abraham. However, in her generative role as the earth mother of grain and fecundity, Ceres was known as the goddess from whom all blessings flowed. Diodorus tells us that it was Ceres as the virgin, unmarried queen of heaven who gave birth to the bull-horned Bacchus, Bagis Dionysus, whom the Egyptians called Horus, and who was not originally depicted as a baby boy, but was represented in his original solar aspect, with his name, Horus, being emblematic of light, or the rising sun. Demeter, Damater, and Demetria are all appellations of Kor, Ceres. It is from the name Ceres that the word gris, meaning grains or grass, is derived, and was the first sacred offering to her by the Africans of Egypt and the Ethiopians of ancient India, where she was known as Kursa, Aravit, Sata, Maya, and Maja. In her procreative love aspect, she is known as Aphrodite, Venus, and Urania. In ancient India, there was a grand Omphale temple to Ceres where the Hindus worshipped her in her dual aspect as Raja Potana. She was also the reigning queen mother at the Omphale temple of Isis in Pompeii. But her home base and greatest popularity was at her Omphale temple in Ulysses and at Delphi in ancient Greece. In her role as Mother of the Underworld, she is known as Persephone, Kali, also Porcevian, Perserpine, meaning serpent, and are all Celtic, Greek, and Roman names of her when they adopted her worship from the Africans and the Tamil. Because the Greeks and Romans did not understand the African cosmology, they referred to Persephone as the daughter of Ceres, and myths abound chronicling her being kidnapped and taken to the underworld by Hades, with the distraught Ceres in hot pursuit in her lion-drawn golden chariot. In another olden version, it is said that she lit torches at the sacred volcano of Mount Etna, where she mounted her chariot drawn by two winged dragons. These winged dragons are the Yevevodos don Sesinon, who also carry the Mami deity Awusa and sometimes Iyenso, Atargatis, in a golden chariot to the underworld, fighting their enemies along the way. In the ancient world, Ceres's ecclesiastical authority and sacred rule as the original Queen Mother, or Pope, extended throughout the entire ancient world, where she maintained large, Omfe, Mami temples. For example, there was a grand Omfe temple consecrated to her in ancient Bethlehem, and contrary to what Western biblical revisionists would have the world believe, it was not a manger, but was actually at the Ceres Omfe Mamiisi temple at Bethlehem, where the Afro-Chaldean astrologers calculated when the next solar sun savior child, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus of Bethlehem, not Nazareth, would be born, and where they later came to pay their tribute, making solar offerings of frankincense and myrrh. Further, in dispelling yet another much cherished myth, it was actually from Ceres that the Christians appropriated the custom of burning candles to their saints, many whom were originally borrowed, deified African ancestors, and using them in their long processions, copied from the sacred rites of Mami Isis, symbolizing the black savior child Horus in his solar aspect. Ceres's worship was already established in Mycenae, more specifically in Arcadia in ancient Corinth, a center of black goddess worship for centuries. It was her worship, along with the black Diana, that the disciple Paul tried to destroy in his numerous failed attempts to convert the people to their corrupted version of Christianity. There she was worshipped as Demeter. Ceres's worship as Demeter was claimed to have been introduced by the black Pelagian priest Pallas, the founder of Pallanteum in Arcadia. However, it is clear that the priestesses of Ceres have been written out of their own history because only they can actually introduce Mami's worship. In ancient Carthage, Ceres was known as Tanit, where they introduced her worship into the European Rhineland and at Carverin in North Bretagne. So adored was she by one officer in Bretagne that he erected a monument, long since removed, singing to her the following praise. On a lion the Virgin rides in her heavenly place, town founder, bringing of corn, inventor of laws. We know the gods because of her gifts and her grace. Therefore she's Mother Divine, Ceres, virtue and peace. The Syrian goddess, life and law, in her slaves, lesser gods, she weighs. Sirius sent the constellation seen in the skies to Libya for worship. Thence have we learned her praise. Lindsay, The Origins of Astrology. Ceres, as Tanit, was also worshipped by the Moors, who carried her worship into Spain and all throughout North Africa as Celestis Dea, Queen of the Stars. And her Sibyl prophetesses went all over the empire. Many military invasions and internal rebellions were suppressed by the aid of her Sibyl prophetesses. Ceres's, Demeter, sacred implements were those of the Mami Watas, the serpent whom she named Kaikruis, and was probably the founding ancestral python, representing Mami in her celestial aspect. Ceres and her votaries wore circled mirrors on their foreheads. And one part of his initiation by these African priestesses, The African poet and philosopher Apuleius describes that in the middle of her forehead was a plain circlet in fashion of a mirror, resembling the moon by the light it gave forth, and this was borne up on either side by serpents that seemed to rise from the furrows of the earth. Ceres was said to have sent Triptomelus, another name for Poseidon, often a chariot drawn by serpents to teach the world agriculture. She was also one of the chief mamas of the Delphi oracles, which she presided over, attended by her black doves, the famed Sibyls. Her sacred festivals included the sacrifices of pigs, rams, and goats, officiated by her Sibyls. As a priestess of the Mami Watas, Ceres was known to send her serpents to protect and to guard the precipice of Mount Aroania at the sacred Styx, Death Waters, a place where priestesses would go and curse their enemies. So powerful were their curses that the precipice remained streaked with red and black, symbolic of their pain and rage, and a sign that the water spirits had heard their lamentations. This site was later visited by Sir Fraser in 1895, who confirmed its actual existence. In the pre-Grecian settlements at Eleusis, circa 2000 BC, a special festival was held in her honor. Because the people received her with such respect and reverence, she taught them some of the sacred public rites, and thus was born the so-called Eleusinian mysteries, which became established as one of the most important Athenian festivals up until Roman times. One of her most celebrated rites was the Demetria, a rite of contrition and humility, when her initiates would whip themselves with long twisted bark from her sacred daphne tree. Her worship continued well into the intrusion of patriarchal Christianity brought by the Romans. Later, under Christian Rome, her temples were destroyed, abandoned, or churches built atop of them. Western historians, as they did in explaining the Greek and Roman fascination with the black gods and goddesses of ancient Mycenae, relegated Ceres's history under Greek mythology and replaced her black image with white statues as her official representation in Greek history. When struggling to explain the literal meaning of her name, Ceres, the Black One, they cited it as being merely a dark aspect of her destroyer function. However, the Black Venus, in her generative aspect, was also referred to as Venus Melanus by the ancient Thespians, another African Sib order that fled Egypt. Additionally, the sacred rites of the Mami Watas and other mysteries of Ceres clearly exposes the African origins of her worship, where its philosophy can be correctly understood. Black Daphne, mermaid nymph. Notice cornrows under laurel leaf crown, holding serpent which is chipped away, also wearing solar disk or rosette, sacred emblem of Asp, Ishtar, and later Osiris. 5th century Coptic, Byzantium, marble relief of the mermaid Mami goddess entitled Daphne. Daphne is the Greek and Roman translation of an ancient Sanskrit name, mentioned in the sacred Puranas as Tapana. It is referring to a location in ancient Egypt known as Tafini, due to its high concentration of the sun. Both names translate as sacred to the sun. This Mami deity is also associated with Phaeton, known as the Black Prince of the Ethiopians.
Daphne may also have been the crown spirit of King Solomon, who was said to have maintained a sacred pool for her, and for whom his famed hanging gardens were said to be dedicated. It was also because of the fame of this Mami deity that ancient Syria, allegedly the ancient home of the Ewe and Hatti Empire, was considered on par with the Astarte of ancient Babylon. It is from this fame that the sacred name Ion, Yoni, from which the Black Ionians are derived, who settled into Asia Minor and for whom most of Greek myths are based. This seems plausible because the Greek and Roman name for Daphne is laurel, referring to the bay laurel tree, taboo for male priests, but sacred to the Black Sibyls and Python priestesses of Daphne, who would chew it to induce poetic transpossessions and ingest during divinations. Daphne, Daphione, also means the bloody one in her older aspect as Black Athena to the famed Black Amazons, for she demanded many sacrifices for success in battle. Her worship was eventually usurped by Apollo, priest of Osiris, who seized control of the Delphic oracles during the patriarchal wars sweeping the Mediterranean. Reference Higgins, Museums of the World, Louvre, Paris. Ephesia, Artemis, Black Diana, original mermaid of the ancient world. Figure 5. Mami as Ephesia Artemis. Ephesus, Greece, 100 Common Era. Ephesus, last built in 100 CE. One of the oldest cosmologically correct images of the Black Mami deity. Ephesia, Artemis Artagates, Black Diana Iyensu. Ephesus, Moon City, is an ancient, now biblical city founded and named by the Black Phoenician Amazon warriors on behalf of the African queen mothers who fled ancient Ethiopia, Egypt, and Libya during the rise of patriarchy. They settled along the Aegean and Ionian islands and along the Mediterranean coast more than 3,000 years before the Greeks and rebuilt their empires and temples to their African gods and goddesses. Above, reputed to have fallen from heaven, this image of Artemis is depicted in her triple aspect as the original half woman, half fish African mermaid, Oannes. Origin of name. The Black Amazons originally named her Ephesia, a holy name she was universally worshipped and known by throughout the ancient African world. Lydian traveler and geographer Pausanias, 150 CE, tells us that all cities call Diana Ephesia, and men privately honor this African goddess beyond all other divinities. Faulkner. Later, the inhabitants named her Artemis because of her miraculous healing powers, and sometimes Ophis, queen of serpents, and the main tutelary divinity of the ascetic Black Hebrew, Ophites, and her order of serpent priestesses, the Ophis. The Ophites were the arch-enemies to the misogynist mixed-race Levites, who hated the rule of the divine African matriarchs. Ephesia also became universally known as Diana, which has its etymological roots in the Afro-Etruscan languages of southern Italy, where her temples were numerous. Diana
is actually derived from the Afro-Etruscan Diviana, an esoteric name symbolizing the personification of the moon mysteries and of divine nature, all manifested in the black goddess. The Romans' later English equivalent is Diana, in which Western historians universally refer to her, often omitting her original African names. One can read in the New Testament, where she is referred to as the great goddess Diana, whom all Asia and the world worshipeth. Acts 14:27. Image fallen from heaven. Artemis's image is said to have fallen down to the Africans from heaven. In truth, special sculptures were commissioned by the deity themselves to construct their images. These images were usually carved from special woods, stone, or alabaster, and placed under a special ebony, beech, elm, or cedar tree. Sometimes they were even carved out of the hollow of the tree. Most were covered in gold, silver, or bronze. Smaller statues were made of silver and placed on the temple stairs where people would come and kiss and pray to them at the conclusion of ceremonial festivities. The statue above is made from alabaster, and the head, face, hands, and feet were originally covered in bronze to signify Artemis, black, African countenance. Once completed, the artisans were then sacrificed to the great African goddess, and a place of honor was accorded them in her temple. Or they were erased from memory so that the legend of falling from heaven could prevail. Crowns and implements. Above, Artemis wears a coiled serpent crown, terminating in the cobra headed extensions. She is usually portrayed with the brilliant nimbus, halo, signifying her muse or divinity status. Oftentimes, she was portrayed crowned with one or several turrets, towers, denoting her dominion over her kingdoms, cities, and villages. Above, she is also displayed in her generative form as the divine African mother of fecundity, fertility. Many of her images, depending on what aspect she was worshipped, show her holding either a pomegranate, sheaves of corn, poppies, a torch, a dart, a javelin, a patera, rock, a shield, a sword, a spear, or a bow and arrow. Although Artemis has often been called multimamia, referencing the multiple breasts which drape her body, they are not actually breasts, but are large date palms, which are arranged and inlaid in sequential rows of garland, signifying the many nations under which she has civilized and has established her sacerdotal authority under her queen mothers. Artemis holds in her breast the 12 signs of the zodiac, featuring the ram, bull, twins, crab, and the lion preeminent. Sometimes these same symbols are displayed as horns, bull, stag, or ox on her head. Faulkner tells us that the Egyptian Isis, who corresponded to Diana, was represented under the form of a woman, and the Afro-Greeks would paint, lo, the horns on her head, all symbolizing the astrological time period during which each divine son husband, Messiah, of whom she has given birth. The crab also is the emblem of the sacred Nile River, signifying the period which it overflows its banks. Artemis also adorns an acorn necklace, one of the first foods of the African and first offering to their gods. Dotted along her body are various spirits in the form of animals, nymphs, sphinxes, griffins, etc., all symbolizing the many anthropomorphic forms in which she and the solar gods manifest themselves. On each side of her lies the sacred shelled covered Govi, or Omphalos, navel of the world, honoring her African origins and primary aspect as the divine African mother of all creation. Usually written on her statue images was the following inscription: Nature full of variety, the mother of all things. The animals are probably the totemic stags or rams, representing her solar consorts, known under several names: Ra, Osiris, Dionysus, and Attis. Artemis was sometimes represented by her original primeval image, which was a large black thunderstone, known as the much sought after Pessinuntian stone, a sacred tradition which is still extant in the Mami Wata Vodun, known as Keposo. Artemis statues were always covered in an elaborately decorated veil, which was lifted towards the heavens during public celebrations before large thundering crowds. Her statues were known universally for the phenomena of aromata, weeping tears, long before it was exclusively attributed to the mythical white Virgin Mary. Artemis was also known to miraculously appear in a brilliant light, ethereal or human form in her own temples, or in the city, or before the praying masses. In Plato's Republic, he tells us that in all mystic sacrifices and mysteries, the African gods exhibit many forms of themselves and appear in a variety of shapes. This sacred custom has its origins in the temples of Isis, where Afro-Roman Apuleius tells us that at daybreak, when worshippers began to appear, the priests drew aside the gorgeous veils which covered the adorable image of the black goddess. This was often accompanied by the blast of trumpets and cheering crowds. The same festivities Jewish historian Josephus tells us as took place at the Temple of Solomon. As the black goddess of the sea, par excellence, Artemis was the great lawgiver, and it was she, and not the minor volcano deity Jehovah, who established divine law on earth. Artemis was worshipped by the Afro-matriarchal Sibs of Manoah for more than 2,500 years, before the arrival of the Greeks, and under her muses, architecture and statuary had reached a high level of development. In many parts of Europe, she was worshipped as the Tauric, Tauropolis, or Black Diana, and many grand temples were erected to her by the Romans, who credit her worship by them to the black legislature King Numa, Menu, high priest of the water deity Egria, Tanit. However, this attribution is political rather than historical, since only the Amazons under the aegis of the Queen Mothers were given the highest sacerdotal authority to establish Mami's worship throughout the ancient world. Later, all of the Artemis's temples were either seized, destroyed, or converted into Christian churches, and her sacred rites were stolen and assimilated into Western Christian theology. Ephesus, where her worship was the most extensive by the Afro-Greeks and Dravidians, was destroyed and rebuilt 7 times. Over time, Europeanized images of her replaced her original African origins, and her mermaid features became less prominent. The euphesis credited to the Greeks is merely a reconstruction of the much older Black matriarchal, architectural, and artistic designs. Black Diana, Anat, Mother of Mercy, Queen of Heaven. One little known appellation for the first wave of Egyptians and Libyans to immigrate from Africa into Asia Minor, Europe, and Persia were Taurians, Tauri. They were named such because it was they who first introduced into Europe the worship of Apis, the sacred black bull, represented by the astrological sun as it entered Taurus. Taurus and Apis were emblematic of Osiris, or worshippers of Mami Isis and Osiris. The Taurians, or Ophites, were said to be the serpent worshipping Africans, and Proto Elamites, Dravidians, who introduced into Europe the worship of Mami known as Aruru in ancient Babylon and Elam, southwestern Iran. The python serpent was the totemic ancestral form of Osiris as Asclepius or Serapis. Moreover, Tauric was the ethnic name used by the Gauls to refer to the divine African mother of water and earth when she was first introduced into what is now southern France. Black Diana was worshipped under more than 10,000 reverential names, to include the Great Huntress, Mother of Mercy, Queen of Heaven, and the nurturing Multimamia. In ancient Rome, she was worshipped as the Tauric Diana. At Lake Nemi, which was popularly known as Diana's Mirror. It was in this sacred grove where she resided with her 2 water serpent consorts, Egria, the mermaid of the clear waters, and Verbius, the mermaid of love. In her aspect as the guardian of pregnant women and the mother of fertility, it was the Egria that Black Diana's devotees would gather the world over to pay homage by conducting elaborate ceremonies of votive offerings and sacrificial rites of bulls, doves, pigeon, and even humans, in hopes of conceiving a child and for an easy delivery. It was as Queen of Heaven that the bull, Horus, or Osiris, became the sacrificial animal, which her priestesses offered to remove the sins of the world, a holy rite that Christians would later borrow, substituting the lamb. However, her most ancient temple outside of Africa was in ancient Greece, known as the seventh wonder of the world. It was at the main temple in Ephesus, an Ionian town said to have been built by her warriors, the Black Amazons, in which the Black Diana was originally and most famously worshipped. She is said to have descended from heaven and was known in more ancient times as Dilon, the divine, Dijana, Sanskrit, Divajana, and Dayajana. In Corinth, she was known as the Black Venus, in Cyprus, as the Aphrodite, and in her dual aspects as Venus Aphrodite by the Phoenicians and as Ashtarth at the famous temple that King Solomon had built for her in ancient Syria. Figure 6. Image of Artemis as Venus Cochis, as she was revered in what is now Ceylon of southern India. She is draped with her customary serpents, which are represented as her solar consorts or totemic lions. The prominent presence of the lions indicate that this image was an all-encompassing ancestral and protective guardian to its local inhabitants. To the ancient Arabs, before she was usurped by Allah, she was worshipped as Alilat, which is derived from the Hebrew Balilab and the Babylonian Alatu, meaning the Black One. Originally, Arabs worshipped her as Diana, the moon, and as Aphrodite, the crescent, long before it was attributed exclusively to Allah. Figure 7. Anatolian Turkey, Black Diana. This is clearly an Aryanized version where her sacred rites are poorly understood. It is in these foreign imitations of her where she loses a great deal of her original esoteric symbology, such as the fin-tailed waist and her serpent significations, which are reduced to wings. The Tauric Black Diana was Balisama by the ancient Black Hebrews Jews as the original dual-headed god of Moses before they rejected her to elevate her minor consort, Jehovah. It was the Black Doves, or the Sibyl, Python priestesses who were the principal clergy who conducted the sacred rites to Black Diana. The black doves is also the same biblical description of the original doves that Noah was alleged to have sent out to test for dry land after the great flood. The black doves were the mystical emblem on the coat of arms of the Assyrians, who referred to themselves as the sword of the dove. The Black Linga, or patriarchal Hebrew Jews of Abraham, Brahman, hated and waged war against the goddess, changed the slogan to Sword of the Oppressor. In Gaul, Rome, Black Diana was worshipped as Diana Nematona. Nematon was her sacred grove, where elaborate celebrations would ensue, with offerings of apples in a cider bowl with black Ethiopians on it, and a lion eagle griffin lion cloth to denote the season of the sacred August 15th feast. This sacred festival, too, would be lifted by the emerging Christians and incorporated as the Assumption of the Blessed. In Sidon, she was known as Astarte and Aseroth. She was revered and worshipped as Artemis, sometimes Zeus and Dion, by the Greeks, and Maya, or Bonadia, by the indigenous dark-skinned Umbrian peoples of Italy, where one of the most famous temples to her was built in the 6th century and recently unearthed in 1985. Wherever her Omphade temples were throughout the world, millions flocked to Black Diana's shrines, seeking consultation, divinations, healing, and purification baths in her sacred waters. Many would come seeking hope and charity, or to make sacrificial offering, requesting success in hunting, fertility, and love. Many came simply to seek comfort and solace in her holy presence, or during times of national and personal crises. As owner of all fountains, ritual baths, and healing waters, Fraser informs us that the remains of the baths that have been discovered within the sacred precinct together with many terracotta models of various parts of the human body, suggests that the waters of Vagaria were used to heal the sick. To this day, the spring retains its medicinal virtues. Her grove shone with a multitude of torches, and throughout the length and breadth of Italy, Rome, the day was kept with the holy rites. Bronze statuettes represented the goddess herself holding a torch in her right hand. Despised and hated as an abomination by the fervidly patriarchal Levitical Hebrews, who, in competition with the even more anti Tauric Christian and Mohammedan zealots, they viewed her widespread worship as by far the greatest and the almost exclusive threat to patriarchal hegemony. As a result, they waged an aggressive campaign to suppress her worship and to destroy her temples. Ferguson informs us that the first care of the Christian missionaries, wherever they went, was to cut down the groves and to desecrate their ancient places of worship, or to speak more correctly, to consecrate them by the erection of a chapel or church within their sacred precincts. In 300 CE, Roman Emperor Constantine closed the shrines of Astarte, followed by the closing of all of them by 380 CE, under Emperor Theodosius, a man who slaughtered 7,000 black worshippers of Mami in Thessalonica. They shut down the temples in Ephesus and shortly thereafter Athens and in Arabia. In 450 CE, Emperor Justinian converted the remaining temples into churches. Mami votive offerings. Figure 8. Egyptian-styled multimamia, mermaid, with serpent collar around neck, found in Mesopotamia 1200 BCE. Predates Greek and Roman culture. Sodic Gallery, New York, 1997. In Ephesus, Greece, and Rome, the biggest selling items were silver images made of the black Diana, which were ceremoniously placed in the waters as votive offerings. Millions flocked to Ephesus for initiation to Black Diana. So important was the sale of her shrines to commerce that when two of the disciples of the Apostle Paul tried to discourage the buying of them, the businessman of Ephesus formed a mob to kill them. Paul was then forced to concede that, quote, everyone knows that Ephesus is the center of the religion of Diana, who fell down to us from heaven, unquote. Acts 15:26 to 38. Imitations of the divine African mother. Figure 9. White Diana, Rome. Figure 10. Black Diana at Ephesus, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples. Europeanized Black Diana during the inventing of medieval Christendom, symbol of the growing racial identity in the religious and artistic designs of what would be known as Europe. As the church began to assert more of its political and administrative influence, it rejected the original depictions of the African goddesses and her consorts. These nationalistic changes began under Gregory the Great, who deemed them pagan and zoned the districts where they were worshipped out of the main republic, creating religious ethnic ghettos. However, it was under the rule of Constantine, a Christian, who murdered his wife, son, nephew, and brother in law, who perfected the Europeanization of African deities. After declaring Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire, Constantine denounced African gods and their temples as pagan and defined its worshippers as sinners and outcasts, denying most of them citizenship. Cultural vulturism. Figure 11. Europeanized Black Diana, 15th century fresco painting by Raphael, entitled Philosophy. It is located on the ceiling in the Stanza della Segnatura at the Vatican Palace, depicting what is supposedly a goddess of law. Notice the two Europeanized images of Artemis resting on both sides. In this scene, it is the causarum cognito, moral or prophetic law, literally the knowledge of causes, which is now being represented by Europeanized images, replacing the more ancient black deities of Mami. The Romans, just as the Greeks, possessed no understanding of the philosophy behind most of the iconography of Mami that they borrowed and assimilated. Fountain of Diana. Figure 12. Gillick, William L. Lyric, Preludes in Romantic Style. Miami, Sami Brichard, Incorporated, 1991. Even until today, the Black Diana's Artemis legacy still captivates and inspires, few realizing that they are honoring the original divine African mother. The Black Goddess in Ancient India. Rare images of Mami. The second Ethiopia. The Black Goddess in Ancient India. Rare images of Mami. It is a well known fact that Hindu soldiers, when they arrived in Egypt, recognized the gods of their country in the ancient temples, particularly their god Krishna. Higgins, Anacalypsis, Volume 1. Mama Isis as Vali Aman. Ancient rock carving in Subramania Swami Cave Temple of Black Mahadeva, Mami Isis, Hara Hara, Great Mother of all the earth. Known today as Vali Aman, derived from the Greek Amma, Great Mother, she is a manifestation of the generative principle as the sun entered the age of the bull, Taurus. She is the same as the Black Venus, Awusa, Ayinsu, Ceres, the Black Maya, Regina Coeli, and the Mayas of the Black indigenous Etruscans of what is now Italy. The Hindus have transformed many of these African deities into white, Aryan face. However, they could not escape their use of the African cowries, which, among other obvious aspects, exposes her true African origins. Figure 2. Ijara was an ancient fishing hunting clan of the Indian rainforest on Andaman and Nicobar Islands, an archipelago of some 572 emerald islands. The Ijarawas are considered one of the oldest Aboriginal groups and descendants of the original Indian clans of India. They are part of the Aphrodite groups, who are believed to have migrated from Africa. The Week magazine, December 19th, 1999. When a British explorer, assisted by several Tamil guides, was passing through Egypt, they came upon the sacred statues of the Black Egyptian gods, Immediately, the two guides dropped their heavy loads and fell humbly to the ground, displaying the utmost humility and reverence. Startled, the British explorer inquired as to why would they bow to foreign gods. The guides dutifully responded, because we have the same gods. In the shrines of the Mami Wata Vodun, initiates one might find haphazardly nailed to the wall or elaborately framed posters of Hindu gods such as Shiva, Durga, Krishna, Dattatreya, among others, and assume some Eastern syncretism or cultural infusion. However, if one were to inquire from a knowledgeable priestess the reasons why, the response might be, we possess the same gods in our blood, and it was our ancestors who brought them to India when they migrated there more than 4,000 years ago. Even though the Hindus, Brahmins, Muslims, and the Christians have had a field day sanitizing, whitening, and incorporating them into their latter day pantheons and theologies, that makes them no less African. This indisputable truth is revealed in the Vodun's sacred rites, mysteries, and divine authority to manifest them through African people, without ever possessing an ounce of knowledge or any of the above's traditions, or spurious dogma, that the Elamite clans known as Tamil, originated in Africa and were part of the many major clans who created civilizations of Egypt, Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and Greece, has been mysteriously omitted from academic accounts written about ancient African history. Clearly is no accident. It might have been deliberate, considering the social status of the Elamite descendants today. Higgins tells us no person who has considered the character of the temples in India and Egypt can help being convinced of the identity of their being the production of the same race of people. Ethiopian. Volume 1. An ethnic designation attributed to the black races in ancient Africa by the Greeks. According to Tamil scholar, historian, philosopher, and social commentator K.T. Rajasingham, the Cushitic Indo-Africans, Indians, whom would be later known as the Elamites, Tamils, were pastoral herding clans who lived near Lake Trenton, in southern Libya, until it dried up around 1250 BCE, living probably alongside of the Garamanti clans, believed to be the early ancestors of the modern Akan groups. Rajasingham theorizes that once the Sahara became uninhabitable, some of these Elamite clans remained, and some migrated into Mesopotamia and founded the kingdom of Elam, who ruled ancient Babylon for over 100 years. This claim is supported by recent cuneiform finds in southern Iran, which were written in the Elamite language. According to Rajasingham, one part of these groups remained in Babylon, now southwest Iran, while the others continued to migrate from the Euphrates and Tigris River basin area about 900 BCE. These groups continued their migration through the Ural Mountains, ultimately establishing themselves in northern India. Rajasingham goes on to say that the Elamites' migratory pattern ranged from Central Asia to the Mediterranean regions and Africa, including the islands in the Aegean, Grecian Sea, on into Eastern Europe, and ultimately into India and beyond. Rajasingham's account is congruent with Massey's ethnological connection of the Chidi, Tamil Keft, or Kayad peoples as being the most ancient people in India. who were part of the many ethnic divisions of the Afridi, black races, born in Africa and later migrated outwardly. For the longest, serious, non biased scholars of Asiatic cultures were confounded when they arrived in India and discovered all of the Paleolithic caves they visited contained drawings of a black people who predated the arrival of the Iranian and Muslim Aryan tribes. They were described as having the phenotypical broad nose and full lips, and were not merely black in continents, but Negro. The letters on many of the ancient monuments are Ethiopian, Coptic, and a later mixture of Hindu. They were often called Phoenicians, or as the ancient Arabs would say, the children of Cush. Before the Western invention of the Negro, Cush or Ethiopian was an ethnic designation applied to all Africans whose country geographically covered a far broader range than its present colonial boundaries, extending as far as West Central Africa into northern India. It is further claimed that the oldest religion of these Negro Indians was that of the sun worshippers, or that of the Black Reiki Chaldeans. According to Sir William Jones, quote, a great black nation once had power and preeminence in Asia, and that it was probable that this was the empire of the black curly-headed Buddha. Figure 4. First incarnation of Buddha, meaning wisdom. The logos to tame the masculine with the sun in Taurus. His followers first taught that he was born from the womb of Mahamaya, Mami. The Brahmins later changed this to Immaculate Conception. Few are aware that there were 10, some say 14, incarnations of Buddha, and only one is portrayed in the West. Foot of the Creator. Figure 5. Frabat of Buddha. Foot of the Creator. The foot of Buddha, known as the sacred Frabat, meaning foot of the Creator. It was honored as the seal of Buddha, or that which is proof of the deed, truth. Another ancient name for Buddha was Sakaisa, meaning the Savior, or Isis Buddha, clearly indicating his initiatory Mami crown as revealed in her sacred implements above: conch, spirit vessel, twined serpents, lunar swastika, and the lotus, symbolizing her sacred womb from which he, as all sun gods, were born. This might also have been the reason why he was called Pod, another name for two rivers, Po and Ganges, a sacred place where legend says he rested his foot, but clearly is where he went to meet and pray to Mami. This, too, is the strongest indication that the alleged claims against animal sacrifices and severe ascetic, anti feminine, and later racist nature the tradition devolved into were actually later corruptions of his original doctrines and worship. This may have been what forced the historical split, fragmenting his followers into hostile camps between the fiercely patriarchal Brahmins against the Jains and the Tantrics, the latter supporting the divine principle of masculine and feminine duality, meaning not rejecting the original logos of the divine African mother. These splits were clearly not mere theological or political arguments, as history would have the world believe, but rather were based upon esoteric, non negotiable divine truths,
when it came to the service of Mami and the Brahmins' vehement rejection of her, and women's sacred rights. Sacrifices are essential to Mami and ancestral worship, and the Brahmins' abhorrence of this sacred practice is additional proof that their truths were born from books indicating that they were not the original inheritors of the Frabat. Seal of Truth, Logos. It is also known that the religion of the first incarnation of Buddha as the ninth avatar, first emanation of divine power, and the triune God of wisdom, and the original phoenix, represented by the sacred palm, and spoken of by the Sibyls, predates Hinduism, and was far more extensive than Christianity is even today, its worship extending throughout Africa, all of Asia, Europe, Asia Minor, Turkey, and Greece. The same holds true with that of the Black Krishna, the eighth avatar, whose 4,000-year-old philosophy is next to Buddha's, also spoken of by the Sibyls, and written in the Bhagavad Gita as the oldest in the world. Figure 6. Tamil Elamite boy wearing crown of Mami is one of more than 60 million indigenous Indian oppressed under the brutal apartheid caste system of the Hindus in India. For thousands of years, they were once joined with their African families in building the greatest temples and civilizations in Africa, Greece, Minoa, Mycenae, and Italy. Under pagan Rome, many of their gods were worshipped by them, and their theology heavily influenced Christianity. However, today they are deemed untouchable. Figure 7. Pravati, Venus Awusa, wife of Shiva. It is Shiva who is called Om. It is this Krishna whom many believe to have been the Christ the Sibyls were making their prophetic references. Both Buddha and Krishna's mythology can be found in ancient Ipsambul, now Abu Simbel, in ancient Nubia, today South Egypt. He being the divine incarnation of the sun, many even worship them as representing one and the same. The Trivikrama, triple energy, and as Hermes, Trismegistus, Triptomelus, three-eyed one. In Egypt, he was considered one and the same as To, and Hermes, Taut, both being birthed from the same mother, Maya, Mami. Aryanization of Mami Isis. Figure 8. Aryanized, Black Shiva and consort, Parvati, Awusa Venus, king of the serpents. They were originally one of the seven glorious ones or seven African powers and gods of vegetation. Aryanized Black Shiva, Dinsu, and consort Parvati, Awusa Venus, king of the serpents. They were originally one of the seven glorious ones or seven African powers. Upon the arrival of the Iranian Aryan tribes into India, nearly all of the ancient cosmology of Mami, as established by the original African and Elamite Tamil Dravidian clans, was reabsorbed by them and transformed into their new religion of Hinduism, Brahmanism. However, the sacred black omphe in front and other symbolism of Mami reveals their matriarchal African identity. When the European and Iranian conquerors carved and divided India and Africa and revised its history from a Western perspective, this was also done to the religions and culture as well.
In the devaluation of the divine intellect of the African, they refused to accept them being the authors of the great temples and complex theology that they discovered. After subjugating them into dehumanizing racial caste, they completely omitted them from their own history, crediting all Aryan or European cultures instead. They disguised or obscured the original African racial features of their deities from cobalt, blue black, and changed them to dark blue or white hues, including their nappy haired braids or locks changed to flowing hair. Contemporary Western scholars, in refusing to admit that their forefathers were wrong, continue to describe the Mami Wata imagery as a hodgepodge of cultural blends, particularly from Hindu India. However, these traditions, having been appropriated several thousand years ago, does not make them any less African, because it is still extant within the Mami Wata Vodun, where the ancient rites, minus the Hindu dogma, are still known and are performed. It is also where Mami continues to be served through the African Elamite diaspora. It is further learned that Sanskrit, the language of the earliest sacred Vedas, Puranas, and Tantras, were originally known by the Black Indians as Bautavar. Later perfected by the Brahmins, it is attributed to the nymph goddess Anabaut or Saravat, whom the Hindus later incorporated into their pantheon. Saravat's worship originally came from ancient Syria, home of the Black Canaanites, Iwe, and Mami deity, the Black Venus, Astarte, Astaroth, Awusa. It is she whom the Brahmins worshipped as the inventor of the Sanskrotan Sanskrit language. Just as the name Brahman is derived from Brahmi, originally meaning I am womb, Saravat was also known as Parvati, the consort of Shiva. Saraswati was an honorary title, and when broken down, reads as Sarai-Swati, Eswarti, or Lady Sarah, or simply as Isis. In Egyptian mythology, it is Isis, not Osiris, who answers to Siva, Shiva, as Iswara, or Lord. Further, the name Saravat, Saris Vati, was the name of a sacred lake in the old Gaza region in the ancient Egypt, which housed her spirit and was founded by a person named Udi from the tribe of Joda. A similar lake known as Pashkur, dedicated to Iswara, is also found in India, where a few miles from it rests the shrine to Mother or Mamadeva, the Black Mother of Krishna, who maintains a painting of the Sibyl of Kume, the one who prophesied his coming. Clearly, there is no doubt that it is these Cushites, Elamites, Egyptians, and not the Hindus or the Greeks, who are the original founders of Iona and the ancient cultures of India. What's more, the sacred isle of Dodona, where no sacrificial blood is shed, was originally called Bodona, and sometimes Crotona, Krishna, is said to be the actual birth home of Buddha. It is located near the sacred Mount Olympus, the temple of Black Diana, Queen of Heaven. It's highly probable that it was the Sibyls, along with the chief priest of Amun-Ra, known as Proto-Papas, who gave birth to his Buddha spirit, through sacred initiation. Figure 9. Krishna, Sri Nathaji, installed in Temple of Rajasthan in India with elaborate ceremonies. The founder, Vallabha, claims the above image revealed itself in a dream to him, which is traditional in Mami Wata. Krishna is also known as Prithviswati, or Father God, and is considered the same as Hevioso, Osiris, and Apollo in the ancestral lineages and liturgies of the Mami Wata Vodun. He was also known as Kaniya, another name of Iowa or Ai, on the sacred Omphale of the Sibyls. In Sanskrit, the Nile River meant black and was used interchangeably with Krishna. Figure 10. Indian sadhu, or aesthetic, lock-haired Parada, or Yavana of the Black Mami deity Shiva. Figure 11. Edokuat Satsosavoe, ascetic, or lock-haired Parada, or Yavana in Dahomey, powerful priest and advisor to Mahanzian, 10th king of Dahomey. The original pre-Hindu African Kali. Figure 12. Pre-Hindu Black Mami goddess Kali. Ancient original Afro-Tamil image of Kali, meaning black, made of bronze from the Nadu state. Before she was known as Kali, she was called Mama, Mami, Mamitu, the creatress, and spirit that maintained the matrilineal lines. Walker. Her worship may have originally come from the city of Kalhu in ancient Syria and carried to Malabar, where she was worshipped as Kama Isis. Kali is nothing more than the Anath Persephone serpent mermaid, twin aspect of Isis, Devamami, or Aveji Da of Awusa in Mami Vodun, in her role as destroyer of ego. Here she holds the hanging noose or trial by ordeal, but is usually portrayed with four hands, which contain her implements of destruction and a protruding tongue, and wearing a garland ornamented with skulls and severed hands. She is often smeared in red camwood blood and is seen typically dancing on the lifeless body of Shiva. In the Mami Wata Vodun, this deity is an extremely important aspect in the mystical death and resurrection experience, destroying the Avatsoto Ame, ego and pride, before transformation, joining can take place. Her celestial emblem is the crescent moon, which shines upon her black luminous face. She is offered white goats, and her temples were once numerous. Advejidan has no temples, but is one of the important Vodou warriors of Mami. In her sacred writings, Kaliwakim, Wisdom of Kali, it is she who abhors ignorance and stresses the importance of learning. It is she, as Kali Naga, Black Serpent, who attacks, awakens Krishna and Buddha. Christians, not understanding their stolen cosmology and theology, demonized Mami Kali as the destroyer or tempter of Christ in the wilderness. In contemporary times, Ramakrishna and Ramprasad are the most well known of Kali's devotees. Ramprasad, in whose praise to her he sings Her blackness is the mystic illumination that causes the 12-petal blossom to glow more intensely than embers. Whoever gazes upon her potent blackness falls ethereally in love and feels no attraction to any other. Kindler, Mother Kali. Figure 13. Original African Kali dancing on the body of Shiva. Western feminists and New Agers have consistently justified Kali's blackness as symbolic of death, while attributing Isis, Mami, and others as white, European, representing the generative. Because of Kali's aspect as goddess of death, the Hindus too maintained her blackness to sanction the social reality of their degrading caste system. However, these are incorrect and naive racial attributions and esoteric misunderstandings of the divine nature of these African deities, for they all are black. Kali's role as the divine African mother of the underworld simply implies that the path of profound and divine wisdom is an elusive and difficult one, and cannot be fully realized until she chooses one to dare enter into her holy womb, and are confronted with the raw, dark, and abysmal truth of self. Today, her rites, as known to but a few, and her African features have long been revised to present a more Aryan countenance, and her once curly hair has been replaced with long flowing locks. Victoria and Albert Museum, London. Ramakrishna, child of Mami Kali. Figure 14. Ramakrishna, child of Mami Kali. Often called a Hindu god, Mami Kali predates Hinduism and is part of the ancient pantheon of the Mami Watas worshipped by the Ethiopian, Kushite, and Elamite Indians. Known as Avejidan, the Mami serpent deity of death and transformation is often blackened and demonized as a destructive force. Additionally, Vodou gods on the whole are portrayed in the West as primitive and incapable of a higher, mystical, and transformative order. However, this is far from the tangible reality experienced by their votaries, such as Ramakrishna, one of Kali's most devout children, or priests of Mami Wata, Vodun. To be attacked, destroyed, and reborn by her is one of the most desired experiences of her followers. Avejidan is manifested in the Vodou as a serpent and is installed by Mami Isi Hunons, who are pathed to initiate others to her. Kali, just as Avejidan, possesses its devotees during sacred ceremonies, which is how they often choose their votaries. Figure 15. Holy festival for the son of Shiva, known as Theapusam. Devotees mutilate themselves as a sign of their self-sacrificing devotion. Similar rites are held in Togo, West Africa, among a group of ascetics known as Kukusis. Copyright Glenn Hughes. At some point during the rise of patriarchy, a group of Buddhists believed to be the Brahmins broke away from the divine African mother and, according to the ancient Hindu text, only worshipped her son consort Linga, Om Man, Amun Ra, who was probably known to them then as Lapati, law. This may have been in the same period that the priest of the Amun Ra seized the temples of the Sibyls, forcing many to flee to Iona and into Asia Minor. They or at least a group of these Black Buddhists, are alleged to have also immigrated into ancient Greece and founded Thrace, because it is there where the first evidence of the sacrificing of widows and the racial caste system is found. Some segments of these Buddhist sects, known as the Jains, fled to Italy, where they were known as the Black Etruscans, and perhaps joined with the Black Umbrians and reestablished Mami's worship in the form of the triple-headed goddess Janus. Some of these Black Jain Buddhists later fled to Babylon, and it is from these Mami groups where we get the Chaldean astrologer priest and the lock-haired Parada or Yavanas. To the Africans and to the Tamils, Buddha may have been worshipped and venerated as simply a lineage ancestor, as is evidence in his worship as Bacchus, Dionysus, and Menu. What is clear is that the face of these ancient deities have been transformed from African to white and claimed by the Aryans, Iranian Brahmins, as the Hindu religion. However, try as they may, they could not escape the discovery of their use of the African cowries. Cowries, a sacred mami and divination oracular tool that the Brahmins not only used to pray to Mami, but they also used over math formulas to calculate the solar eclipses, probably to plan their sacred ceremonies. Finally, the Sibyl Mami Isi priestesses were prophetess in the ancient Hindu tradition of the Kushites, and their many modes of inducing prophecy differed none from the Sibyls in Africa, Asia Minor, and in ancient Ionia. Fraser describes to us that in the Hindu Kush, a fire is kindled with twigs of the sacred cedar, and the Dayanyal, or Sibyl, with a cloth over her head, inhales the thick, pungent smoke till she is seized with convulsions and falls to the ground. Soon she raises a shrill chant, which is caught up loudly and repealed by her audience. An in depth account of the African religions of India and their cultural and civilizing impact on the world could easily take volumes and is beyond the scope of this book. However, the point that is being made here is that these ancient spirits, deities, and deified Elamite ancestors predate Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, and all foreign elements who have since taken credit for their existence. Small and large elements of their survival are found in the ancient Mami Wata and Vodun of West Africa, transplanted there by Africans who migrated from the East hundreds of years ago. In the Mami Wata Vodun, these deities exist in a completely different mythological, theological, religious, and cultural context that is directly connected with their ancient indigenous worship as the original logos and as the first cosmogenetic ancestors of the ancient African people. Therefore, when viewing these sacred images in the shrines of Mami Wata, priestesses today, it is important that they not be misconstrued as some form of cultural or theological syncretism or borrowing. Their presence in the blood and in the ancestral lineages of Africans, including that of the diaspora, shows their home of origination and where their original mythos is known, replete with the divine authority to make manifest, as it has been since the beginning of time. The few photos that follow are rare images of Mami as they were manifested in now southern India. and in the ancient world, when African gods, goddesses, and culture were in a high level of civilization. They represent Mami in the many manifestations of Murugan Bhakti, Shiva, and Vali Aman Pravarati. These photos are presented here with the permission from murugan.org. The Sibyls, the first prophetesses of Mami, demystifying the absence of the African ancestress as the first divine prophetess on earth. Figure 1. Above is a medieval Roman catacomb illustrating a Mami, Sibyl priestess, Amengansie, reposed against the sacred ark, Omfe, ancestral oracle. It is topped with an agbangdoto, first fruits offering to Mami. The omfe is laced with a garland of mistletoe, sacred to the African thunder god Zeus, Asclepios, Dionysus, Bacchus. Resting in her hand is Asclepius, the African ancestral oracular serpent. Emanating around her head is the golden nimbus, halo, a pre Christian solar symbol representing her muse or avatar status. The feminine word Radya, muse, masculine, Moses, is the exact same equivalent as Messiah, Savior, meaning bearers of divine truth and light. Additionally, the word mago is the feminine counterpart to the masculine word magi, meaning masters of divine spirit and esoteric knowledge. The use of the mermaid imagery in the Mami Wata Vodun tradition has been a dominant feature since the beginning of time. The oldest representations of Isis Mami Atargatis, Awusa Densu, Ishtar, were that of a serpent, fish, and mermaid. During ancient times, African and Afro-Elamite matriarchal religions reached high levels of civilization, and its architecture, sacerdotal rites, elaborate vestments, and orgiastic possessions, celebrations covered the entire ancient world. They dominated the religious, political, and popular cultures of colonial and classical Greece and Rome. The prophecies and wisdom of the Sibyls and other African esoteric priesthoods were central to Christianity's ecclesiastical development and Levitical Judaism's survival. After the militaristic defeat and decline of African patriarchal world hegemony, the Roman Church began to emerge as an imperialist inquisitorial power. They then exploited and plagiarized the Sibyl prophecies and usurped their sacred rights and Vatican seat of divine power in Italy. They credited their prophetic works to obscure white males whom they labeled as prophets and saints. They then waged holy war against the Sibyls, later accusing them of Taurian, black heathenism. The Roman catacombs became the burial mausoleums for many of these persecuted and murdered African martyrs. The Sibyls and others were buried by their followers in these dark, musty tombs, their beloved entering late at night to offer food, drink, prayer, and song. The use of the undergrounds, an ancient Egyptian and Afro-Chaldean religious custom, can be likened to the slave survival practices in America. They are an important historical glimpse into the socio-religious and political world of the Afro-Greco-Romans as they fought for their religious and cultural survival. Via Latina. Rome, 361 to 363 CE. In 1935, an important cultural undertaking was instituted to document and to preserve Afro-medicinal spiritual folklore and religious practices in America. This monumental task was instituted by the Alma Egan Hyatt Foundation of New York under the auspices of an Episcopal priest by the name of Harry Middleton Hyatt from Quincy, Illinois. Mr. Hyatt traveled across the mainly southern United States, interviewing hundreds of ex enslaved African American priestesses and priests and their descendants. He transcribed to Ediphones their folklore, folk medicine, and religious practices, many of whom, in spite of the violent suppression and persecution, still practiced remnants of the religious traditions of their ancient African ancestors. The more than 1,600 women and men practitioners interviewed by Mr. Hyatt, anxious to help document and preserve their important religious culture, volunteered to contribute to this historic archival study. What is interesting to note is that during the course of these interviews, nearly all of the women and an impressive number of the men declared with the strongest conviction that they were indeed true prophets, prophetess, and doctors. Commenting on this and the esoteric nature of Black folk cosmogony, Hyatt remarked, "What type of thought am I trying to bring above ground where it can be studied? Is a continuation of a mental phenomena centuries old, the syncretism of magical, rites, pseudo science, and religion. We could call it an underground Gnosticism." A great many of those interviewed claimed that they were prophets, prophetesses, because the spirits called them, or because their mothers or fathers came from a blood lineage of two headed people, or because they were simply born that way. It's in the blood. Now, one might wrongly conclude upon first observation that since it was illegal for enslaved Africans to either read or write, such bold proclamations could only be due to their Christian conditioning. The only good thing being Christianized, they were taught, that resulted from some 150 years of chattel slavery and Jim Crow segregation. However, a closer examination might reveal that many in the diaspora may very well have been descendants of the Sibyls, the first prophetess of Mami, the original goddess, whose history has been lost, stolen, deliberately culturally disguised, obscured, and Europeanized beyond recognition in the contemporary faiths of today. However, with an increasing number of African Americans finding no solace in today's scandal ridden, unfulfilling Western faiths, desire to learn the true history of their ancient ancestral religions that once dominated the world. Therefore, the time is nigh that their story be told. Introduction. Before there was Jehovah, a minor volcano fire thunder deity elevated as God under Afro-Afram Jewish patriarchy, there was Mami, Isis, as the preeminent dual goddess and god who dominated the entire ancient world. For more than 6,000 years, nearly all of Africa was matriarchal. The dominant presence of African matriarchy resulted not as a consequence of political, feminist, or military usurpation, but rather because it was the original and, more importantly, the natural divine order of the African civilized world. Its cosmology, philosophy, theology, ritual practices, and rich African culture emphasized the complementary relationship between what has come to be known as the masculine and feminine divine, as it exists in both nature and within the universe. What passes for traditional African culture today, where women have been subdued and relegated to marginal roles in African political and religious life, is the result of the patriarchal usurpation of the older matriarchal orders upon whom the patriarch sought to contain and to control her divine powers and political and economic influence. However, hidden beneath this patriarchal substratum of modern day Africa, one will discover that it was under African matriarchy which birthed ancient African and Mediterranean culture and high civilization. The first prophets of Mami were African women. They were called Sibyls, meaning that they were Mami Wata priestesses and priest of the Oanese. Their prophecies are the oldest in the world. It is through the divine blood of these Sibyl priestesses that the patriarchal kingships of the pharaohs, the Hebrew prophets, and the Chaldean priest were born. It was the Sibyl style of prophecy and magic that would later be imitated by the militant faction from these groups, who, envious of her global positioning, rebelled against these divine matriarchal orders and seized their temples and overthrew their priesthood as patriarchy began to dominate. In their jealousy, hatred, and rebellion of her divine authority, the Levitical Jews elevated their original minor deity, Jehovah, as an insult to her. Together, Jehovah and his patriarchal clan usurped her sacerdotal and secular power, and from that moment on, they have worn it as their own. They did not create a new logos. They simply corrupted and repackaged the original as laid forth by the divine African mother. To conceal their crimes, they destroyed and defiled her name and all of her temples. They murdered and accused her prophetesses and prophets of heresy and witchcraft, and disguised her sacred rites and divine legacy as their own. This trend of random destruction they continued so that the world would never again know or honor her as their divine African mother. Since their unauthorized acquisition of her divine authority, there has been little peace in the world because they have demonized the voice of her prophetesses and continue to enslave and oppress her prophets and people. There has been no divine prophecy. All that remains are hopeless corruptions of her original logos and weak imitators such as Nostradamus of her divine prophetic style, a style originally developed by the Sibyls and those of her sacred priesthoods. The Jews, whom, after the 5th century BCE, for long, could neither speak nor understand Hebrew, nor the ancient esoteric philosophy of Mami, attempted to decipher the original cuneiform tablets of the Black Canaanites that predate the Hebrew language. Their crude translations deliberately corrupted many of the ancient names of the Black goddesses and changed the original esoteric meanings of their prophecies to what exists now in the Torah and the Pentateuch. These now corrupted and worn scriptures, doctrines, mass produced and distributed now in the Judeo Christian Bible, have been the cause of untold human suffering, massive spiritual ignorance, spiritual suffering, and devastating wars. This was especially the case between those rebellious sons of the patriarchal Afro-Pharaonic orders, who themselves were overthrown and robbed of their secular hegemony by their illegitimate offspring, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Though all latecomers into this very ancient and divine epic, their holy wars, claiming original ownership of the Black goddess legacy, are centuries old and are all that is allowed to remain within human memory. Ignorant of the original logos established by the divine African mother, their present struggles to maintain the corrupted version, which favors an exclusive, currently Euro masculine patriarchal predominance, are nothing more than a continuation of a centuries old battle over which patriarchal son should control and reign over the sacerdotal power stolen from her. The most coveted prize inherent within their secular authority are the spoils of her vast empire of land and mineral resources, replete with human, carefully programmed vassals to exploit. This sacred empire, once bequeathed to the masses, is now controlled by those who have benefited from her suspicious absence from human worship as Mami, and the continual subjugation and degradation of the people who have known and have honored her sacred rites and religious customs for centuries, rooted in what are known today as African traditional and diaspora religions. For many ATR, African traditional religious practitioners, this revelation might come as shocking and unbelievable. The idea that African religious traditions, ritual practices, social customs, divine prophecy, and fundamental beliefs once dominated both the secular and non secular world and laid the theological foundation for Judaism, Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam under the auspices of the Black matriarchs seems incredible. However, in order to understand what has been written, it is necessary to start at some historic point in our human beginnings. Clearly, the first question begs just who are the Sibyls? And why has the world not learned of their Africanness and their primary and sacred role as the world's first prophetess, or their major contribution to the divine history of world religions? African matriarchal principle of divine complementaries. Figure 2. Glass Carthaginian mask amulet of Black Mummy deity Tanit, also known as the Libyan Liberia and Astarte. Above, she is shown wearing a full beard to exemplify not her bisexuality, as it is often misunderstood by Western interpreters, but rather her divine complementary nature of both the feminine and masculine principles. In reality, the above is a modification of the divine seven serpents, seven African powers, and thus a manifestation of Tanet as the premier oracle of the first ancestral masculine sun fire deity, Adama, or Bacchus. The white cowlin around her eyes and her cowrie shaped mouth represents her ability to see and communicate in the world of spirit. This amulet was worn by Carthaginian soldiers to protect them from death during battles, and common folk to protect against the evil eye. Terracotta, Afro Syro Roman, the Louvre, Paris. Figure 3. Taken from Greek vase as Black Libyan Athene, Anath, whose worship was transported to Afro-Greece when the matriarchs fled the patriarchal takeover in ancient Egypt and Libya. She is seen sporting a beard, representing not her bisexuality, but rather her totemic aspect as the ancestral black dove of divine prophecy, or ancestral oracle for the thunder god Zeus. Why were their prophecies stolen and corrupted and their holy temples destroyed or converted into churches and mosques, where African and later all women were no longer welcomed at the helm? Why? Did even the mention of the Black goddess's name mean sure death, or the practice of her sacred rites and rituals guarantee social ostracism, persecution, and even death? The story of the Sibyls is long and complicated because it has been so badly disguised, corrupted, and carefully hidden by Western religious historians and the Catholic Church. However, some of it has been unearthed and is now being rewritten and recounted here in its near to original African perspective for the first time. Because the Sibyls are still being born in the ghettos of America to the shanty villages of Africa, and because it is necessary to place African spirit within its ethnic and cultural milieu, the rightful place of African women must be restored. The place of African women as the first center of sacerdotal power is not political. She did not usurp her divine providence and authority from anyone. Her place is the manifestation of the original and natural order as willed through the divine logos, responsible for establishing human societies, moral law, religious institutions, and the sacred authority to maintain order on earth. It is hoped that in doing so, a new paradigm might be established in which the African people and the world might view the patriarchal religious orders forced upon the world as the only divine paths to know their God. The first Genesis, when the gods, goddesses, spoke through the African woman. They will say that the Sibyl is mad and deceitful, but when all things shall come to pass, then ye will remember me, and no one will any longer say that I, the prophetess of the great goddess, am mad. Erythraean Sibyl, 2802 BC. Someplace in the beginning. The Sibyls are descendants of the first Neolithic clans of African warrior queens, healers, prophetesses, and priestesses who were on the first ship built by goddess to establish the new world after the Great Flood. Patriarchal oral history only records there being men, namely Noah and his three racially different sons. However, this is mythical and political and not historical. These three sons were all African, and there were African women, high priestesses called Sibyls, who issued forth the instructions from the divine African mother, Mami, as God, on how to build the ark, and the giving forth of the prophecy pertaining to the end of their world, as they knew it in ancient Babylon. Oral tradition also has it that when men revolted against the authority of Mami, they separated themselves from the divine African mother. In one Afro-Chaldean, Reiki, ancient Babylonian account, Mami is worshipped as the goddess, Aruru Ishtar. Ishtar, meaning queen or lady, is not a proper name, but rather one of her oldest appellations. Mami is a holy, honorific title denoting great reverence attributed to any African god, goddess, particularly of the waters. As the Afro Chaldean account goes, Ishtar, in her inconsolable grief, angered at their rebellion and betrayal of her, prophesied through one of her sibyls the following fate that would befall her beloved African people. Spake Ishtar like a child uttered the great goddess her speech. All to corruption are turned, and then I, in the presence of the gods, prophesied, and as I prophesied in the presence of the gods evil, to evil were devoted all my people. All I prophesied, I, the mother, have begotten my people, and like the young of the fishes, they fill the sea. The gods concerning the spirits were weeping with me. The gods in the seats, seated in lamentation, covered with their lips for the coming evil. As promised, for their great apostasy against her laws, she retaliated and inundated their world, nation, as they knew it, with a great and mighty flood. However, before doing so, she gathered her devoted and preserved her sacred seed inside the blood of the Sibyls, under whose divine guidance she led them and their families, along with the great elder Aeo, Ones, Noah, and his sons into the new world. It was in her sacred Argos, moon crescent boat that she guided them across the great, dark, mysterious sea to the Aegean shores of Delos in Iona. 6 days and nights passed. The wind, the deluge, storm overwhelmed. On the seventh day in its course was calmed the storm, and all the deluge which had destroyed everything, like an earthquake, quieted. On the seventh day in the course of it, I sent forth a dove, and it left. I sent the animals forth to the four winds. Figure 4. Ancient Rome catacomb drawing of Sibyls, the black doves, sent out by Mami Ishtar to test for dry land. Some accounts report that one of them returned carrying an olive branch, which is credited as being sacred to the black goddess Minerva. She is one of the three major serpent water deities born at Lake Triton, daughter of Nilus, the Nile. It was the Africans and the Proto-Elamites who settled at Asia Minor, ancient Turkey, and installed her worship more than 2,500 years before the Doric Greek and Turk invasions. The doves symbolize the sacred soul, or Holy Spirit, an Afro-mystical symbol later adopted by the Christians. Saint Callistus, Catacomb, Rome, 199 to 217 BC, Busagali, 1999. Those doves that were sent forth were the black doves, or the transmigrated souls of the Sibyls, whose priesthoods were already well known and long established in ancient Ethiopia, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and other ancient lands that were spared from the Great Flood. We know this to be so because Herodotus, who actually met one of the temple Sibyl priestesses, further recounts the story directly told to him of how they arrived in their new land and established the sacred Omphale temples in Libya and at Dodona, Delphi, and Delos of the Grecian islands. He writes that at Dodona, the priestesses who delivered the oracles have a story that two black doves flew away from Thebes in Egypt, and one of them landed at Dodona, the other in Libya. The former perched on an oak and, speaking with a human voice, told them that there, on that very spot, should be an oracle of Zeus, Horus. Those who heard her understood the words to be a command from heaven, and at once obeyed. And the dove which flew to Libya told the Libyans to found the oracle Ammon, located at the oasis at Siwa, which is also an oracle of the thunder god Zeus. The people who gave me this information were the three priestesses at Dodona, Promenea the eldest, Timeret the next, and Nicandra the youngest, and their account is confirmed by the Dodonians who have any connection with the temple. Other accounts differ on how they arrived in Dodona. It is said that they were in such high demand throughout the ancient world that they were often stolen from Africa, sold as slaves by the Afro-Phoenicians, Carthaginians, and forced to establish their ancestral and totemic oracles. On this, Herodotus concludes, I think that if it be true that the Phoenicians carried off the holy women and sold them for slaves, afterwards, while undergoing servitude in those parts, she built under a real oak a temple. Then, having acquired a knowledge of the Greek tongue, she set up an oracle. She also mentioned that her sister had been sold for a slave into Libya by the same persons as herself. The Dodonians called the women doves because they were foreigners and seemed to them to make a noise like birds. After a while, the dove spoke with a human voice. By calling the dove black, the Dodonians indicated that the woman was an Egyptian. And certainly the character of the oracles at Thebes and Dodona is very similar. It seems to me a sufficient proof that in Egypt these practices have been established from remote antiquity, while in Greece they are only recently known. Quoting archaeologist Deccini, when presenting his findings to the Archaeological Institute of America, Deccini states that I maintain that the historical accounts, myths, and legends, and some monuments of Delphi indicate that the oracle was established there by the pharaohs of the Ethiopian dynasty. This is the reason why the Greeks portrayed Delphos, the eponymous hero of Delphi, as a Negro. These written accounts are the only written records available documenting the historical existence of the Sibyls and their prophetic oracles. These historical accounts also establish their existence centuries after their arrival in the new lands, after their temples had already been seized and renamed Zeus and Apollo by the pharaonic Sun Thunder Temple priest of Oman. More will be provided on this later. What is more important here is that the first thing the Sibyls and Iowa Noah did was to construct an Omphale, temple shrine, and make sacrifices to Mami. They installed and consecrated the sacred Omphale shrines to Mami and their minor gods. This they did in Libya and at Delos, Delphi, and Dodona. Afterward, some of these groups settled into Asia Minor, modern day Turkey, and installed a shrine to Mami. Never having broken their ancestral ties with Kemet, Egypt, Nubia, Libya, Syria, and Palasheth, Palestine, they soon developed a sophisticated trade and prospered into what would later become known as the Great Minoan and Mycenaean matriarchal civilizations. It was there, legend has it, that became the new abode for their lineage of African gods. They preserved their history in poetic and prophetic prose that would later be used as the basis for Greek and Roman tragedies and plays that would lay the ecclesiastical foundation for the collection of apocryphal books later to be modified as the Christian Bible. During ancient times, leaders customarily applied allegory and poetic rhyme to conceal, as well as to commit to heart esoteric truths that were not meant for the masses. The priesthood of the Sibyls were even more conspicuous. They were part of the divine cycle of procreation, preservation, death, and renewal, rebirth, which was believed to take place every 6,000 years. The above allegorical story of their arrival upon an Argus ark with Noah and his three sons after surviving the great flood destruction is simply representative of this divine cycle. Another example would be that of the nine muses, masculine Moses, Originating out of the ancient Egypt, they were the feminine counterpart to the Messiah Savior. Each one represented a Sibyl as the divine incarnation of the 9 cycles, Radas, Rays, divine saviors, who had already manifested as the new Messiah of healing and prophecy and to announce the coming end of a divine cycle. In short, the Muses, Sibyls, were literally the light of divine wisdom, or the divine spark of the divine African mother as Mami. They were symbolically the divine rays of truth emanating from the crowns of the masculine sun thunder gods. During times of preservation, each muse offered the gift of their specific talents: music, art, science, and literature. However, during periods of cyclic renewal, one would manifest from among them, Sibyls, to become the prophetic voice of the divine African mother, Mami. Origin of the name Sibyl. The name Sibyl is of mixed origins. It is the sacred initiatory title that the ancient Africans called the prophetess, priestesses of the Mami Watas. According to some, it was derived from the black Ethiopian Cushites, known as the Phrygians, natives of Mycenae. Their name of endearment for Mami was Cybele, Sabella, Cybele, Kybele, Queen of Heaven, Mother of the Gods. Some scholars believe that Sibyl is a Greek corruption of 2 words, Sioi, meaning God, and Bul, meaning to counsel. Both words are derived from their Afro-Aeolithic dialect of ancient Mycenae. Combined, it reads as Siobul, which phonetically evolved into the English Sibyl. Additionally, Webster's dictionary defines a sibyl as a female prophet, or a woman able to utter the oracles and prophecies of a god, or a woman who can foretell the future. Conversely, under the bitter Hebrew patriarchs, the sibyls are condemned in their Bible as Bahalathab, meaning evil serpent spirit, or mistress of the python. However, when all is said and done, the Sibyls refer to themselves as sisters of Isis and sometimes prophetesses of the Black Diana. Black Amazons in defense of Mother Right. Figure 6. Libyan Amazonian queen Penthesilea, who led her army of warriors against the Greeks during the Trojan War. She was eventually killed by the Achilles, who allegedly found her beauty so irresistible that he sexually seduced her dead body. Often referred to in Western history as mythological figures or as Europeans, the ancient Black Amazon. Ama, mother, Zon, son, mother of the Sun people, were historic, and they were African. The oldest militia were probably the Ethiopians, Egypto-Libyans, Scythians, and the ancient Kokians of Kokis in what is now southern Russia. However, large garrisons of the Amazons were scattered all throughout the ancient world, including in the Caucasus, Albania, Athens, India, Boeotia, Central Greece, Atlantis, Asia, and even in North America. The Amazons were known under many names: Azons, Alazones, Siri, Assyri, Chaldea, Mori, Calabese, etc. They were the original shock troops fighting in defense of the ancient temples and kingdoms of the Black matriarchs, Mother Right, which dominated the ancient world. It was the Black Amazons who were the first to domesticate horses and to ride chariots when the Greeks did not. They were the first to employ cavalry, and their superior weaponry was made of iron when the Greeks were still using bronze. Figure 7. Greek vase of ancestral totemic ritual mask of Black Libyan Amazon, who settled in ancient Crete and Athens more than 3,000 years before the Greeks. The mask represented the powerful talismanic spirit of their founding ancestress, known by many names including Medusa, Stethino, and Euryale. They were the first initiates of the African huntress, Mami goddess, known as Athena, Minerva, and Artemis, known as the Mask of Gorgon. It was only worn by the Queen Amazon Mother's generals. It was the main source of spiritual power, physical strength, and maternal wisdom. And when worn during battle or ceremonial ritual, it evoked paralyzing fear into the hearts of the Greek and Spartan soldiers. It would literally freeze them to death in their tracks, which is where the myth, turning men to pillars of stone, originated. Historians tried to dismiss the black color of these ancient Greek vase depictions as black lacquer art, but history has proved that the color is based on accurate accounts of the Amazons as black and African. As initiated priestesses of the triple headed black warrior hunter fertility, Mami goddess Athena Minerva Artemis, their extraordinary knowledge of herbs and use of magic and ceremonial ritual to achieve political and military objectives was unparalleled. The Greeks bitterly referred to them as man murdering, man hating, flesh devouring, and war lustful, etc., and are directly responsible for many of the lies and myths circulating as history about them today. Far from being a hostile contingent of disaffected men haters, Higgins reports that these Black Amazons were actually the original followers of the male and female principles and fought to maintain the balance of both, rather than the exclusive rule of patriarchy being advocated by the sun priest of Oman. The Amazons were also the actual builders of the ancient temples of Astarte, Artemis, Minerva, Black Diana, Demeter, etc., and founded and named all of the city and provinces in which they settled and erected their temples. The Greeks, who feared and hated the Black Amazons, fought voracious battles against them. One of their most famous battles with these fearless women warriors was in Attica, in ancient Athens, which ended in a truce. The commander of the Amazons in Attica was Black Egyptian Queen Eumolphus, who ordered that sacrifices be made to their ancestral manes, deities, by the Athenians. A stone pillar exists today in the Amazoneum, erected to signify this truce, because the Greeks could not defeat them. Letier reports that the Greeks' willingness to go to battle against these Black Amazons was used as a measure of their courage, and that they, in facing the Amazons, faced not only their biological aversion against fighting with women, but also their own castration anxiety. The Black Amazons were also the original megalith, Cyclops, and Stonehenge builders, and are credited with founding and building many of the ancient Ionian and Aegean island cities, now credited to the Greeks. They were the actual builders of the ancient so called biblical city of Ephesus, Corinth, and others. They also named all of these sacred cities, including Ephesus, which means Moon City, which acted as their chief center of operations. Ephesus was eventually destroyed and rebuilt 7 times. The first in 1490 BCE, destroyed by the Amazons themselves, rather than succumb to the hostile takeover of their temples by Egyptian priest and military leader Sesostris. It was also at Ephesus and Corinth where the converted Jew turned Christian Paul was made a saint by the Roman Church for helping to orchestrate the destruction of much of the ancient Black matriarchal temples of Black Diana and forcing Christianity upon its citizenry. Figure 7b, bronze plate of Amazon. It was the Black Amazons who were the first to domesticate horses and to ride chariots. They were the first to employ cavalry, and their superior weaponry was made from iron. As patriarchy held sway around the world, the foreign invaders, Assyrians, Greeks, Turks, Roman, and others, on many occasions would join forces with the Amazons' African patriarchal enemies in order to defeat them. The African patriarchs, having superior knowledge of their ritual magic, therefore knew how to fight against them successfully. In fact, many of the epic tales recounting the greatness of Black heroes, such as Heracles, Theseus, and others, was due to them being able to defeat the Amazonian queens by stealing their ritual girdle, talismans, thunder axes, etc., thereby defeating the source of their enormous military might. Once conquered and destroyed, these men were hailed as heroes. Such was the case when Theseus killed the sacred Minotaur of the queen goddess, and when Hercules stole the sacred ancestral girdle of Amazonian queen Hippolyte, weakening her and then slaughtering her entire army. Figure 7c. Yahi, now deceased, one of the last remaining Amazons in West Africa. Far from being localized to only ancient Dahomey by Western historians, the Black Amazons, initiates of the African mummy deity Athena Artemis Ephesia, Black Diana, were the first organized battalion of female warriors in the world. They were a major militaristic contingency throughout all of ancient Africa in defense of their matriarchies. Historically, they were called Zon, Zoan, On, and a host of other names. They conquered lands and founded cities and built extraordinary temples, naming them after themselves or after their queen mother or goddess. Heliopolis in northern Egypt was originally called Zoan. Cities in Thrace, Armenia, Cappadocia, ancient Turkey, and in the Caucasus, Albania, Athens, and Attica, and elsewhere throughout the ancient world, were founded and named after these fearless Black warriors. Over time, the Amazons were eventually defeated worldwide and erased from the annals of world history or relegated to Greek mythology, their African identity and great history concealed. However, centuries later, in a daring act by West African Dohamayan King Agadja, 1708 to 1732, a garrison of the Amazons were restored, an unprecedented move in which they served a patriarchal ruler rather than their queen mothers. The entire history of the Black Amazons and the immense role they played in developing African spiritual history, culture, and military expansion throughout the ancient world is beyond the scope of this book and could easily take volumes. Their story is yet to be completely told. History of Black Matriarchs Concealed in Euro-Biblical Revisionist History. If African American Christian women knew the untold history behind many of the biblical locations of which they offer their glory, they would be horrified to learn that they were lending a glorious praise to locations where their ancient mothers were murdered and persecuted, and their holy temples seized and converted into Christian churches, and where their African deities were demonized and their veneration and worship ultimately destroyed. Unraveling the mental shackles of Western religious brainwashing affected by colonialism and slavery is one of the few areas many in the diaspora ever dare challenge. Few realize that even before the dawn of African patriarchy, in the oldest story of Genesis, it was Mami Isis who originally gave birth to the sky, earth, and to the water divinities. These mythos would later be changed, crediting these events to Osiris and Omon, and then exported into their Egyptian colonies where their names would be honored in the indigenous vernacular as Zeus, Apollo, and Dionysus. The Sibyls, who were from wealthy families, were, as a rule, the most educated, cultured, and talented amongst their class. However, the most prophetically powerful and ritually skillful Sibyls could be either literate or not, able to read or write. The Spirit delighted in those who came from poor and humble backgrounds, just as much as those from the privileged class. If they were initiated and raised in the temples, they possessed their own sacred language and other sacrosanct customs. In ancient Sumer, this language was called Imasal for the priestesses and Emeger for the order of male priest. In the Mami Wata Vodun, depending on the dialect, this sacred language is known as Vodogbe. Nonetheless, it was these Sibyls, joined with what evolved into the Chaldean order of black male astronomers, diviners, augurs, known as Raki in ancient Egypt, flanked by a militia of Amazons who were the primary defenders of mother right. It was their divine duty to establish, defend, and maintain the predominance of the matriarchal kingdoms and religious temples being erected throughout the ancient world. Figure 8, 400 CE. Mural depicting the Afro-Chaldean builders forced to construct the hypogeum of Christian martyr Trebius Justus. Because they were all black, the Greeks rightfully made no distinction between the ancient Chaldeans, Egyptians, Canaanites, and the Phoenicians. They, along with the Amazons, were an order of highly talented temple, cyclopean stone builders and polishers, traders, and master diviner priests. It is they, and not the Greeks or Romans, who are the original builders of the pillars and monumental temples of the ancient African goddesses. The U.S. White House and other structures take their design from these talented masons. There, in white robed ceremonial processions, They would conduct elaborate, richly ornate, and lavish fetes, whose synergistic blends of traditional ritual and musical themes seem to span the cultural taste of the entire continent of Africa and southern India. Calling down the gods, and possessions were their primary goal. Each fete executed with expert efficiency and grace. Higgins asserts that these confederations consisted of 12 tribes and that Herodotus referred to them as the self governing peoples because they were the first to form a democracy. Their advanced style of government would be known in the modern times as the Lycian Confederacy, and centuries later in the New World became the inspiration for Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, and James Madison to praise them as an excellent Confederate republic. In an ironic twist of historical events, in the formation of America's democracy, though the Africans themselves were enslaved, they employed this matriarchal African model of government as the, quote, perfect model of democracy, unquote, when writing the Declaration of Independence. These African matriarchs were also the first to institute gold coinage and to build storefront shops, modeling after the Grand Lodge of Luxor, ancient Egypt's great library, later renamed Alexander. And the matriarchs, too, had built one of the first libraries for developing intellectuals and students of the mystery schools. Bachofen tells us that they, the black matriarchs, bore within themselves the law pervading all matter. Justice speaks out of their mouths without self consciousness and with certainty in the manner of conscience. They are wise by nature, prophetesses proclaiming fate, Sibyl Artemis. Therefore, women were considered inviolable bearers of jurisprudence and sources of prophecy. Similarly, Dene states that everything in circulation among our European astrologists and other prophetesses under the name of the Egyptian Dream Book was copied from the work of Lycian priest Artemidorus, priest of Mami Artemis, of Daldis, who worked out his interpretation of some 3,000 dreams in 5 volumes during the 2nd century BCE. Additionally, there was, for more than 2,000 years, the Kara Unani, Black Ionian, inhabitants of ancient Thessaly. Thessaly, meaning the sea or moon people, is a mountainous region in central Greece. The prefix Kara was coined by the later invading Turks, meaning black, and the suffix Unani was added by the later invading Persians, meaning Ionian. Thessaly was a thriving center of African esoteric learning, numerous holy temples, grand festival rituals, and rich culture. Centuries later, Thessaly too would be destroyed, and renowned fame as the ancient location where the biblical Paul's proselytizers were chased out and killed for insulting the African deities and attempting to force its inhabitants to accept an alien god and theology. See Thessalonians 1:2. It is here also where Paul first tested Euro Christianized Sibyl prophecies against her own people, knowing that they would obey her words. Figure 9, 450 CE, catacomb of the persecuted martyr Petronella, showing a Sibyl priestess standing next to a sacred omphe with serpent and what probably is her prophecies in the book above it. Most of the real identity of the scenes on the Roman catacombs were either destroyed or later concealed and credited to Christian martyrs by present day historians who are ignorant of the sacred symbolism of the Mami Wata priesthoods. Thessaly, along with all of the surrounding Afro Indian inhabited islands, where papal officials determined to discredit and destroy all vestiges of the true Afro esoteric traditions of the Sibyl prophecies from which they heavily borrowed, would later be branded by Paul and his proselytes as the notorious home of evil, heathens, witches, talismans, and makers of love filters. During the Pharaonic era, the pharaohs selected their wives from amongst the Sibyl clans, which was how they, pharaohs, could claim authority through divine descent. In the prophetic Book of Kings, whose authorship is allegedly unknown, King Solomon, already a priest of the Mami divinity Ashtoreth, Astarte, was later accused of marrying many other girls besides the Egyptian princes, who came from nations where idols were worshipped: Ammon, Edom, Sidon, and from the Hittites. Kings 1, 11, 1 through 6. All of these historic locations were where the Sibyls maintained major oracular Mami shrines. Important to note is that the ancient depiction of the ochre colored wives of the pharaoh was not a racial designation, but an ancient custom still practiced in present day Togo and Benin. In this practice, an African who is of another clan is designated by a different hue, or the path of the deity from which they descend is esoterically denoted by the color characteristic. This ritual was not originally employed to denote race, for example. Ochre, usually symbolizing motherhood, was often employed to designate the lineages from the ancient Canaanite matrilineal Sibs. Prophetic style of Sibyls. The Sibyls' prophetic messages were heard during ritual ceremonies of ecstatic, trance, possessions, or they were magically induced through sacred herbal blends and other divinatory means. Oftentimes, they were fully focused as the deity manifested in their heads, while they or someone else wrote their utterances down on laurel or palm leaves. Several Greek and Roman historians recount how the Sibyl's poetic utterances were written down by scribe priestesses as they lay about the ground. In a static trance possession, Lewis tells us that they were mounted by the thunder god Apollo, whose spirit rode on the nape of the Sibyl's, neck. Though Roman Church revisionists favor the latter as being more pure, this is an arrogant distortion of the sacro-spiritual mysteries of which they and the world have never been privy. Oftentimes, it was in the divination sessions within the confines of their own shrines, aided by scribes who would write down their utterances. All these methods are still in extant within contemporary Yeve Mami Wata Vodun and other Afro spiritual traditions. Figure 10, 199 to 217 CE, seen from a catacomb of the Hebrew prophet Jonah, with Sibyl and priest making sacrifice. The divine African mother as Isis, Mami, Artemis, the serpent divinity would overtake them and begin to utter through them. Depending on the location and ancestral Sib lineage, all of the above holy names were merely esoteric designations, meaning wisdom or I proceed from myself. Sometimes she, the divine spirit, would call herself Isis, sometimes Black Diana, and sometimes Minerva, Athena, or Mami. The Sibyl's influence in ancient Rome. Although there were other competing patriarchal Gnostic sects, such as the Teutonics, the Gala, Ethiopian Druids, Buddhist, Mithras Manichaeans, and the Muslims, the Roman Empire depended almost exclusively on the Sibyl prophecies and their magical ministrations. The Sibyls, along with their college of African diviners, augury, were the Roman Empire's main source of divine and ethical guidance. As a result, they tried desperately to monopolize the Sibyl's prophetic books exclusively for themselves, the most important being those prophecies referencing their Rome's own eventual destruction. Important strategic information that they wanted desperately to conceal from their military enemies. This was especially true during Rome's territorial battles with the Greek Cleopatra and her husband brother Antony, who now ruled Egypt. The Roman Emperor Augustus Caesar Octavian on many occasions sought consultation with the Sibyl, Tiburtina, in Cumae, Italy, but she would categorically refuse him. She did this because he had just declared himself Caesar, meaning Lord or God of all of Rome, and demanded to be addressed as such. This no Sibyl could do. However, under much pressure, Tiburtina was forced to see him. In 27 to 30 BCE, the Roman emperor finally arrived for a divination, and just as the spirit was taking possession of her, Mami descended and appeared before him. Shocked and frightened at what was to transpire next, the great Caesar learned quickly who was the true Lord. The emperor was alleged to have exclaimed that he saw the heavens rent open and she, African Mami Isis, sitting on an altar, holding a child in her arms. Amazed and in dumbstruck awe, the emperor quickly prostrated himself onto the ground before them, offering thanks and praises to God. From that moment onward, Augustus never demanded to be addressed as God or Lord by the African clergy again. As a blessing for his humility, Mami promised the great Caesar victory over his number one arch enemy, the great black Carthaginian general Hannibal, as long as he promised not to invade and to destroy all of Carthage, particularly the great temple of Tanit. She also made him promise to install a shrine consecrated to her and to not suppress her worship by any of her people in the Roman colonies. The emperor immediately agreed to erect a temple in Rome where Mami would be venerated by all, including white Romans. After Rome's military success in chasing Hannibal and his army out of Rome, the Caesar kept his promise to the divine African mother. On April 4th, 204 BCE, amongst great pomp and celebration, replete with plenty of miracles along the journey, the statue, Aura Celi, meaning altar of heaven, embodied in the sacred black Pessinuntian stone, was installed. She was placed in the temple next to the black goddess Nike Victory, located on the famous Palatine Hill. That spring, Rome experienced a bumper harvest, and Hannibal fled Italy back to North Africa. It was also no coincidence that the years immediately following the installation of the divine African mother became known as the Augustan Age, an era considered one of the most illustrious periods in Latin history. It was during this period, 29 BCE to 18 BCE, when Latin culture was marked by civil peace and prosperity and reached its highest literary and poetic expressions, including Virgil's Georgics and the completion of the Aeneid. Figure 11. Ancient stele of a Sibyl from Carthage advertising her lineage and probably her spiritual services. On top is the celestial hand of the divine African mother, whom in this stele is Astarte Tanet. Below is the holy Omphale, crowned with the solar disk, encircled by the sacred rays, or twin serpents. The black doves, Holy Spirit, represent the antiquity and lineage of the Omphale, just as in the tradition of the ancient Chaldeans. The celestial left hand was originally the emblem of the Mami goddess, Ninersag, displayed on the Babylonian pyramid at Borsippa. Under African patriarchy, it was later changed to the right hand of the sun deity Amon, Anu, and renamed the Temple of the Right Hand, or the Hand of Anu. However, it was the nurturing and magical left hand of the African mother that led to hand emblems being placed atop homes from Morocco, Libya to Palestine to ward off evil. The Christians soon appropriated this symbol, made famous as the Hand of God. In the Mami Wata Vodun, the left hand is still recognized as the most powerful. The Holy Sibylline Oracles. The Sibylline Oracles are a series of divine prophecies given over a span of more than 3,000 years that contain accurate global predictions and chronicle the rise and fall of great empires and the destinies and fate of important heads of states, village kingdoms, their leaders, and their nations. These cycles usually entailed prophesying the coming of a Holy One. This Holy One was not an apocalyptic savior sent to save all humankind, but rather the usual savior sun thunder deities whose life was offered as a human sacrifice to purify the negative accumulation of karma and announce the new groom of the Divine Mother. The idea of a soul savior probably began with the killing of the first Anunnaki fish deity, sent to liberate and redirect the dangerously aggressive masculine tendencies of the patriarchal rebellions, always threatening to destabilize the natural social and political order of matriarchal society. Usually, the traditional target of their masculine aggression was aimed at overthrowing the divine matriarchies and their much coveted political and economic position, established by the god goddess, which they maintained as the central seat of sacerdotal and secular power in the world. These necessary cycles of human destruction and rebuilding, regeneration, traditionally entailed the customary sacrificial savior scapegoat, death and resurrection ceremonies. The ritual purgations, purifications, corrections of personal and societal errors in violation of taboos, and the relief and justice for the suffering masses. These Sibyls' prophetic utterances were written down by scribe priests and priestesses, many compiled in each individual omphe and temple shrine across the world. For example, during the coming of one future cycle, it was Plato who later revealed the secret that at Delphi There was an ancient secret prophecy concerning the birth of a son of Apollo, Osiris Horus, who was to be the one to restore the reign of justice and virtue on earth. Godfrey Higgins claims that these Sibyl prophecies were actually referring to either the Black Buddha or Black Kresna Krishna, both who were actually born on the holy Grecian island of Dodona. At Delphi, it was Cybele, later known as Themis Artemis, Black Diana. These Sibyls, when seized by the spirit, would fall into possession, causing them to thrash about the ground, uttering messages from the gods. More often, it was a divine ancestor expressing his unhappiness with those who were in violation of divine law. She'd utter warnings and admonitions to the villages, cities, and ancient kingdoms and their leaders, prophesying their doom or fulfilling their hopes and restoring lost glory. She'd right moral wrongs and punish offenders of the divine law. She'd heal the sick, call up the dead, and restore dignity and strength to the weak. These prophecies were consistent and similar with those uttered by the chief Sibyl priestesses of the major Omphale shrines scattered all across the ancient Mediterranean world. After realizing their intrinsic value, it was these prophecies that were later competitively seized and collated by the Roman papals and Levitical Jews during their religio political wars. They were compiled, doctored, and plagiarized by them as they exist today in what has become known as the Sibylline oracles. The sacerdotal matriarch of the Sibyls. By the 11th century CE, Turkish monk and world historian Cedrenus claimed that the Queen of Sheba was a Sibyl. Prior to Egypt's dynastic period, the civil and religious culture of these matriarchal Sibs flourished in the Mediterranean world for more than 6,000 years. For centuries, the Grecian islands at Delos, Dodona, Delphi, and the Temple of Mami in Libya were the ecclesiastical and moral hub of religious, social, and international political activity. As the first established sacerdotal African matriarchs, the Sibyl's cultural and religious impact was arguably the most profound on ancient civilization than history has ever revealed or cares to admit. From Mesopotamia to Libya, Mizoram, Kemet, Egypt, Iona, Manoa, Peloponnese, Turkey, and Mycenae, Greece, and later Rome, the Sibyls were the primary, divine Vatican, and absolute moral authority. Just as their divine African mother, Mami Isis, served as the first universal sacerdotal symbol of the divine celestial and terrestrial African ancestress, her worship as the manifestation of the Logos was continued in Asia Minor, Cushitic Mitanni Empire, and in Manoa and Mycenae, Aegean Islands. Archaeological pottery shards date the Black descendants of the Libyan Garamantes, present day Iwe, Alatas, Ga Adagbe, and other African clans who had settled into Babylon and elsewhere before the flood to have arrived in Manoa, Iona as early as 4000 BCE. In Manoa and Mycenae, later renamed Greece, it was under the theocratic governance of the Sibyls as queen mothers that African matriarchal culture reached its golden age of achievement in medicine, religion, astronomy, philosophy, law, architecture, music, art, and social sophistication. Under this same matriarchal sacerdotal order, an era of high diplomacy, mutual cooperation, and peace ensued. The Sibyl clans were further divided into sibs, similar to extended family villages. As sibs, they were the queen mothers and priestesses of their individual family totems and ancestral deities. Sibs are an extension of the prehistoric African matriarchal custom of using three major matrilineal clans, joining their tutelary and ancestral deities together, forming loose confederations amounting to one clan unit. Individuals initiated into the mysteries were reborn as a Sibyl or Pythias, the same way that they were reborn as Mamaisi or Amengazi and the Mami Wata Vodun within their respective Sib, Iwe, Fon, Mina, Anlo, etc. However, within the tradition, they may be simply addressed as Ma, Nana, or Mama. Figure 5. 400 BCE, red clay vessel of black Minoan priestess in corn rolled hair during Greek colonization. The entire cultural, religious, economic, and political substratum of what came to be credited as Greek culture was actually that of these black matriarchs who fled the patriarchal takeovers in Libya, Egypt, and Ethiopia. Sadai Museum. Together, they constructed massive temples dedicated to Mami and all of her offspring, deities, whose authoritative influence and divine power extended to all four corners of the known world. It was in those sacred temples that the Sibyls would offer their divine wisdom, healing, and prophetic counsel as avatars, muses, vestals, and saints of the Mami Watas, all divine power, later attributed to the most highest male god and prophets, was first accomplished by the priesthoods headed by these holy African queen mothers. All nations, even up until the Roman period, depended on the prophecy, advice, and divine knowledge of these African priestesses, uttering the words of their African deities. The powerful confederations of city states, collectively known as the Minoan and Mycenaean culture, consisted of Ionia, Libyan Crete, also known as Keftiu by Egyptians, Argos, Arcadia, Ephesus, Cythera, Corinth, Thessaly, Samothrace, Lydia, Lesbos, Phrygia, Mysia, Lycia, Rhodes, Peloponnese, now Turkey, and many others. It was there where Black matriarchy reigned supreme under the watchful guidance of the divine African mothers, who were defended by an Amazonian garrison. These sites were spiritually and culturally enriched havens where commerce, poetry, music, theater, architecture, philosophy, and astronomy flourished. An ancient region, later invaded and inhabited by the Greeks, Persians, and Turks, who arrived some 2,500 years later, would be exclusively credited with developing these civilizations. However, both Briffault and Herodotus assert their early African matriarchal roots and tell us that the earliest temples of Delphi were thatched huts. In Lydia, the dwelling houses were mostly built of reed and mud. There can be little doubt that, like the African kraals, which they resembled, they were built by African women. Dene further informs us that as these ancient Black matriarchies began to prosper, they built grand civilizations, that became the envy of the known world. We are told that the girls and boys went to school together and learned geometry, grammar, and even square roots, and that anyone operating a business had to keep books. Dine further reports that the capital of Lydia became the Paris of Asia Minor, greater than Greece. One imported the most elegant of cloth, perfumes, and the fine high heeled shoes so much in demand in Sappho's poetry circles. It was also a male beauty center, featuring such attractions as permanents, gold jewelry, manicuring, and dental cures. And whoever thought that the Chaldean Reiki diviners were too expensive has his horoscope prepared by the Lycian ladies. In Asia Minor, now Turkey, the science of medicine had its origins, and the first great temple to the African ancestral python, Asclepius, built. Moreover, it was on these black, matriarchal islands that Hippocrates learned to conduct the first scientific investigations of anatomy and disease. Later, the sons of Rome flocked to learn medicine at her schools, and distinguished African physicians tended to their emperors, consuls, and military commanders. We further learn that the languages of both Greek and Latin, as well as their tonal musical scales, are derived directly from the Afro Phoenician, Aeolian, and Phrygian dialects of these African and Elamite matriarchal groups. The pre Grecian island of Rhodes, named after its original black inhabitants, was originally known as Pelasgia, meaning sailors, or the daughters of the sea. They were said to have furnished literature and history with inexhaustible material and rendered invaluable services to the fine arts and exact science and applied mechanics. And a code of maritime legislation was formulated, which has formed the basis of all subsequent studies on the subject. However, although Rhodes was said to have maintained 100 images of the sun god Apollo and one to Mami, whom they knew as Laocoon, with her serpents, it was the Grecian island of Delos that housed the Vatican of the African goddess and her consort gods. Hailed as one of the seven wonders of the world, these sacred temples were maintained by the Sibyls and a contingent of Vestal virgin priestesses and eunuchs. These African deities never walked in the flesh. For more than 1,000 years, the sacred island was free from war, crime, and invasions. Thus, borders were never necessary. Here is where Artemis, later Black Dinana, was said to have been born next to the sacred lake along with Isis, Anubis, and Serpius. More divinities were added as the African and Elamite Tamil populations increased. The place was covered with holy temples and colossal marble statues of the deities. There were clubs, markets, and palaces. White robe processions in honor of some deity were always in session. According to Horton, they maintained a system of bartering in goods and their trade routes to Palestine, Egypt, Libya, Athens, Corinth, Crete, Peloponnese, Turkey, and others, enumerated a list of which would make a poem. Horton further tells us that one came to Delos as pilgrim and merchant. The place swarmed with bartering humanity. Commerce and religion were interfused or connected like Siamese twins. If one died, the other gave up the ghost. Their temples were deemed so holy that one could only live but never be born, die, or buried on the island. Sacrifices were also forbidden. Any sacrifices had to be performed on the neighboring islands. If either birth or death was imminent, one was transported to another island. Later, when the patriarchal Persians, Aryans, Iranians had their turn at invading, pillaging, and destroying all of the other island temples and slaughtering its inhabitants, when they arrived at Delos, they were so in awe that they left it untouched. We are further told that these African and Elamite matriarchal confederations would come together at the main oracular temple in Ephesus, built by their Amazons, to worship the Queen of Heaven, who was known in their own tongue by many names, the most popular being Artemis, Cybele, Ceres, Demeter, Artagates, and Dione. And just as the Helen of Troy, they too were all black. It was at the Ionian island of Cythera, Sergio, where black Aphrodite first rode upon the foam of a great wave and demanded that a temple be built to her. Soon many more gods would follow. The African gods, goddesses heading these divine pantheons, Isis, Asasi, Inanna, Ashtoreth, Atagates, Cybele, Demeter, Hathor, Black Diana, etc., were the major water deities who were known by many names in the theology of the Mami Wata tradition. They were descended from the original Logos, which is known in Kemet, Egypt, as Isis. Isis is a divine concept which embodies this Logos as divine wisdom. As the first African and ancestress, she is also recognized as the first divine queen, possessed of the full power of Mami. She herself was not God, but rather its divine wisdom. Sededi, Mayat, Logos, first divine, crowned manifestation in human form, whose rites are known as Mami Wata. Her name, just as that of Osiris and Horus, became synonymous with the Netjir, and the names Isis, Sybil, Mamaisi, and others are particularly commiserate with one initiated as a serpent water priestess. Rare images of Mami before the whitewash. Figure 16. Chandur Balasubramaniya Swami. Afro-Elamite predates Hinduism, now worshipped by present-day Hindus as an aspect of Murugan, a water deity of which an obscure ancient history is known. The Hindus incorporated and racially changed many of the African deities into their own fiercely patriarchal and racially pure Aryan cosmology. However, the ancient Brahmins could not hide the African cowries that they used and needed to pray to Mami and to forecast the movement of the stars. Figure 17. Sukra, water serpent spirit. Figure 18. Swami Mali Swami Natha Swame. Figure 19. Buddha, ancestral aspect known as Mamadeo, meaning great great god. Figure 20, Kundram Lavar. Figure 21, Black Valley Amman. Figure 22, Angaraka. Mami K2. Figure 23, Mami deity K2, still known in Mami Wata, Bodun. Both the ancient Africans and the Dravidians, Elamites of ancient India, shared the same African ancestry, mythos, and many gods retained in each ethnic and cultural milieu. In most Mami shrines in Togo and in America, posters of now Aryanized Indian gods are seen enshrined on the walls or in other sacred areas. The automatic assumption is that the African has somehow borrowed from the Indian or are blending traditions. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Mami deities predate Hinduism and share no theological, cultural, or ancestral foundation with the Iranians, Aryans, whose Hindu religion borrowed heavily from the Afro-Tamils. The Hindus originally despised the serpents and the serpent spirit because it represented the divine African feminine principle, especially those rites of the ancient Buddha and Shiva. They tried for centuries to suppress its worship among the Tamils, Elamites, and Dravidians until they finally incorporated some aspects of Shiva into their Vedas and tried hard to forget about the early matriarchal Tantrist Buddhists of Isis altogether. In the Holy Trinity of the Hindus, the Brahmins speak of Aum, Om, which is the mystical name of the Egyptian sun deity Ammon. Conversely, in spite of the beautiful and stunning artistry created and exemplified in the contemporary works of Hindu painter and graphic artist Indra Sharma, if one were to inquire of the average Hindu the ancient history of these deities, they most likely could not offer a plausible explanation, or they may be able to recount a basic mythology. That is because prior to their Aryan Iranian invasions, these gods were Black, African, and Elamite, Afro Dravidian, Tamil, and their worship already established many centuries before. Moreover, many aspects of them still exist under different names in the ancient mysteries and sacred liturgies of the Mami Wata in West Africa. For example, in one liturgical prayer to Mami in the Yeva Mami Wata Vodun tradition, Ketu in the Iwe language refers to Mami as a great fish or whale, which is still the Greek meaning of the word. It is also one of the oldest appellations of Iyensu or Atargates as Der Ketes, Der Kelto, meaning mother of the gods. In ancient Egypt, Ketu, Greek corruption, Cadmus, is the name of the deity who taught the art of letters. In ancient India, one of the epithets for Kamadeva, their name for Al-Uza Awusa, as love, Aphrodite was Makara Ketu. Makara means sea monster. Ketu was also the name of a town in ancient Egypt, perhaps during the Iwe Egyptian kingships of the Middle Kingdom. Centuries later, the Iwe and Ga would found a city-state, Abeokuta district, in southwest Nigeria, named Ketu. 300 years later, the Anlo Iwe would migrate to a province in Dahomey and also name it Ketu. Black Janus, the triple-headed pre-Roman Etruscan goddess of which January is named, is the same as Ganesha, just as Durga and the Black Athene in her warrior aspect are the same. The triple headed Dattatreya is the ancestral aspect of Krishna, Shiva, and Dansu. In the end, no matter how historic, geographic, political, cultural, or even racial climates might change perceptions for politically convenient ideas about history, Mami Wata always sets the historic record straight because of how she preserves her sacred knowledge in the most unsuspecting places and people. Foreign affairs and miraculous cures. Augustus was not the only notable figure who sought the expert advice and divine wisdom of the Sibyls. He was merely following the age old custom of African kings, military leaders, entrepreneurs, village chiefs, and heads of state who understood that if they wanted to be successful in their endeavors, it was prudent to seek the counsel of a local Sibyl priestess. In one account, Alexander the Great was initially refused a divination by the Sibyl priestess until she was literally dragged towards the tripos by one of the overseer's priests of Ammon who forced her to perform a divination for him. That is when she is said to have uttered her famous words to the great Alexander, "My son, thou art invincible." Similarly, Croesus, the Phrygian Black King of Lydia, before he finalized his declaration of war against the Persians, visited all of the Sibyl shrines in Greece, including sending ambassadors all the way to the shrine of Ammon in Libya to seek the counsel of the wise Sibyls. So impeachable and esteemed was the wisdom of these African mother priestesses that heads of states, when instituting new laws, would even imply that their laws were sanctioned by the Sibyls because they knew the people would promptly comply. Seeking advice in matters of foreign affairs was not all these Black prophetess could claim as legendary. Their oracles were credited with divine miracles, just as the Black Bacchades, male prophets of the ancestral Dionysus. The Sibyl prophecies were the first to be universally written into scriptural verses and employed as protective amulets because they were believed to ward off evil. These potent verses were often consulted as divine omens, and the necessary sacrifices were offered to prevent death, sickness, poverty, and natural disasters. For example, such was the case when many took heed to the Sibyl warnings of a massive earthquake, which resulted in the death of thousands, leaving an outbreak of pestilence in its wake, or the account of the raining down of thunderstones, where propitiation to the Pythonian thunder god was prescribed by the Sibyls. It was also the Sibylline oracles that prescribed the necessary sacrifices to the priest, priestess to appease all of the divinities in the temples. It was also these African matriarchies under the auspices of the Sibyls who were the civilizing authority, in which all new waves of foreign immigrants, no matter how barbarous, would be gradually subdued and systematically integrated into the main society. However, no matter how civilized or culturally assimilated, none of these groups were ever allowed knowledge of the mysteries, which remained the exclusive domain of the African priestesshood. Even long after their colonization by the barbarous Dorians, Greeks, though they, the Greeks, claimed to be sons of the non Egyptian Heracles, these primitive groups had not yet been tamed and assimilated as the earlier wave of Libyans, Iolians, and Ionian immigrants. Thus, it was forbidden for them to even enter into the sacred chambers of the Sibyls, whom these earlier Greeks often worshipped as goddesses. In one account, Herodotus tells us of an exchange between the Sibyl high priestess Herophile and a Dorian Greek invader during their violent siege of Athens. He recounts that when he, a Greek, first went up into the citadel, meaning to seize it, just as he was entering the sanctuary of the goddess in order to question her, the priestess arose from her throne before he had passed the doors and said, "Stranger from Lacedaemon, depart hence, and presume not to enter the holy place. It is not lawful for the Dorian to set foot there." On another occasion, Aeneas, the Pelasgian Trojan War hero and initiate into the tradition of the Black Venus, reported his experience after visiting for a divination at the famous Sibyl Cave of Apollo at Cumea, Rome. He recounts that there is on the Anbom coast a vast cave cut out of the rock into which opens 100 mouths, whence do proceed as many voices, which are the answers of the Sibyl. He came to the entrance when the prophetess said, "'Tis time to pray for revelations. The divinity is present." As she spake the words at the very entrance, her countenance and color changed, and her hair was disordered, her breast heaved, and her violent passions swelled her. She seemed bigger than ordinary, and her voice appeared to be different from that of mortals. Upon this, her immediate seizure by the divinity. The author assures us that what Aeneas reported actually transpired. He further tells us that the entire coast, of which is now called Italy, was devoted to the African god and called Saturnia by the inhabitants. That Aeneas and the Trojans came to Italy, all the Roman authors assure us, and so do the solemnities used in their sacrifices and festivals, as also the Sibylline and Pythic oracles, and many other indications there are of the same. Saturnalia was a major African and Tamil festive day to celebrate the safe journey of the ancestors, Io, Oanes, from the flood. Casting out demons and calling up the dead. The Sibyls were known to effect miraculous cures, credited to today's Judeo Christian tradition exclusively to Christ. However, it was originally the Sibyls, prior to Christ, who were hailed for giving sight to the blind, curing lameness, epileptics, deaf mutes, and lepers. They were said to cast out demons and even to raise up the dead. This last reference is probably meant to call up and materialize the spirit of a dead person. For example, the Cumaean Sibyl, Herophile, was famed for calling up the spirit of the Apostle Samuel from the dead. This ancient ritual is still in practice today, performed by a sacred priestesshood known as the Amengansies in the Mami Wata Vodun traditions of West Africa. The Sibyls were also believed to be immortal and never to die. In one account, it was believed that their spirits, after death, went into the air and became the power of divination by omens and soothsayings, that her body was turned into earth and grew up into herbs. Life after death is a cosmogonic belief that has its counterpart in the Mami Wata Vodun as the Loko tree and the Vodou Azizas. The over embellished biblical lore recounting Christ sending a pantheon of demons into a herd of pigs, Mark 5:1-20, was not an aberration from African sacrosanct divine priestly powers. Exorcising malevolent spirits is a very common and customary purification African ritual, prescribed for most exorcisms or when the manifestational behavior of a deity demands the erection of an altar. One historic example of this occurred during the time of the Sibyls, when Athens had suffered a catastrophic plague. The Sibyls commanded that a purification rite be performed to appease the spirits. They did this by ceremoniously sending one black and one white sheep through the city, and wherever the sheep clasped, an altar was to be erected. Oracles, prophecies, and holy maxims. As African civilizations established and maintained their military, political, and cultural predominance in the ancient world, the Sibyls availed themselves to all the world's inhabitants. However, they and their divinities were most comfortable within their own cultural milieu, and the majority of their prophecies and daily ritual activities were originally localized and confined to the African city states, towns, and villages where their temples, clan totems, immediate and extended families resided. As long as these provinces were not violated or threatened with invasions, the deities as a rule remained apolitical and focused on the well being and preservation of their own. However, the oracles and prophecies of the Sibyls were employed and entrusted universally as the holy word of the gods, and depended upon in all manner of life and sudden travails. For example, it was reported by Livy during the reign of Mark Antony that when in the days of Mark Antony soldiers were destroyed by storms, and owls and wolves invaded cities, when unexpected sun eclipses darkened the republic, when a thunderbolt damaged the scepter of Jupiter, and when animals brought forth creatures outside their species. The Sibylline oracles were made known with the result that some men became inspired and uttered prophecies. The popular phrase, the lot or die has been cast, is derived directly from the many forms of divination employed by the Sibyls, Pythias, in which either a dice or shells were thrown and read according to a list of characters written on a chart. The now widely used Christian custom of praying over unopened letters was already in practice for hundreds of years by some sibyls who actually divined and responded to their unopened letters accurately, conveying the seeker's prayers and inquiries. Division in the Holy Empire, the patriarchal revolts. Before there were race and class wars, the first human factional wars were gender. The first groups to engage in such warfare were the Africans. The first level of power in which control was sought was spiritual, economic, and political. Africans possessing the highest levels of spiritual, magical, and mystical power and knowledge for centuries through their ambitious tutelary and clan gods often competed and waged bitter spiritual warfare of mythologic proportion against one another. These divine wars began as one between competing clan gods and soon escalated beyond what the gods had originally intended. The first apostasy, fall, against the divine African mother appears to have taken place in ancient Egypt. Historians of ancient Egypt, when describing Egypt's rise as a global military power, often assume an amicable joining of Upper and Lower Egypt under King Menes, hailing this event as the greatest political achievement in Egyptian history. This monumental event claims to have begun the golden age of military conquest and global expansion, and the unchallenged rule of Egypt's patriarchal pharaohs. And according to most, it established Egypt's enviable position as a legitimate world power. However, that is the view from history provided by the patriarchs. Upon closer examination and considering the historical evidence from the view of the matriarchs, indicates that this amicable joining might not have been such a crowning achievement in Egypt's history at all, but rather the opposite. In spite of Egypt's patriarchal military might, the kings and pharaohs of Egypt still had to capitulate to the conquered and declining matriarchs from whom they still must claim their divine blood and spiritual inheritance. This inescapable fact, as well as her exclusive sacerdotal authority and political influence in the world, generated much jealousy, envy, and resentment towards them. So much that it is alleged that 1,000 years later, as matriarchal rule gave way to new waves of patriarchal revolts, the powerful priesthoods of Oman, Amen, in Khnum, and the clans of Horus boldly dared something never before imagined. They began invading and usurping the holy temples of these divine African mothers, starting in Thebes. They then invaded and usurped the major Sibyl temples in Libya and Ethiopia. As a consequence, many of these matriarchal clans fled north and to East Africa, taking refuge on remote, now Grecian island countries such as Ionia. Many in Thebes fled to the now Grecian Argos, or settled into the ancient African Mitanni kingdom territories in Asia Minor, Turkey. Many also fled to now Grecian Mycenae and rebuilt their temples, all continuing their service to Mami Isis, known to them as Demeter, and established sacred African societies such as the Thesmophorians and the Schirophorians. Finally, hundreds, if not thousands, of sibyls and other priestesses opted instead to commit suicide by jumping into the Nile River rather than submit to patriarchal authority. Those temple priests of Ammon who revolted against them slaughtered the ancestral python of the Sibyls. A deliberate act of divine warfare that centuries later, Wegbaja, the first king of Dahomey, is alleged to have committed in his takeover of sacerdotal power against the matriarchal clans in West Africa. After Oman's priests slaughtered the sacred python, they demanded that separate grand temples be built to Apollo, Ammon, and Zeus, Horus, atop of them. These priests then proceeded to rearrange the cosmological pantheon, placing themselves at the head. A new patriarchal mythos was invented, and the sacerdotal doves were replaced with the fiery eagles of Horus. The Sibyls were then ordered to serve under Apollo and the thunder god Zeus, Horus, headed by male overseers. The priest then seized control over the Vestals, virgin priestesses, controlling all of their divine functions, especially that of prophecy and healing. According to Greek historian Pausania, the Sibyls would often express their contempt against patriarchal aggression in sacred song and poetic verse. In one famous song recounting the historical truth about their genesis, Sibyl reminds these priests of her divine role in their very existence. For when the world was deluged with a flood of waters, and one man of good repute alone was left, and in a wooden house sailed o'er the waters with the beasts and birds, in order that the world might be refilled. I was his son's bride, and was of his black race, to whom the first things happened, and the last were all made known, and thus from mine own mouth let all these truthful things remain declared. His son's bride is an allegorical reference, reminding the patriarchal masses that the divine kingships, of which they proudly claim their legitimacy, is still wrought through the blood of the African mother. However, these veracious proclamations fell on deaf ears, and over time, the matriarchies lost enormous political, economic, and territorial ground. Egypt's patriarchal wars began under Menes, vying for total control of their ancient mothers' empires across Asia Minor, Libya, Troy, and Italy, continued unabated. However, their competitors for these empires were not only other African patriarchs. Egypt had no shortage of enemies, with whom they often waged a constant battle for control, namely the fiercely patriarchal Levitical Black Hebrews, later followed by the Dorian Greeks, and then the Assyrians, the Persians, the White Turks, and finally, centuries later, the Romans. In the holy temples seized by the priest of Oman, the Ache, divine power, of the African matriarchs had long ago departed. Each temple was soon plagued by spiritual and political corruption, commercialization, internal power struggles, and sexual abuse. These crimes further aided to devalue and undermine the Sibyl's exclusive authority as the original and divine mouthpiece of the goddesses. Over time, the oracular work, divinations that traditionally only required one Sibyl to perform, now demanded the combined power of three. Centuries later, after the invasion of Christianity, Bishop Eusebius, the so called father of church history, delighting in the decline of their most fiercest competitor, took advantage of this in advancing the Roman papal's agenda against African spiritual predominance in the world. He propagandized and attributed the gradual collapse of the African matriarchies to Christ who exorcised all demons, including the Sibyl oracles. Although these unfortunate events began the decline of African matriarchal political power, it did not remove them entirely from their seat of sacerdotal power, in spite of the patriarchal takeover of their temples. The deity to whom these sibyls were the mouthpiece was still Mami, who was worshipped under the many appellations of Isis, a title meaning logos, wisdom, and the fire thunder spirit of the ancestral father Python, originally manifested by Horus, who became known under many names, including Asclepius, Dionysus, Attis, Zeus, Apollo, etc. Although the Sibyls recognized Apollo and Zeus politically, they never accepted his predominance over Mami. Nonetheless, it was perhaps the threatening invasions from the barbarous northern Aryan tribes which forced an uneasy political alliance between the Sibyls and the Egyptian pharaohs. More significantly, the usurpation of their temples by a fanatical, patriarchal sect of the priests of Oman earned them the wrath and contempt of Mami. We are told that under the patriarchs, the nations had become completely corrupted. During prophetic pronouncements, the divine oracles of Mami, speaking through the Sibyls, would always express her disapproval of their actions in her greetings to them. Routinely, she would commence her oracles with the following greeting: Mortal men, bodies of clay, vile nothings, how can ye dare to elevate yourselves? And why do you not think of the end of the world? Angered by the usurpation of her temples and the general corruption wrought throughout the land, the divine African mother prophesied through her sibyls great woes on the matriarchal cities of Lycia, Smyrna, Ephesus, Corinth, and others where her temples had been seized and corrupted. Unlike what has been accepted as biblical prophecies today, where the future of Africa and its people are mysteriously absent, the Sibyl prophecies, from which biblical doctrines are actually derived, were very specific to their own African people. In the beginning, as their matriarchal kingdoms, divine power, and political influence around the world began to grow, their prophecies became even more central to global events and took on a more international, multi ethnic tone, particularly as they faced the inevitable threat from the invading northern Aryan tribes. These tribes eventually were either absorbed by the matriarchs or they became the new conquerors. As these foreign tribes became the new rulers, the prophecies of the Sibyls became even more pronounced. It is alleged that it was her anger at the seizure of her temples and the subsequent corruption that usually followed why she allowed for Egypt and many of her African nations to fall victim to barbaric and foreign invasions and ultimate ruin as divine punishment. For example, in one not so corrupted prophetic verse, she proclaims through the Sibyl, "Alas for thee, O Libya! Alas for thee, O sea and land and the western nations! How shall you come to the miserable day? You shall come exercised in a conflict which will be terrible and difficult. You shall have a fearful judgment again, and you all shall come to destruction, because you have destroyed the great Ammon temple of the immortal God, grievously grinding it as it were with iron teeth. For this cause thou shalt see thy land filled with dead bodies, some slain in war, and all the force of evil spirits by famine and plague, and by enemies of a barbarous fury. All thy land shall become a desert, and thy cities be forsaken." Under patriarch, this, as most of the Sibyl prophecies, were altered to name the temple Ammon and substitute goddess to read as God. However, the Omphale temples in Libya were originally dedicated to Athena, Minerva, and Poseidon. Nonetheless, anywhere the sacred temples were violated, usurped, neglected, or destroyed, these prophetic proclamations of doom were made. In another pronouncement, she further warns that in the west a star shall shine, which is called Comet, and is a sign of war, famine, and death by plague, and of the slaughter of great commanders and noblemen. And there shall be other great signs among men, for the Maeotic lake and deep Tanais shall not continue their flux of waters, and there shall be plowed land in its channel, but the currents shall become innumerable. There shall be great openings of the earth, and vast caverns shall appear, and men with their cities shall be swallowed up. These cities shall be overthrown in Asia Minor, Jasis, Serb, Pandonic, Colophos, Ephesus, Nicaea, Antiochia, Tanagra, Sinope, Smyrna, Maras, and these towns in Europe, Syagra, Clitus, Basilis, Merope, Antigone, Magnesia, Mycenae, Panthea, wealthy Gaza, Hierapolis, and Astipale. Then know thou that the pernicious people of Egypt are near destruction, and then the last year will be over with the Alexandrians. She foretold the famine, disease, and pestilence, and it was usually during these end cycles that she would speak of the coming of a savior from the east. Varro tells us the savior was Isus or Krishna, claiming that he, the savior, would dominate the whole and would become a triumphant national hero. Continuing with the fate of Egypt, she proclaims, O Egypt, a great slaughter shall befall thee, which thou didst hope will never befall thee. A sword shall pass through the midst of thy lands, and dispersion, and death, and famine shall follow. But in the seventh generation of the kings thou shalt have rest. She continues, Woe to thee, O land of Gog and Magog, lying between the Ethiopian rivers! How great an effusion of blood shalt thou receive! And men shall call thee the house of judgment, and thy well watered land shall drink black blood. Mentioned in the book of Ezekiel 38 and 39, Gog is a derisive corruption of the ancient African Gagars. Located in what is now the Armenian highlands, Gagars is a landlocked country bordering Turkey and Iran. The Gagars are also known as the Gargarensians and is also one of the ancient locations of the African Arab, Sabaean Ethiopian clans who founded the matriarchal Mitanni Empire and is known as the ancestral home of Queen Nefertiti. Gagars was believed to be the actual location of Mount Arafat. Just as their Elamite neighbors, the Gagars' ancestral home was probably Sheba, actually Saba, meaning serpent people. Sheba is the name of the ancient city that lies between the Ethiopian rivers and ancient home of the Sibyl Makare, Makeda, popularly known as Queen of Sheba. Historical Sibyls, priestesses of Mami. The historical Sibyls, priestesses of Mami. Figure 13. Sibyl prophetess, misclassified simply as female figure. Her arms close to her heart and bodice, meaning that she is keeper of the mysteries. Greek archaic, circa 650 BCE. Louvre, Paris. Know them by name. Note, many of these dates cannot be confirmed and seem to contradict either the era of the nations and rulers or are simply too far in ancient history to be connected with any recordable event. So much of what remains of the lives of the Sibyls are from secondary and tertiary sources. The Catholic Church and its revisionist writers have harbored a monopoly on these African high priestesses since they seized total power and oversaw the destruction of their mystery schools, temples, and libraries. However, this should by no means invalidate who they are and their absolute critical and historical significance in linking African divine spirit throughout the fabric of all world history. What is also certain is that the African divine spirit that guided them rests in the blood and ancestral soul of all African people. This ancient tradition still exists in the Mami Isis, Mami Watas, and others in West Africa and in the diaspora. Overview. Just as there were many male prophets during ancient times, but only a few were distinguished from amongst them, this same tradition held true for the Sibyls. Although they maintained grand temples to Mami and the ancestral oracular solar sun serpent deity, and their divine words, prophecies, and wisdom was quoted, honored, and revered all throughout the ancient world, Less than a dozen were elevated to renowned status during any given time period. Plato, Justin, and Aristophanes tell us that the Sibyls were not a few, all of them embracing the same prophetic life, and for some particular reason, they all chose the appellation of Sibyls, a tradition by the inhabitants which came down to them from their African ancestors. However, the identity of literally hundreds of these original divine African goddesses will never be known. Their prophecies and history stolen and plagiarized, their African statues and faces destroyed or deliberately obscured, many overlaid with fake Arab, Greek, and Roman images, reflecting centuries of foreign invasions, cultural theft, and hostile occupations. Although the Sibyls were known to the non African ancient world only as prophetesses, all throughout ancient Africa they were revered as divine, the great mother healers, diviners, and sages, who literally gave birth to the gods and aligned their people to their own personal destiny, divinity, and to their ancestors. The Sibyls were descendants of the first prehistoric matrilineal order of so called serpent worshipping clans, of whom all African queens, queen mothers, and the ecclesiastical order of priestesses and diviners, healers, artisans, and stone builders were born. It was these warrior queens who fled in droves from Libya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Nubia, southern Syria, Elam, and Babylon into Asia Minor, Iona, and ancient Mysia to join their African and Dravidian sisters who had already established a new home for the African god's goddess after the Great Flood. In the New World, during transatlantic slavery, it was the descendants of these women and male priests and devotees who jumped into the oceans rather than serve under another wave of colonial invaders. Just as in the modern day Mami Wata Vodun tradition, the Sibyls honored as Togbul, Amengansie, Hunan, Mama, Queen Mother, etc., were high priestesses. The majority were even married and bore children, and most were required to be over the age of 50. This tenet came about after the rape of a very young Sibyl priestess some centuries ago at the shrine in Delphi. Afterwards, it was decreed that they must all be past their childbearing years. This historical fact was unknown to later church revisionists when they began concealing and obscuring the Sibyl's African identity by referring to them as white, chaste, youthful virgins. In ancient Greece, the Sibyls were also known as Pythia, Pythoness, and Pythians because of the presence of the ancestral father python serpent. The most ancient of their shrines were at Delos. It was claimed to be where the black Diana, as Artemis, was born. And later, after the seas of her temples, Apollo and Zeus's names were added to the list as their original birth home. The following Sibyls being described are also historically listed based upon the country in which they were born or where they were said to have prophesied. Depending upon which location and the deity of which they served, the name Sibyl might be phonetically changed into Cybele, or Cele, or Heli, Eli for the males. Some of the African male prophets have even been called Tomuri, Tomorari, Tomoras, to denote the sacred temple located at the foot of the mountain Thesprotia, located in northwest Greece near the river Acheron. The sacred river Acheron, or River of Woe, was the historic location of one famous cavern of the Sibyls who called up the souls of the dead. It was later demonized by the Roman papals and reclassified as one of the so-called five rivers of Hades. The name Tomorus, associated with the African order of sun priest, would later be corrupted into the English Thomas the Apostle, whose prophecies, just as the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilee, and the Book of Solomon, the Ascensio Moises, and others have been denounced and excluded from the Bible by the Roman papals as heresy. The inherent benefit of this brief overview and chronology of the Sibyls is that it offers the contemporary reader a global overview of the African matriarchal presence and enormous influence they wielded in the ancient world. Their great impact has always far exceeded the limited physical, cultural, geographical, and political designations of which Africa and the spiritual roles of which African women in particular are confined today. The Sibyls, a brief overview. All dates are approximate. Kume, 3364 BCE. Heraphile, meaning dear initiated to the Mami goddess Hera. Heraphile is claimed to be from a province in Asia Minor, Turkey, known as Kume. She was known by several names: Amalthea, Phimonea, Heropila, and Europa, from which Europe derives its name. She was also known as Demophile and Demo. However, some historians suspect these to be the names of other Sibyls. Kume is also claimed to be the Palestinian Sabe, Cushite Black Sibyl. She is one of the oldest and first of the two black doves, claiming to be the daughter or daughter-in-law of Oannes, whom they actually called Ae, Ioa, and the present-day Christians call Noah. Kume was a high priestess of the Mami deity Hera, meaning lady, protectress, who under African patriarchy was later paired with as the sister wife of the thunder god Zeus. Kume lived in a cave during the time of Roman Tarquin the Elder. She is said to also have lived on the island of Samos and to have traveled extensively throughout Asia Minor, Turkey. At Delphi, during the patriarchal occupation of the temples, Kume is said to have sung endlessly to her sacred deity installed in the sacred Omphe. In one of her favorite epitaphs, she sang, I, Sibylla, Phoebos, wise woman, am hidden under a stone monument. I was a speaking virgin, but voiceless, in this monocle by the strength of fate. I lie close to the nymphs, Mami, and to Hermes. I have not lost my sovereignty. The above song is a chant of political and spiritual protest, making direct reference to the takeover of the Sibyl temples by the priest of Amen Apollo. In the above song, she is declaring where her true power and divine authority rest, meaning with Mami and Hermes, the healer and opener of roads. She also makes reference to the African ancestress title of Phoebo or Phoebe, meaning moon. It is one of the sacred names of the Black Diana and an honorary title held by all Sibyls. However, Apollo's priest, having made the divine son equal to that of the mother, declared this same title for themselves by altering it to the masculine Phoebus. As high priestess of the underworld, one of Kume's form of divination was with the sacred laurel leaf, She would write her prophecies on laurel leaves and leave them for the wind to scatter and fall into their own random order at the entrance of her cave. In one account, Kume reportedly gathered 9 of her books and marched into town and presented them to the first Afro-Etruscan king of Rome, Tarquin, for a price of 300 gold pieces. He, now Christianized, casted dispersion upon her as a poor black heathen and refused to purchase them. Angered, Kume promptly set ablaze 3 of the sacred books of prophecies and represented the remainder, demanding the same price. Again, Tarquin refused. Again, Kume proceeded to burn 3 more of her prophetic books and again demanded the same price for the last remaining 3. Shocked and disturbed by Kume's persistence and mere audacity, Tarquin immediately consulted the augurs, black diviners. The diviners admonished him for his disrespect of the great prophetess and demanded that he quickly purchase the remaining 3 books. This Tarquin promptly did, and after examining them, he soon realized their great significance. According to the Roman historian Pliny, those remaining 3 prophetic books were held in such high esteem that they were placed in the Capitol, protected by 15 guards appointed by Tarquin. Kume's prophetic texts were only consulted in national crises, and special permission, though never granted, had to be obtained to view them. Tarquin sent emissaries all over the Black world visiting the heathen shrines of the Sibyls, now scattered throughout the Roman appointed African ghettos, to gather any remaining books. By then, the Jews, Hebrews, were already plagiarizing or making their own propaganda, passing them off as the authentic Sibylline oracles. What is being implied here is that these prophetic books of the Sibyls became the sole and undisputed precursor to the Western Christian Bible. The prophecies, oracles, and revelations of the Sibyls were systematically retrieved, purchased, stolen, and haphazardly collected by various means all throughout the ancient world where their temples existed. Many books were later plagiarized, revised, or altered, and compiled into one holy book known as the Sibylline Oracles. Those books that were used to compile what is known today as the Judeo Christian Bible were then credited exclusively to male prophets, or its author listed simply as unknown. To further conceal the identity of its true authors, the gender of God was changed from feminine to masculine. Originally, within each prophetic verse, it is claimed the Sibyls made praises to Mami as Our Lady and proclaimed that she was greater than any other god in the world. Those books for which it was hard to conceal their African matriarchal origins were simply destroyed or relegated to heresy. Roman Senator Cicero, the orator, writes that the last 3 books of Cumae's were deliberately burned in a fire by the Roman governor Stilichon the tyrant. Stilichon was eternally hated by all of Rome for this sacrilegious act, which prompted a universal reaction from poets, scholars, and musicians alike. So worshipped was this Sibyl of Cumea that she was immortalized in one of her appellations, Europa, for which Europe is allegedly named. Lydian traveler and geographer Pausanias is said to have written that upon Cume's death, her ashes were kept in an urn at the temple of Apollo. Erythraean, Ethiopian Sibyl. This Sibyl's name is recorded by Greek historians as Eryphile or Erythraean. According to the Greeks, Erythraean refers to the ancient name for the Indian Ocean, its location being where one of the temples from which this Sibyl either worked or was born. This Ethiopian Sibyl was also one of the most famous known prophetess from the Delphi shrine, located in the now biblical Ephesus. Eryphile is further reputed to be one of the oldest Sibyls from Africa. So old, in fact, that she is claimed to be the actual daughter in law of Noah, Iowa, and a crowned priestess of the Mami deity Artemis, Artemis Black Diana. Eryphile is also recorded as the second of one of the two black doves, who was sent to find dry land and to found the holy oracle shrines at Delphi and at Dodona. According to Greek historian and philosopher Strabo, Eryphile was one of the inspired and prophetic African women among the ancients. We are told that when Eryphile first came out as an initiated prophetess, she foretold everyone's destiny, referring to them by name. She foretold what should befall them and delivered it in verse, parable, and that after some time she recovered her human form again. According to Afro-Greek historian Apollodorus, 2nd century BCE, who was then a native of Ionia, Eryphile foretold of the Greeks' invasion of then Ethiopian Tauri and predicted their military success. She also foretold that the Greek poet Homer would someday write a number of books of fiction. She admonished him in advance for what he would do once the Greeks became firmly established in ancient Troy. She predicted that he would build his literary career by studying and then plagiarizing her prophetic words, and by copying her poetic style, claiming it as his own. Euryphile's prediction came true when Homer published his famous poem, The Odyssey, hailed as the first great work of Western literature. These two poems, based on Afro-Grecian gods and religious culture, set the standard for Western epic poetry. So dependent upon were the prophetic verses of this African Sibyl that the Roman Senate reportedly sent 15 ambassadors to the city where Eryphile resided to obtain her verses to place in the Roman capital. The above information is all that remains on the life of Eryphile. There is no current record of how Eryphile's life ended. Hellesponica, 500 BCE. Hellesponica is said to have been born in a Trojan war camp called Marmeso during the reign of Cyrus, the king of Persia, Iran. The Persians, who envied and despised the Egyptians and Ethiopians, finally captured many of their major Grecian and other Mediterranean colonies, enslaving its black inhabitants and forcing many into camps. The Persians were alleged to have taken Hellesponica's extraordinary praises for the Black Diana or Isis and put them in the mouth of the Virgin Mary, known to the Afro-Asian ancient world to be a fictitious Western concept. The above information is all that remains on the life of Hellesponica. Her ancient depiction was one of an elderly black woman carrying sheaves of corn as the Ethiopian Mami deity Kore. There is no current record of how Hellesponica's life ended. Samia, 294 BCE. Samia is said to be from the Grecian islands of Samos, one of the earliest settlements of the Black, Libyan, matriarchal clans who immigrated there around 2500 BCE. Samia was also known as Heraphila. She was said to have lived during the time of the Black Roman king Numa Pompilius. She is quoted by the early Roman writers such as Sozomeno, Suidas, Nicephorus. There is no current record of how Samia's life ended. Figure 14. Pre-Grecian islands and parts of Asia Minor showing African matriarchies during Greek and later Persian occupation. The ancient Ethiopian clan of Phrygians, now Western Turkey, are mentioned by the Sibyls to be the oldest inhabitants on earth. Phrygia, 2996 BCE. Phrygia was a high priestess of the Black Diana Artemis Cybele. She, as her name implies, was claimed to be a Phrygian, one of the indigenous Black Proto-Elamite clans of Asia Minor. Her mother was said to be Dardanus, and her father was a Black Turkish king named Naso. Phrygia lived in the small city of Anzira and was said to be prophesying at or sometime before the era of King Solomon. Phrygia is credited with the same miracles and prophecies of her predecessors. Depending on who's writing the history, she is also claimed to be the first. There is no current record of how Phrygia's life ended. Libyan Sibyl, 2815 BCE. Her name is given by Franciscan monks, her chief rivals, as Bybisa or Eliza. There is no known record of how Bybisa worked or nor how she lived. However, what is recorded is that centuries later, Bybisa's prophetic verses would be badly plagiarized and corrupted by Pope Sixtus V, 1521 to 90 CE, namely the usual altering of the Sibyl's prophetic words and spiritual works, and crediting them to their own Christian prophets and to their Christ. In one alteration, Sixtus places into the mouth of Babisa that a Christian Savior would come and heal the sick, make the blind see, the lame walk, etc. The obvious flaw with this is that these miracles the Sibyl themselves did and had been doing for centuries. Sixtus further has Bybisa prophesying that this Savior would recline his sacred limbs on the lap and arms of the Queen of Heaven. This attribute is only given to the Queen Mother, priestesses, and prophetesses of Mami Isis, known by her many names, most notably in ancient Greece as the Black Diana. There is no current record of how Bybisa's life ended. Themis of Delphi, 2802 BCE. Themis is said by Roman and Greek historians to have been born at Delphos, Boeotia, Greece, and that her name was Themis or Anthemis, an initiated priestess of Artemis. Themis was said to be the daughter of the famous Black Theban diviner and priest Tiresias and his high priestess wife Daphne. She is reputed to have prophesied before the destruction of Ethiopia, Troy, and to have written about Priam, the Black King of Troy, and his main wife, Hecuba. Namely, during the Trojan Wars, Priam's alliance of Paris and Helen, two ancient Black provinces in Troy. It is this Sibyl that Homer is alleged to have also plagiarized her prophecies to write the Iliad. Themis was worshipped all throughout ancient Rome, where a statue was built in her honor. It was in a province called Georgis in Troy that Themis was known as Georgethinian, and a sepulchre to her was built in the temple of Apollo. It was also in this city where coins were minted of her, alongside an engraving of the Sphinx. There is no current record of how Themis' life ended. Sambetha of Persian Persica, 2769 BCE, also known as Chaldea and Helrea. Her name is given by Franciscan monks as Sambetha. She is claimed by the Roman Catholic papals to be the first prophetess. Sambetha is said to be the daughter of the Black Chaldean historian Beroso and her mother, Aramanta. The shrine location from which Sambetha came was a Mami shrine to Astarte. However, mention is made of Sambetha by Nicanor, Greek historian of Alexander the Great, in which her prophecies had been altered to have predicted the coming of a Christian Savior, John the Baptist, and of the death and crucifixion of this Savior. It is important to keep in mind that punishment by crucifixion was originally a Black, Phoenician, Carthaginian, Canaanite practice, adopted centuries later by the Romans. These Sibyls, too, were also African, and the subject of their prophecies were, as a rule, devoted to their own people and to their own priestly orders. Therefore, the above allegations by Nicanor and much of what Sambetha had originally prophesied and to whom she was actually referring had long been corrupted by the Roman papals. This Sibyl prophetess Sambetha was claimed to have written 84 books of prophecy, now all allegedly destroyed. She is said to have lived a long time. There is no record of how or where she died. Sibyl of Cumea, Chimera, 600 to 700 BCE. No exact birth date has been given, but this Sibyl prophetess is claimed to have been around during the time of the Black Roman legislature and King Numa Pompilius, who was also a priest of the water goddess Egeria. However, she is believed to be a different Sibyl from the Sibyl at Cumea in Asia Minor, Turkey. This Sibyl of Cumea is of Samara, a small province in Campania, Italy. She was called Samaria or Chimita, but was said to have been born in Babylon. Samaria is said to also be the daughter of a Berosus, the Black historian who wrote the history of the Chaldeans. However, this might be mere speculation because some accounts have Berosus to have lived between 330 and 260 BCE. Samaria is said to have lived in a cliff cavern on Mount Gurus, several miles from Cumea in Rome. Many Sibyls came and went from this region, but not all were endowed with the gift of divination or prophecy. One Sibyl named Diphobe even allegedly lived to 110 years and remained enshrined in the cave. As did most heads of state, Roman Emperor Claudius recounts having visited Samaria after his ascendancy to the throne. According to him, before being permitted to visit the Sibyl, I had to sacrifice a bullock, castrated bull, and an ewe, sheep, to Apollo and to Artemis, respectively. Samaria is said to be the prophetess to have conducted Ananias' ritual descent into hell. The more likely scenario is that Samaria served as the ceremonial priestess who conducted the rites of the dead, so that Ananias, who as a priest of Mami, would have a successful voyage back to the world of the ancestors. In the Catholic Mass of the Dead, they have a line which reads, "Tes David cum Sibylla," which they attribute to Samaria. Pagan turned Christian Saint Justin, 100 CE, tells us that Samaria used to ascend to some high place and teach the people. More importantly, it was this Sibyl who first divided her prophecies by designating the nation epochs by metals. Roman poet Virgil, 70 BC to 19 BCE, who is alleged to have actually seen the original books and even plagiarized some of her prophecies, claimed in his Aeneid that Samaria divided them into the age of iron, gold, bronze, etc., a prophetic book which is now allegedly destroyed, and the credit for designating nations to metals is now given to the Christian prophet Daniel for the book of Daniel, and to St. John for the book of Revelation. The Romans credit Samaria with prophesizing the birth of Julius Caesar and his nephew Augustus. The famous black augur, diviner Navius, speaks about Samaria in his book on the Punic Wars. There is no record of how or where Samaria died. Sibyl of Tiburtina, 30 BCE. She is claimed to be a native of Tibur, Tiber Tavali, a city outside of Rome. She was known by the name Albumea, Albinea. She prophesied during the reign of Augustus Caesar. The vision of the Black Madonna and Child is one he experienced while in a heathen temple before the invention of the Virgin Mary. The Black Madonna is depicted carrying a palm branch, which later became one of the emblematic symbols of the Western Christ. Albumea was later worshipped as a divinity, where a shrine was built for her in a community near the Anas River. This shrine was, as were others, eventually seized by the order of the Catholic Observance of Saint Francis and incorporated as most of its religious attributions, credited to the White Virgin Mary. There is no record of how or where Albumea died. Opportunistic rise of the imperial Roman papacy. Over the centuries, the Sibylline prophecies began to take on a more global and nationalistic tone as Africa began to lose her colonies and political and economic influence in Asia Minor and in the Mediterranean regions. The geopolitical paradigm gradually shifted. During the Roman era, particularly as the Roman Church changed from an apostolic, secular body to an expansionist, imperial power, there is a conscious reassessment of Roman racial and cultural identity, particularly its gradual shift from the worship and dependency on African goddesses and sacerdotal authority to that of the newly emerging Roman papacy. African matriarchal cultural and spiritual predominance in existence since the beginning of time began to be viewed by Roman authorities as a serious cultural liability and an obstacle to the carefully veiled Eurocentric ecumenical ideals now being espoused by Greek philosophers and the church papals. The Roman Church, lacking an original ecclesiastical, liturgical, and theological doctrine of its own, still depended heavily on the Sibylline prophecies and the African, including Buddhist, Judaic, and Mithraic, Persians, religious customs, in legitimizing its superior position over the competing Hebrew doctrines. The new Euro-patriarchal world order could no longer afford to tolerate the notion of relying on African matriarchal divine predominance as its fundamental theological and cultural base. Unlike the seizing the spoils of war, the African divinities whose mysteries the Romans did not understand were ancestrally linked, and thus its divine power could never be completely usurped and controlled by them. Furthermore, the patriarchal Hebrew shepherds, whose holy laws and canons do not predate the prophecies of the Sibyls, also revolted against them, and they later came to be known historically as the Semitic Jews of Palestine. They had long ago broken away from the matriarchal orders, and following the historic trend began by the patriarchal priest of Horus and the Babylonian Marduk, the Jews did away with the worship of their primary black goddess, Anath Yahu, Yahweh, and elevated her minor consort, Jehovah, in her place. They, too, were competing with the Roman Church for patriarchal dominance in the world. However, the Jews, inheritors of a theological foundation originally established by the African matriarchs, were entirely familiar with African theology, philosophy, and sacred rites. However, in their revolt against them, they needed their own male god and Messiah to prove the legitimacy of their newly chosen status, as well as to free them from Roman oppression and tyranny. Both groups, Jews and Roman papacy, wasted no time in seizing, plagiarizing, and ultimately destroying the original Sibylline prophecies by replacing them with corrupted or complete forgeries to meet their own political religious agenda. They then flooded the global community with these bogus doctrines, adding further to the confusion in their ongoing propaganda wars against the Roman papacy. More significantly, by proclaiming the prophetic messages of the Sibyls entirely to themselves as the chosen ones, helped to undermine and to conceal the African specificity and spiritual identity of the Sibyls. In doing so, the original message and target of the Sibyl prophecies has been obscured and lost over the centuries, thus omitting an extremely critical historical element of African ecclesiastical and prophetic history. Figure 12. Sibyl image taken from a Moor, Phoenician, coat of arms. Draped around her neck is the serpent of the original Adim Adama, known in ancient Egypt as Osiris, and later as the ancestral Aesculapius, Dionysus, Attis, etc. In ancient Egypt and Ethiopia, these Sibyl oracular priestesses were known as the Black Doves. They were also called Pythias, or Python priestesses. Their accurate prophecies, originally meant for the ancient African world, were later plagiarized by the Levites, Hebrews, and later by the Roman Church, and attributed to non African male prophets. By default, the Sibyl prophecies and oracles were directly instrumental in building the ecclesiastical foundation of Christianity and for shaping the geopolitical dynamics of the ancient world. The Sibylline oracles were deliberately doctored to attack the very essence of African philosophy, theology, ritual, and liturgical practices, of whom the Sibyls were the very epitome. More revealing, it redirected their prophetic messages away from the African kingdoms, villages, and nation heads for whom it was originally intended. What remained instead was a wholesale condemnation of African spirit and culture, with an external focus exclusively on the messianic hopes of the very Jewish and Roman papal forces responsible for its destruction. Additionally, All of the major prophecies of the Sibyls demanded these propitiation sacrifices to appease the African gods, goddesses, and ancestors, which was another source of contention with the Christian papal, who bitterly denounced and rejected them as heathen abominations. Consequently, the papacy rushed to either destroy or to remove these crucial utterances from the Sibyl prophecies as well. Though the Jews and the Roman papal authorities were competing enemies, both were in agreement that the African divine matriarchal authority had to be discredited and ultimately destroyed. The motivations of the Jews stem from their hatred of the divine African mother and their bitter break with the patriarchal pharaonic orders of ancient Egypt. The Roman Church's usurpation of her sacerdotal power was motivated out of nothing less than mere political expediency and economic necessity. In the end, what remained for the African was a corruption of their own spiritual doctrines, in which the prophecies of the Sibyls were rewritten to forecast Levitical Jews waiting for their Jehovah and the Christians waiting for their second coming of Christ, while the African people and others are left begging for the crumbs of salvation that would fall from the table of what amounts to little more than a politically orchestrated doctrinal and historical lie. All told, there remains scant credible evidence from either of these groups of the existence of an ancient omnipotent power independent of the divine African mother. Though the Sibyls had lost much of their global kingdoms and international influence, their spiritual advice, healings, and prophecies were still being sought by military leaders, heads of state, and nobility, albeit under the cover of night. Those Sibyls who were not as prominent simply faded away into their rural villages, sacred caves, mystery schools, grottos, and ghettos. Their prophecies now being universally discredited in the ancient world as the work of crazed women harboring demonic spirits. However, this perception would change temporarily as a new generation of Roman patricians came of age. It is important to note that these African centered prophecies were said to have been given over a period of more than 4,000 years, centuries before the alleged era of the Hebrew prophets or any concept of Christianity, Hinduism, or Islam were ever conceived. The Sibyls claimed in one prophecy that their genesis began in the 10th age of the world, during which time Saturn, Titan, and Japhet were born from the union of heaven and earth. She recounts in detail about the divine lineages of Saturn and all the misfortunes that would befall them in the War of the Titans, and the ultimate division of the world amongst the children of Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto. In the above allegory, the Sibyl appears to be making reference to a mythological story of Saturn, whom have stolen the rightful succession to the throne from his oldest brother Titan due to the manipulations of Saturn's wife, Rhea. Titan then declared war against Saturn, defeated him, and held Saturn and his brother captive until Jupiter, Titan's elder son, became a man and released them from their captivity. As a reward, the world was then divided amongst Titan's sons, Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto. Placed back into African cosmology, the Titans and Titanesses, or divinities, lords, are the ancient African pantheon of the seven celestial deities from the Pleiades star system, who were served by the Sibyls. They were introduced into Babylonian and Palestinian astrology by the Afro-Canaanite, Phoenician, matriarchal clans who settled into ancient Corinth around 2000 BCE. Seven became the mystical number of the ancestral deity Dionysus, and later was applied to the minor fire deity Jehovah. It was also the number by which the African solar gods were torn into pieces and resurrected again, Osiris being the first. The division of the world was believed to be making reference to the fall of the Tower of Babel in ancient Babylon, resulting in the rise of a second Egypt, Persia, and Media, Ethiopia, and later Assyria, Macedonia, and then Rome. It appears to also be making direct reference to the fall of the African matriarchies, resulting in the rise of the patriarchs and the subjugation of African female spiritual and political power, creating a permanent division or fragmenting of the African Sibs. However, around 573 to 808 BCE, with the raging wars and bitter feuding between the Levitical Hebrews and Romans, the heathen prophecies of the Sibyls had proved so accurate and of such global and religious significance that the patriarchal world again began to take notice. Today, in Western history and mythological literature, originally meant to conceal their African identity, the Sibyls' sacred temples are obscurely referred to as simply oracles. However, as the main centers of African spiritual life, they were clearly much more than that, and will henceforth be referred to in their current African religious vernacular as shrines, eggbes, or temples. Additionally, it is important to note that the Sibyl prophetess and the miracles that they performed were never viewed from an African worldview as something extraordinary, remarkable, nor as even miraculous. The attitude was not born out of disrespect, but rather when placed within their own religio-cultural African context, direct contact with the spirits, divine phenomena, was common and rather routine in their daily lives. They were not magical manifestations, typically meant to awe or to entertain. Just as today, it was even considered almost sacrilege either to speak directly about them or to take them out of proportion. It was the Europeans, specifically the Greeks and later the Romans, who found African ritual and spiritual phenomena extraordinary, and later, through the auspices of the Roman Church, began to categorize them as miracles, making much ado about something viewed as common by the African. For the African, the so-called spiritual phenomena was never viewed as important as the actual divine message and the sacrifices that were needed to appease the anger of the ancestors and their tutelary deities. The Sibyl Agrippina. She is said to have been a native, Black Egyptian, and was called Egyptia, Agrippa, or Sanbera, and Norsica. Nothing is known of the Sibyl except that she was quite recent in history. Agrippa was merely referred to as the Sibyl of Norsica. Norsica, a city in Perugia, Italy, is now a diocese. During the Inquisitions 1500 to 1600s and persecutions of African traditionalists, Agrippa lived in a cave and still tried to maintain a tradition of worship and initiations to Mami. She was constantly mocked and ridiculed by the locals as insane and as one who copulated with serpents. By then, the papacy had succeeded in facilitating the downfall of the Sibyls through widespread defamation. There is no record of how or where Agrippa died. Priscilla, Prisca, and Maximilla, 240 to 250 CE. These last two Sibyls are actually the ancient African foremothers and father to the modern day Black charismatic, Baptists, and Pentecostals, because it is they, along with a priest named Montanus, all natives of Phrygia, now Western Turkey, who first learned to adapt African spirits to the forced Western Christian paradigm in the mid-2nd century CE, because the Roman imperial church decided that after the ascension of Christ, the age of the apostles, and the age of prophecy was over, they violently suppressed all African prophetic voices, especially those of the Sibyl priestesses. This group, as did other Africans, were still being born and called by their divinities, and thus founded the New Prophecy movement, in which to voice their divine utterances. Although dubbed as Christian heresy by the Roman imperial church, Montanus and the Sibyl priestesses, undeterred, forged ahead. Figure 15, 199 to 217 CE. Roman catacomb of Sibyl priestess Priscilla, Prisca, and Maximilla. When the Black matriarchs lost their sacerdotal and political powers in Rome, many were murdered, probably for heresy. The patriarchal papal authorities, refusing to accept a Black woman's gift of prophecy, instead credited her divine utterances to Montanus, proclaiming that, "Behold, man is as a lyre, and I play upon him as with the plectrum. Man sleeps, and I arouse him. Behold, it is the Lord who throws men's souls into ecstasy and gives them a heart." Gender code words such as man and Lord that did not exist until the advent of patriarchy are clearly edited versions of the Sibyl's original prophecies, which always made reference to the Divine Mother. Masculine pronouns were inserted by church officials to render them consistent with their own corrupted church doctrines. In spite of this, the Black Montanist movement quickly spread in the African and diaspora religious communities all throughout Europe, Asia, and North Africa. So afraid and alarmed at being exposed, Roman church officials haphazardly and routinely rounded up these followers and tried to exorcise the divine African spirits, now classified as demons, for them. When that didn't work, they simply had these followers excommunicated, accusing them of heresy. Expressing the general sentiment of the Roman papals and patricians against these African women, Roman theologian Hippolytus, circa 236, categorically denounced the Sibyls, claiming that they, Montanus, have learned more from these women than from the law and prophets and the Gospels. But they magnify these wretched women above the apostles and every gift of grace, so that some of them presume to assert that there is in them something superior to Christ. What angered imperial church officials the most was the audacity of the Sibyls to structure their church hierarchy in the original African matriarchal Sibs and to elevate Eve, a disguise for Mami, above Adam. This spurred Greek theologian Eusebius, circa 263-339, whom fueled with misogynist rage to declare, "The Montanists maintain a special reverence for Eve because she ate from the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden. They acknowledge the sister of Moses as a prophetess in support of their practice of appointing women to the clergy. Women among them are bishops, presbyters, and the rest, as if there were no difference in nature. Nonetheless, Hippolytus did convey that they, prophetess, preached the end of the world, were the first to introduce dietary restrictions such as fast and festivals, meals of parched food, and repast, fast of radishes, alleging that they, the Montanus, have been instructed by women to do so. Montanus preached for men and women to leave their spouses and to prepare for the New Jerusalem, the second coming of Christ, and to anticipate for the end of the world. This New Jerusalem Montanus was referring to was not the Jerusalem during the time of Dud, King David, preached by Roman and Jewish clerics, but rather the original Jerusalem, first built by the ancient Ades, Black Ethiopian Jews, who originated out of ancient India and Afro-Syria. This particular sect worshiped the Old Black Buddhist religion, which celebrated the divine African mother. The second coming, preached by Montanus, was referring to the 10th or 11th incarnation of the solar sun savior, prophesied by the ancient Sibyls. However, these critical theological distinctions became blurred and completely lost as Roman and Jewish hegemony began to dominate the ancient world, and their relentless campaign of destroying the books, prophecies, traditions, and temples of the old African goddesses, and replacing it with their exclusive religious propaganda. After Montanus' death, the Sibyls restructured the church and added their own scriptures and excluded the Western Christian version, which they believed to be fraudulent. They maintained a rigorous legalistic moral code, discouraged second marriages, and encouraged martyrdom when threatened. Their charismatic church of transpossession and prophecy was so popular that the Afro Roman theologian Tertullian left the Imperial Roman Church and went back to his ancestral homeland of Carthage and joined them, a nation where the religion quickly flourished. This deliberate act of cultural and religious militancy by Tertullian embarrassed the Roman Church and made it even harder for the imperial papal authorities to destroy the Montanist movement. Instead, the church papal simply chose to ignore them, over the centuries as patriarchal control and the suppression of women in Africa became standard cultural fare. The Montanist churches began to reflect this. More men and less women clergy were appointed, and it soon became simply another patriarchal religious sect in support of the Catholic Church and the current status quo. The final destruction of the Sibyl prophecies and the dilemma of Rome and the Papal Church. Figure 16. The Sibylline Oracles, translated from the Greek into English, blank verse, by Milton S. Terry, professor in Garrett Biblical Institute. New edition revised after the text of Rouge, New York, Eaton and Mains. Cincinnati, Curtis and Jennings, 1899. Fragments of the Sibylline Oracles reprinted here by Milton Terry are all the remains of the prophecies of the African Sibyl prophetesses, whose sacerdotal power and matriarchal kingdoms once ruled the ancient Mediterranean world for more than 6,000 years. Nearly all of their prophecies have been either destroyed, rewritten, altered, or woefully corrupted at the hands of both their Jewish and Christian rivals to reflect their own patriarchal bias and religious agendas. Even until today, the Sibyl's African identity has been completely omitted, in which they are claimed in modern literature to be either non African Greek, Roman, Jewish, Persian, or even simply being described as white, virgin Christians. The Sibylline books were rendered in the same exact poetic and symbolically rich language, which was considered the trademark of the first Sibyl priestess, Themoneia. This style was used as a measure of authenticity of any prophetic document written during the pre Christian era. However, after all was said and done, the warring patriarchal factions of the Levitical Hebrews and those of the budding Christian papals began creating a flood of confusing and contradictory forgeries, espousing their own brand of dogma and attributing them to the Sibyls. This was the motivating impetus behind St. John, alleged author of the book of Revelation, a prophetic text many in the ancient world believe was actually authored by the Sibyl Hierophile Phomonia, when he makes the astounding threat that, I solemnly swear, if anyone adds anything to what is written, God shall add to him the plagues written in this book. Revelations 22:16 through 19. A typical preemptive threat employed by the warring Christian and Jewish sects, both of whom were widely disseminating corrupted and altered Sibyl text. On the main issues of contention in establishing Levitical and Christian legitimacy was in changing the name Exosa, whom the Sibyls stated would be the next Savior, and replacing it with that of either Jesus or Yahweh Jehovah. Exosa appears to be an Afro Chaldean name, similar to Exuthros, the Mami fish deity later known as Oannes. Higgins asserts that the pagan Sibyl prophecies being much clearer than those of the Jews, the Platonists, philosophers annoyed because they clearly foretell a great person to come, and unless they allowed it to be Jesus Christ, they could make nothing of them. Another crucial factor which created a political and theological dilemma for both of these groups was that these prophecies, spanning more than 4,000 years, were inherently intended for the African nations and their clerics, where the major temples of the Black Goddess and the temples of Ammon, stretching from Egypt, Israel, Turkey, Greece, and Rome, were addressed cyclically by her. The Sibyls were African and were the main oracle of the serpent worshipping tribes. Thus, their prophetic spirit was indeed an ancestral serpent who had issued forth these divine prophecies since the beginning of time. The church papals knew this but had already condemned the serpent spirit as a manifestation of the highest evil. Rome reneges on promise to divine African mother. Meanwhile, as the Roman patricians remained busy expanding its empire and consolidating its power, the social, economic, and political climate began to change in Rome. The Roman Church had long ago removed itself from being simply an apostolic local center of power. It became more concerned with territory and acquiring wealth, and with gaining absolute control as an imperial world power. By the 6th century CE, patriarchal Africa, who had acquired much of its political and economic power by usurping the African matriarchs and later through military expansion, had lost much of its economic and political predominance in the ancient world. Many of the African temple priests and priestesses accustomed to expensive gifts, entertaining high dignitaries, and other such luxuries, succumbed to complete corruption. The African clergy began opening the temples only on certain days and charging exorbitant prices for ceremonies and sacrifices, making them accessible only to the elite. An entire crop of foreign impostors having purchased initiations to acquire economic clout and social status passed themselves off as authentic sibyls, Bacchades, Cuers, priests, and diviners, creating fringe cults and bizarre systems of rituals and worship, where many of the sacred laws and taboos were being ignored or violated. Additionally, a new generation of Caesars, Christians, and politicians, nurtured on a racist diet of political and religious propaganda born from Greek and Roman philosophers and theologians, were espousing a more supremacist doctrine, which entailed divorcing themselves from all foreign, especially African religious and cultural influences. Constantine the first Christian and pagan emperor, reigned as a priest of Sophia, Artemis, Black Diana, claiming Black Hellenic matriarchal lineage. Constantine maintained the festivals to her, but fearing a resurgence of the old matriarchal divine orders, he outlawed, on penalty of death, all forms of divination, ancestral sacrifices, and festive ceremonies. He knew these sacerdotal functions could only be performed through lineage. African priestesses, which included the Sibyls, Pythoness, Pythias, which would quickly usurp the authority of the Roman papals, and they were therefore outlawed. Broken promises. Sibyl goddess curses Rome. Constantine, who once tolerated for political reasons African and other religious traditions, also began a campaign of destroying all of the African temples and shrines, especially in Asia Minor, Turkey. He finished off the final desecration at Delphi by pillaging and carting off all of its art, books, and statuaries to adorn his new Christian temple at Constantinople, Turkey. Later, he and his Christian emissaries invaded, destroyed, and pillaged Carthage and the temple of Tanit. These deliberate acts of sacrilege negated a centuries old promise made by the earlier Caesars to the black goddess Diana that Rome would never invade or destroy Carthage, nor to persecute her people. However, under the current Emperor Julian, 361 to 63 CE, Constantine's nephew, he tried to maintain this promise and attempted to restore many of Black Diana's temples, but he only lived 2 years. The political process arguing the continued destruction or attempts to revive African religious customs and institutions throughout Rome and her colonial territories shuffled back and forth in the Roman Senate for decades. Figure 17. 400 CE, Roman catacombs of Black Roman citizen carrying religious offering. The level of persecution was such that many of the devotees of the Sibyls and others suffered horribly under the imperial church in Rome. Most resorted to clandestine meetings in the underground catacombs to honor their African ancestors, deities, and martyrs. Determined to rid Rome and Europe of African matriarchal and spiritual dependency, Roman general Theodosius I, 376 CE, promptly confronted the Senate who for 1,200 years kept their promise to the African mother. He demanded that they stop financial support of the African temples to hold festivals to the African goddesses and to other gods. The Senate responded that the African gods had blessed them immensely and that they would continue to bring money to the African priest for the usual sacrifices. The infamous Theodosius responded that they should embrace Christianity, claiming that the Roman treasury had no further funds for making the annual sacrifices. Thus, the edict Religio Paganorum had been issued, classifying African based traditions as heathenistic and pagan. In the year 451 CE, by pain of death, all forms of foreign and African religion were outlawed by a constitutional amendment under Emperor and cousin of Theodosius, Valentinian III. General Stilicho, a Gaul German, by imperial decree struck a major blow when he demolished the Temple of Apollo. The final death blow was delivered by Theodosius and his sons during the reign of Emperor Valentinian I, 321 to 75 CE. Now backed by the full support of the Roman Senate, Theodosius, in a violent wave of delight and fury, began in Egypt, where he closed and destroyed all of Isis Black Diana's temples, before turning his virulent rage against those remaining temples in Rome. Temple reports. Among the unspeakable crimes being referred to was the destruction by Bishop Theodosius of the Great Library of Alexandria because it contained heathen literature, which so often took place at the hands of a fanatical Christian bishop, attempting to wipe out all traces of history before Christ, and not as a result of an accidental fire, as the story is usually told. All throughout Africa, especially the Romans destroyed all of Mami's major temples and established monks and hermits, or they urinated and defecated in its ruins to make certain the Africans did not rebuild them. In their diabolical mayhem, they also destroyed the remaining Sibylline oracles anywhere that they found them, especially in Rome, more than 300 years after the death of Christ. Rome was now officially a Christian nation, and all forms of divination, rituals, and sacrifices were strictly prohibited. From that moment onwards, according to some accounts, Rome began to experience all forms of misfortunes because of these crimes and the promises not kept by Rome to the divine African mother. The African spirits were inconsolably grieved and angry. Africans and those who followed the old religious order were routinely denounced, ridiculed, persecuted, crucified, and rendered ignorant heathens. Subsequently, the Sibyls took great pleasures in forecasting the certain ruin of Rome. The peculiar dilemma of the imperial papacy. With the old African traditions well suppressed, the Roman papal still had one major problem. They could not get around the undeniable fact that the Sibyl prophecies were still the only legitimate authority of a high and divine order, being exploited by both Rome and Jew-Hebrew sides to advance their own political agendas. According to Higgins, these Sibyl prophecies have been equally troublesome to the Roman priest and Roman and Greek philosophers. The divines would have been very glad of them, but the adoption of them carried with it the shocking consequence that God must have had such bad taste as to have preferred even the wicked Sibyl pagans to his own people. The papal authorities' problems were further complicated by the fact that most of the ritual remedies inherent and specific within the Sibyl prophecies required the traditional sacrificial propitiation, of which only the Sibyls and other African priests could legitimately perform. The arrogant Roman papacy found the idea of animal sacrifice repulsive and had to either categorically reject the oracles, entirely discredit the Sibyls, or find a means to remove that specific requirement from the Sibyls' prophetic books completely. This ignorant and contemptuous attitude by them is reflected in the statement made by Bell. How much soever they, the Sibyls, might pretend to prophesy, they could not have it by divine inspiration, for most of the oracles, when consulted by the Romans, directed to the most idolatrous and abominable rites. Therefore, if they, the Sibyls, had the gift of prophecy, they must have received it from diabolical or evil spirits. The attempt to remove all references to animal sacrifice created a flood of forged documents from both the Jewish and Roman camps, both groups putting into the mouths of the Sibyls contradictory and absurd prophetic admonishments and arguments against idolatry. This caustic and convoluted propaganda worked in both of their interest. However, the Roman and Jewish clerics' rationale in justifying the continued use of the Black Sibyl prophecies was becoming more absurd and irrational by the minute. Consider the following. Because idolatry had been introduced in the world, and the devil, to confirm the false divinities, found a great success in giving answers through the idols, in order that those who came to consult them should believe that these divinities were the true God. These answers were given in many temples of the idols, and the most remarkable ones were in Dodona, a province in Egypt, where, according to Diodorus Siculus, the depth of a wooded forest there was a temple dedicated to Jupiter, another name for Ammon. Theft, plagiarisms, and other exploitations of the Sibyl's prophecies. We are told that St. Augustine, the great doctor of the Christian Church, employed corrupted and plagiarized prophecies of the Sibyls in his 22-book treatise on the City of God. Similarly, the Sibyl's fourth eclogue, considered to be a masterpiece of pagan prophecy, was massacred by the Roman poet Virgil in his so-called Oratio ad Sanctam Coitum. They were not alone. The list of writers who heavily quoted from these Black prophetess included other church fathers who had formed a committee specifically to adulterate their sacred works. Included were Clemens Alexandrinus, Justin, Martyr, Athenagoras, Theophilus of Antioch, Tertullian, Lactantius, Eusebius, Saint Jerome, Saint Austin, and Tacitus, and others, all of whom were hailed by the Church Fathers as a distinguished body of Sibylists. An appointment to the board of Quindamsemviri was considered a very high honor. Their main objective were in destroying their most threatening rivals, Judaism and African idolatry, and employing both Judaism and Sibyl prophecies in laying the eschatological, theological, and philosophical foundation of Christianity. The final destruction. As stated earlier, As long as African deities remained the divine and prophetic authority in Rome, the ecclesiastical and political power would remain in the hands of the African priestesses. This, along with the Roman patricians being unable to navigate around the many prophecies intended for the African pagan masses, frustrated Augustus. To begin the dismantling of the African gods' hold on Rome, he issued a decree to destroy the Sibylline oracles. He then proceeded to burn more than 2,000 of them and forbade, by punishment of death, the reading of the Sibylline books. He kept only those that could be altered or that addressed the ultimate fate of Rome. These actions followed years of persecution, discrimination, and social ostracism. Reminiscent of modern day politicians, each successive emperor promising to restore the old Africans' gods in order to garner political support, only to later renege on their promises. The Christians, centuries later, revised the history and proclaimed themselves as being the ones persecuted. However, the evidence reveals otherwise. One case in point is when Roman Emperor Nero, 37 to 68 CE, after attempting to find some guidance in the Sibylline books that would calm the growing resistance and disconnect of the persecuted African and Gentile masses, was hailed as a hero in the following praise song. Hail, Olympian victor! Hail, Pythian victor! Augustus, Augustus! Hail, Nero, our Hercules! Hail, Nero, our Apollo! The only victor of the grand tour, the only one from the beginning of time. Augustus, Augustus, O divine voice! Blessed are they that hear thee. It is obvious that these proclamations of gratitude and praise are not to Jesus, but rather to the lineage of the African ancestors and Sibyls, including Augustus, who installed the Black Diana as promised to the goddess. In many of the African lore that flourished in Asia Minor and all throughout Greece and Rome, the Black Egyptian Hercules would often be equated with Atlas or with Noah. Pope declares Age of Apostles and Prophecy over. All future African prophetesses and prophets labeled frauds and heretics. The Levitical Jews, just as the Muslim Arabs, both claim Abraham, who was neither Arab nor Jew, as their divine ancestor. These Jews also claimed that their Hebrew prophets parallel those of the Sibyls. However, they do not answer why the Jews altered the prophecies of the Sibyls made from their Omphale temple in Palestine, just to assure the hegemony of their fire god, Yahweh Jehovah, over the Christian Jesus. They plagiarized and published, in particular, Sibylline books 3, 4, and 5, and widely circulated their own corrupted versions of these sacred oracles in the name of Jehovah. We are told by Higgins that the etymological root of Jehovah, Luon, or Lei, had to be disguised to conceal that it was an ancient praise word for Krishna, i.e., Jah is also the symbol atop the Omphale temple at Delphi, and whose image was found at the ancient temple ruins at Thebes. In other words, when this faction of Hebrews broke away from the divine African mother, they deliberately disguised their ancestral connection to her and the Ones, who actually have their ancient roots in Ethiopian India. According to him, it was actually Krishna, whom the Sibyls are said to come after Buddha, as the next incarnation of the sun god. These Jews further altered the oracles and placed into the mouths of their own prophets, proclaiming themselves as the persecuted and chosen people, for whom the divine African mother, now changed to Yahweh Jehovah, was referencing. Roman theologian Tertullian, circa 160 to 230, even admits that the Sibyl prophecies was ancienter than all the heathen learning that told real events, and whose words you have put into the mouths of your prophets, instead of the demons. By this time, African deities were, as a rule, referred to as the Christianized demons, a Greek word actually meaning spirit or familiar. More profoundly, what is being implied in the above is an admission that the biblical books claimed to have been written by Hebrew prophets may have actually been the prophecies of the Sibyls. Over time, being aware of the monumental task and near impossibility of removing all traces of the Sibyls from written history, the Jews, in attempting to disguise the African, pagan, heathen origins of the Sibyls, delineated them as being of Persian, Aryan descent, and of the Zoroastrian order. However, when one considers the philosophy of Zoroaster, a fiercely nationalistic and virulent misogynistic Iranian prophet who hated women and predicted that most were doomed to go to hell, one can appreciate the utter absurdity and recklessness of such a historic cover up. The Roman Church, in their ignorance and ambition, acquired and doctored the Jews' corrupted versions until one could hardly distinguish one forgery from the other. Not wanting to acknowledge the prophecies as being forged to establish the foundation of Christianity, the Christian papacy forbade the reading of the Bible entirely. Then, in an attempt at covering all of their bases, they historically documented the most famous of these Sibyls as being white, virgin, saved, pure, and Christ inspired. Their official justification being this agitation of the devils and the replies of the idols lasted until the coming of Christ our Lord, who brought the olive branch as a sign that the tempest of idolatry has passed away. Nonetheless, though the Jews and Christians were feuding rivals, it was in both of their interests to suppress the prophetic power, influence, and worship of the divine African mother. As a final act of apostasy, in their corrupted books, they both placed in the mouth of the Sibyls proclamations speaking against idolatry, serpent worship, initiations, polytheism, divination, sacrifice, astrology, and astronomy. In other words, the Sibyls were now preaching against the very source of their own divine authority. Moreover, they were contradicting all of the tenets and ritualistic functions of African and Chaldean religions, for which neither the Jews nor the Roman Church possessed any ecclesiastical authority, esoteric power, nor favor with the African deities. The Church Fathers did not stop there. In their revisionist fervor to justify the abrupt absence of no future Sibyl prophecies since the death of Christ, these Church Fathers simply placed in the mouth of the Erythraean Sibyl the following proclamation: Why, O Lord, dost thou compel me still to foretell the future, and not rather remove me from this earth to await the blessed day of thy coming? In other words, it was now time to suppress any further prophetic renderings, for he, Christ, has already come and gone, and it had already been written that he would rise again. It was also time for the Church Fathers to create a separate and entirely different mythos for their version of this Christ, albeit lifted whole cloth from the Egyptian mythos of Osiris. Evangelistic fever in search of the African heathens. 1 century later, with the Roman Church's power assured, the Apostle Paul, armed with their corrupted theology, wasted no time in using the Church's propaganda against the multiracial inhabitants of Asia Minor, Turkey and Greece, Corinth, Thessaly, Samos, and Lydia. However, many of their earlier evangelists had already been duly slaughtered wholesale by the people, who knew the true history of their own gods. They also knew the Roman Church's prophetic books to be corrupted forgeries of the original Sibyls, whose priesthood, though suppressed, was still strong in the remote villages. The Africans and others rejected wholesale the naive notion of a virgin birth, an only begotten son, and an actual resurrection of the flesh, recognizing these as allegorical references to their traditional sacrificial ceremonies of the sacred kings. A deliberate, well organized campaign began to discredit, to persecute, and to suppress any future utterances and divine powers or reactionary efforts on the part of the Sibyls and African priests who would not submit to the new church's doctrines. The church, in their convoluted attempt to have it both ways, monopolized the writings and history of the Sibyls as white but cursed them in public as witches and demons. Enslaved, persecuted priestess in Rome. Figure 18. Enslaved and persecuted Afro Roman priestess. The fall of the Black matriarchal sacerdotal power around the world is a history that has never been told. Figure 18. Frightened Afro Roman woman being sold into slavery against her will. In the utmost humiliation, her price and life history hang around her neck. Western historical revisionists and Hollywood have done a superb job in convincing the world that Black Africa's predominance never existed outside of continental Africa. They have alleged that those Africans allowed in camera have always been slaves or servants to a white Roman aristocracy. However, just as ancient Greek history tells us that a Black matriarchal presence first existed before the Dorian Greek arrival, the same holds true for Rome. Africans, Black Buddhists, Umbrians, and Black Etruscans, etc., erected civilizations in what is now Italy, thousands of years before the Anglo Romans arrived. What is now called the seat of the Vatican in Italy was originally the sacerdotal seat of the ancient Black Sibyls. It was their thrones and sacerdotal power and prophecies that were stolen from them and their religions labeled as pagan heathen under a racialist Roman church. It was this African tradition, religionist groups, and not the so called Christians who were the actual ones persecuted and finally enslaved as the above African woman, who was probably a priestess. African sacerdotal authority and totemic traditions undermined and demonized under Euro Christendom. Figure 19. Witch. Consorting Black Familiar. Europe, 1621. British Museum. It is no secret that the so called Eleusinian mysteries of Athens, the Pythagorean mystery schools, and many other esoteric African spiritual paths that spread throughout Europe were the cultural celebrations of Mami as Demeter, Cybele, and Ceres. During the European witch trials of the 15th to 17th century, The Roman Imperial Church, keenly aware of this, associated evil and demonology directly with the serpent worshipping Sibs of these African traditions. It was their votaries and the Sibyls that were the first to be persecuted as witches. Though the early church fathers unashamedly consulted the Pythias Sibyls for prophetic insight and military and strategic direction when it was convenient for them, once they were done, they wasted no time in blaming them and their totems as the center of spiritual corruption, social and moral decay, sexual promiscuity, and evil in Europe. In the scene above, the black, grotesque creature is representing probably a Sibyl priestess, with the ears of a bat and the legs of a goat, and the tail of a donkey or dog, and the feet of a horse. The majority of the animals are the ancestral totemic manifestations of the clans that these Sibyls descend. Disparaging terms such as black magic, black arts, necromancy, from negromancy, etc., were all euphemisms for any spiritual practices associated with Africa in general, and the Sibyls and their votaries in particular. For example, the Cumaean Sibyl Hierophile, once worshipped and hailed by the Romans as a divine goddess, is now rewarded with a place in the Old Testament as the Bat Lady or the Witch of Endor. Samuel 1:28. The Divine Mother, now masculinized as Father, was angered by his chasing the Sibyls, Pythoness, out of the city. The spirits refused to answer him by his own oracles, nor by dreams, nor by the Urim, Hebrew divination of throwing the knuckle bones of a ram as dice, nor by their Hebrew prophets. The church papals were not finished because they now attributed all divine, prophetic, and healing powers only to Christ. Herophile, being emblematical of the entire African religious tradition, was now demonized. In exposing the hypocrisy and sentiment of the church, he sums it up in the following terms. The first and most illustrious of witches' ancestor, mother model prototype, and flawless exemplar of all medieval witches, that venerable Pythoness, the witch of Endor, was a necromancer. Her special mastership lay in enforcing the appearance of the dead. We see in the fact that she had no difficulty in making the prophet Samuel come out of his tomb. Power or no, he could not escape the dark power of that diabolical woman. Day of Doom. Final prophecy for Rome. In the end, none of Rome's heroic efforts could stave off the inevitable fate of its impending destruction. In a desperate attempt to prevent the inevitable, the papal imperials searched desperately for the unfulfilled prophecies of the Sibyls concerning Rome's final fate. Scrambling aimlessly through the Cymbeline oracles, which had by now undergone a total masculinization and Christianization of God, they tripped and stumbled upon a few verses, revealing that the die had already been cast. The divine African mother, who now delighted in prophesying their destruction, in her final words, had only this to say. Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome, by the strife of her people, shall perish. Rome is doomed to perish, and that indeed by the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred, and being the enemy of righteousness, it destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee some time from above, a heavenly stroke deserved, O haughty Rome, And thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck, and be razed to the ground, and thee shall fire, destructive, utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish. And wolves and foxes shall dwell in thy foundations, and then shalt thou be wholly desolate, as if not born. The final fall and dispersion. In the years following, specifically between 150 and 475 CE, Rome's population had increased, burdened by heavy bureaucracy, and patricians, lazy, with their bellies filled with the spoils of colonial wealth. Its citizens were further weakened by numerous civil wars and devastating plagues. Rome was primed for the barbarian Germanic invasions, Huns, Gauls from the north, to which they eventually succumbed. The official cause of the young empire's collapse was just simply an overburdened bureaucracy, moral decay, and political corruption. However, beneath the substratum lies the story of the Sibyls, the African gods, and the destiny of a forgotten people. Figure 19. Togolese Vodun Togbul, Amengazi, Chief Elder, with ancestral python, oracular serpent. The sacred ancestral python has its genesis in Africa, its people, and in their ancient spirituality, the oldest religions and unparalleled sacerdotal mysteries in the world, especially in the Mami Wata tradition. Depending on the ancestral lineage, some priestesses and priests may display a literal serpent, but most mommy priestesses do not. What became of the Sibyls? In a final effort to blot out all traces of the ancient African matriarchs and later the patriarchs' undeniable presence and influence in the ancient world, one of the most egregious historical lies disseminated by the imperial church in Rome and continued unchallenged by Western historians is their unproved claim that all of the descendants of the ancient Black, Egyptians, Phrygians, Pelagian, Phoenicians, Canaanites, and Syrians, including their culture, religion, and their languages, are now completely extinct. Western historians erroneously assert that these major African clans left no remote traces of themselves, neither in Africa nor anywhere else in the world. These holy papal fathers further designated the above ethnic classifications to the present day occupations of Egypt, Greece, Turkey, and Syria, respectively, misleading the entire world to believe that they are the actual descendants of the original indigenous African and Afro Elamite groups, whose powerful empires once ruled the ancient world. One might well conjecture that the Africans, from all indications, during their persecution in Rome, may have already begun their sporadic migration south, westerly, back into Africa, decades before the final fall of Rome. However, what is certain is that as soon as they returned, they began empire building in West Africa, albeit employing the current oppressive patriarchal model so often mistaken by cultural anthropologists as Africa's original indigenous culture. Many Africans until today have an inkling that all of Africa was once ruled by their beloved matriarchs. The Roman Church and its imperialistic designs attempted, plotted to control all of the African continent. This hostile environment, aided by the Church's financial backing, helped to create an atmosphere for chattel slavery and the ultimate colonization of all of Africa and the New World. Though they were not alone in their determination to wipe out all traces of Africa's powerful religions, One of the first orders of the Christian missionaries commissioned by the Church was the complete and absolute destruction of Africa's temples, deities, and shrines, as well as the total discrediting of Africa's priesthoods and knowledgeable elders, and the systematic removal of all African women from their sacerdotal roles. Further, the perpetual povertization of Africa created the perfect climate to impose an inferior and fictitious brand of Christianity, such as what exists today throughout the continent. Africa and the diaspora families, often bitterly divided between those who honor the old gods and customs established by their ancient mothers and fathers, and those who worship the colonial religion of Christianity, introduced by the emissaries of the papal authorities. The church's persecution did not stop there. Centuries later, backed by the church's blessings and money, millions of Africans were unwillingly transported across the great oceans and enslaved to lay the economic and cultural foundation of the new Rome in the Americas. An untold number of Africans in the New World are the blood descendants of those ancient serpent worshipping matrilineal descendants, long ago scattered throughout all four corners of the world during the transatlantic voyages. In the New World, the demonization of both the African presence and their religions still continues unabated. Today, few continental Africans or those in the diaspora hardly make the historic connection between the current status of African women and their ancient religions, both having been relegated to an inferior status and a low economic and cultural priority by its fiercely patriarchal governments. Not to mention that only one country in all of Africa, Benin, actually recognizes the ancient religion Vodun, established first by their ancient mothers, as its country's national religion. The Dogon, Iwe, Akan, Mosi, Mendiz, and other African clans, whom trace their ancient ancestral roots back to Nubia, Egypt, Ethiopia, and other ancient locations, still possess the knowledge of the sacred rites, of which the Church has never been successful at completely eradicating. In West Africa, the priestesshoods of the Sibyls, now known as Mami Isi, Mama Isis, priestess of Isis, and those of the Amengansies, calling the dead, still continue unabated within their serpent worshipping sibs of the Yeve Vodun and elsewhere. Unfulfilled prophecy in the West. According to St. Augustine, it was Rome to whom the Sibyls referred as the true whore of Babylon. In one final prophecy, believed yet to be fulfilled, the Sibyls declare, "A great mischief shall befall Europe from the breed of Saturn, and the offspring of a spurious servant. And they shall conquer strong Babylon. And when of all the countries which the sun shines on, she has been called queen, she shall be destroyed by extraordinary ruin, and shall not give laws to her wandering posterity." Considering today's political climate, one could speculate much from this and not render too far off target. However, what is most important here for the African diaspora as the benefactor of the divine seed of their gods and ancestors is that whatever belies the fate of the world, in spite of how Western biblical prophecy has been perverted and corrupted to disguise or exclude African people and others, it is important for them to reconnect back with their own divine self with the utmost expediency. By removing the antiquated shackles of mental slavery, the accompanying psychological fear and ignorance, only then will they begin the important work of restoring the dignity and the respect for their African spirits and ancestors that are cosmo and biogenetically linked to them. Accomplishing this could prove not only beneficial to the world at large, but also might be the greatest cultural, political, and spiritual triumph of all time. Sybil of Cumea, and every land shall be filled up with the Africans, and every sea, and everyone shall be offended with thy customs. Sybil of Cumea. Images of ancient Sibyls. Black Chaldeans, world's first master astronomers. I admit with great difficulty the theory of all early astronomical knowledge of the Chaldees having been acquired or invented by this race, and that the Chaldees were originally Negroes. But this prejudice wears away when I go to the precursors of the Brahmins, the Buddhist, and when I reflect upon the skill in the fine arts, which they must have possessed when they executed the beautiful and most ancient sculptures in the Museum of the India House, and their knowledge of astronomy shrewn in their cycles of stones. Higgins, Anacalypsis, Volume 2, Figure 20. Black Chaldean priest. Above is an astronomical chart reflecting the microcosm and celestial worlds. The Black Egyptian pyramid, surrounded by the holy nimbus, halo, at the top, is actually based on an ancient cone pillar, womb, Omfe, one of the primeval symbols of Isis and Black Diana. One of the above names, Epiphania, describes one of the oldest settlements of the Black matriarchal Chaldean and Canaanite clans in ancient Syria. Originally named Oanlandos by them, they had occupied it since prehistoric times, including during the Hatti Empire, which they founded. In the ninth century, they were invaded by the Assyrians, and many fled to Asia Minor, now Turkey, and founded a settlement bearing the same name, located near the ancient Ethiopian Mitanni Empire. The name Epiphania was later given to the province by the Seleucid, one of Alexander the Great's generals, who defeated the Assyrians and became king of the reign after Alexander's death in 323 BCE. Epiphania also appears to be a corruption of epiphany, an ancient word later borrowed by the Christians, but originally meant to describe the ceremonial night vigils held by the masses to witness the literal spirit manifestation of the Black goddesses and gods, especially Isis, Osiris, Sirius, and Black Diana. An African divine history, hidden and obscured in time. During ancient times, it was the Chaldean priest who manifested materially and mystically the desires of the African gods. They came originally out of ancient Egypt, Nubia, Ethiopia, Syria, Persia, and made their way into Ionia, Asia Minor, and India. Initiated into the mysteries of Mami and Dionysus, Bacchus, Osiris, orders, these African men were master astronomers, astrologers, prophets, alchemists, magi, and masons, architectural engineers. Just as the Sibyls, these priests were the early inventors and masters of nearly all forms of divination, including augury, messenger by birds, and ventriloquism, tarot cards, bones, dice, etc. These master priests prepared the solar calendars and were the interpreters of dreams and visions in the royal court of kings. The Ethiopian prophet Abram, who was neither Arab or Jew, was head of the Chaldean order of diviners, just as his father, who made his living constructing votive images of Kore, Black Diana, once was. The Chaldean priest, meaning moon mother, honored the divine African mother and worked together with the Sibyls in establishing the ancestral shrines, Omfe, throughout the ancient world. Most of the original architectural designs of Mycenae, Iona, and Aegean islands attributed to the Greeks was actually built by these priests and the Chaldee, Black Amazons. Once these temples were destroyed, the Greeks and later the Romans simply rebuilt them, copying these same architectural designs, but Angloizing the sacred images of the gods and goddesses. As master mathematicians, the Chaldeans were the primary forecasters and validators of astronomical events and divine cycles relating to prophecy as foretold by the Sibyls. In ancient Egypt, their most oldest predecessors were known as the Ketui, Iwe Ketas, or stone builders, who were later called the Morions by the European bards because they were jet black like the smoked quartz, which bears the same name. However, the name is also a term used for calculating and predicting the motions of spaceships and other heavenly bodies, because the European bards, minstrel poets who would often buffoon them in blackface, also knew them and the Amazons to be the actual builders of the ancient Buddhist megastructures known as Stonehenge. It was believed to have been an observatory location for monitoring certain celestial events. During those times, as the above Roman chart indicates, it was common knowledge that the ancient Chaldean priests were originally African. As initiates of the goddesses of fate and destiny, equal to their contemporary Gabadu in the Mami Vodun Afa system of divination. It was through their permission, upon entering into their mysteries, that the ancient Chaldean diviners received their divinatory and magical powers. Ancient Akkadians, Akans of Babylon. Figure 21. A forester's recreation based on archaeological evidence of ceremonial sacrifices at the king's grave in ancient Ur, Babylon. Black Akkadians, Akkad meaning serpent worshippers, covered in sacred white kaolin, the color of death or spirit. It is from these ancient groups that the Chaldean Sibyl descends. It is also from these groups where the main manufacturing of the sacred, heavily ornamented veil, draped across the holy images of Isis and the Black Diana of Ephesus, were constructed. British Museum, 1928. Sibyl Queen Mothers in ancient History. Figure 22. Sybil, Queen Mother, triple crowned as Black Diana. She was worshipped as triple headed Janus in Rome. The double coiled scarf representing the twin serpents of Mami. Figure 23. Sybil prophetess on Moore's coat of arms. No military leader would conduct tactical operations without first consulting a Sybil and making the necessary propitiations to Mami and the ancestors. Long before the use of European saints, images of Mami or a Sybil was worn on coat of arms or hung outside of businesses for protection and good luck. The Vatican's hidden history unveiled. Chaldean Sybil on Sistine Chapel. Figure 25. Enlargement of Black Chaldean Persian Sybil prophetess Sambeth, holding her book of prophecy. Sistine Chapel, Rome. Figure 26. Below, Michelangelo's fantasy of Black Chaldean Persian Sybil prophetess Sambeth, assigned a meager place in corner, while the white female image is assumed to be her. The systematic misrepresentation of Black goddesses, and heroes as white was a gradual and subtle process until Europe's supremacy was assured. Then all Black images were reproduced as white or reclassified as slaves, or their images and history destroyed entirely. Painted on Sistine Chapel, Rome. Libyan Sybil on Sistine Chapel. Figure 27. Enlargement of Black Libyan Sybil prophetess by Beza, with perhaps another Sybil draped in a white African wrap. Sistine Chapel, Rome. Figure 28. Below, Michelangelo's fantasy of Black Libyan Sybil prophetess by Beza, assigned a meager place in corner, while the white female image holding by Beza's book of prophecies is assumed to be her. Delphi Sybil on Sistine Chapel. Figure 29. Enlargement of Delphic Sybil prophetess Themis from below. Sistine Chapel, Rome. Figure 30. Below Michelangelo's fantasy and outright misrepresentation of the Delphic Sybil prophetess Themis as a white woman. Conversely, he has assigned a meager place in the back to the authentic black dove. Romanized Sybil on Pope's tomb. Figure 31. Roman model posing as Ethiopian Phrygian Sybil on the tomb of Pope Hadrian IV, Rome 1524 and 1529. Above Roman model posing as Black Ethiopian Phrygian Sybil on the tomb of Pope Hadrian IV, circa 117 to 138, claimed to be the last of the non-Italian popes before John Paul II. It was Hadrian, a Black Phrygian from Thrace, now northeast Greece, who set the literary, cultural, and religious style of Rome during that time period. It was considered fashionable for popes, emperors, patricians, and dignitaries to claim an African divine maternal lineage from the serpent spirit, and the Phrygian Sybil Phrygia exemplified this. It was even believed that Hadrian, Augustus, and all 12 Caesars adopted their names and calculated their reigns based upon the Sibyl's prophecies. They believed the Neros would be the period in which the Messiah would come. So committed was Pope Hadrian that as emperor he sent for a tutelary African ancestral serpent to be ceremoniously placed in the temple of Jupiter. Hadrian later wrote to a friend, "Those who worship Serapis, oracular ancestral serpent, are also Christians, even those who style themselves the bishops of Christ are devoted to Serapis." It was especially during Hadrian's reign that the divine Serapis was worshipped, sitting in full implements and regalia on his throne with Isis standing next to him, holding her sacred sistrum in one hand and a sheaf of wheat in the other. Beneath them read the inscription, "Immaculate is Our Lady Isis," which of course was later attributed to the new image of her, made over as the white Virgin Mary. Though modern Western history has tried to conceal or deny an African world predominance in ancient Greece and Rome, the trail of African deities and their specific and unique bioancestral characteristics reveal another story. African and Afro-Phrygian, Afro-Judaic, Ophites, Ophis, Cushite, Afro-Pelasgian, Afro-Byzantium, Afro-Etruscan, Afro-Umbrian, and Afro-Greco religions and culture was already dominant in Italy long before the formation of the Roman Empire. However, white models became common practice under Imperial Rome, when the Church had fully formulated a European religious and racial identity. During the classical, actual revisionist era, they began to commission artists to replace the Sibyls, the Black Madonnas, and other African goddesses, thus implying a European antiquity that simply did not exist. It is these deliberate misrepresentations that have been passed down to the world today as world history. Santa Maria dell'Anima Baldestra, Peruzzi, 1524 and 1529. Romanized, Sibyl priestess, figure 32. Roman model posing as Black Pythian priestess on tomb of Pope Sixtus IV, 1414 to 1484. She is included as one of 7 divine virtues. Bronze, made by Antonio and Piero Poliolo between 1484 to 1493, Rome. Sibyl in West German Bishop's Palace. Figure 33. Nubian Sibyl priestess resting on camel, painted on mural in Prince Bishop's Palace, built around 1720 to 1744 in Würzburg, Germany. During ancient times, it was customary to parade the black goddesses in chariots driven by mules, bulls, or oxen, or to display them riding atop the back of mules, camels, and donkeys. Paintings of the Sibyls in the Christian churches was considered critical in order to add an air of divine legitimacy to the bishop's authority. Many tourists who view these images today have little or very scant knowledge of their original historic meaning. Vivian Hunter-Hindrew, 1992. Daphne tree, ancestral holy herb of the Sibyls. Monastery of a Sibyl at Daphne, sacred to the sun. Once a sacred temple, it was destroyed in the 6th century and a church dedicated to the Virgin. Figure 34. Above, named after a location in ancient Egypt, the Tafni, or Daphne tree, meaning sacred to the sun, was later known as the bay laurel, It was holy to Mami and represented her son consort. It was chewed by the initiated priestesses, especially the Sibyls. The Cumaean Sibyl in Rome was said to have written her 9 books of prophecy on bay laurel leaves and placed them in front of her shrine for the spirits to scatter them into the order of prediction. As with most consecrated shrines in Africa, this temple is probably where all initiations, healings, divinations, rites of passage, ancestral ceremonies, and other African rituals took place. Most of the ancient temples to the African goddesses were seized, desecrated, pillaged, and its structure converted into Christian churches, along with its customs and rituals incorporated into Christian rites. Sibyls representing the 4 seasons in ancient Rome. Figure 35. Above, a Romanized version of the 4 Sibyls representing the 4 seasons, situated above the high altar, in a place of honor at the imperial palace in Ostia. Ostia is a Western Roman city situated at the opening of the Tiber River. It is where several temples and mystery schools to Isis can be found buried. On the other side of the arch are figures of Augustus and the Tiburtine Sibyl. During Christmas, exhibitions of wooden figures are displayed, depicting the Sibyl pointing out to Augustus the Black Virgin and the Bambino, Black Madonna and Child, who appeared in the sky in a halo of light. These wooden images would occupy the front row for all to admire. They have since been hidden and eventually sold by a Prince Alexander Torlonia Lancini and are now replaced with a white Mary and Child. It is suggested that current church papal authorities use the story told by Augustus as the basis for determining the authenticity of popular claims of visitations by Mary. Though they have succeeded in removing her and the Sibyl's Black images from the world's cathedrals, they remain very much aware of their true African pagan heritage. European motifs of Sibyl priestesses. Above, examples of motif plates representing the Black Mami goddess, Diana. For centuries, European women graced their clothes and vanity furniture with these African images as the symbol of wisdom and sensuality. European motif of Sibyl prophetess. Christian motif of Saint Michael murdering a Black Sibyl priestess. Sibyl doll buried in Rome. Figure 36. Black doll found in pagan grave, Rome, 193 to 211 CE. Figure 36. Above, black oak wood doll, found buried with a young girl, along with other objects found in a Roman pagan cemetery. She may have been a young Mami, Sibyl priestess. Her name was Creperia Tryphena, and she lived during the reign of the Libyan Roman Emperor Septimius Lucius Severus, 193 to 211 AD. No one knows her African name because it was said that she belonged to a family of freemen who were former servants of a noble family named Kepari, her enslaved name. They believed that she was to be married that day because she was found dressed in a white bridal gown, adorned with the jewelry, rubies, and pearls, including 2 gold rings, one engraved with whom they believed to be her husband. Above her head is the bay laurel wreath, worn by sibyls and sacred to Mami and Apollo. In the sarcophagus, she is found in full bridal attire, her body and face covered in a white linen blanket, surrounded by other fine fabrics. The black doll was also dressed in bridal attire, and in its hand were 2 gold key rings. It was the custom for anyone, but required for initiates, to offer these dolls as a votive offering to Mami on one's wedding day. They said she died of scrofula, a tuberculosis infection of the skin and neck. However, there is no evidence of this. She might simply have been taken by Mami, who might have preferred that she not marry. Black Sibyls, Europeanized and concealed as Christians. Figure 37. Keeping in mind that their prophecies were made more than 3,000 years before Christ, and none of the church fathers had ever met a Sibyl, the attire that these women are adorned is not the traditional dress that the ancient African Sibyls wore. The Sibyls were the chief priestesses of an African divine matriarchal order, completely demonized and forgotten by the church papal and Levitical Jewish priest, who exploited and desecrated their ancient prophecies. They have been immortalized as European by famous painters across Europe, including Castagno, Van Steinlee, Cavalier, Matteo de Siena, and Peruzzi. However, the most famous of these paintings are those by Michelangelo at the Sistine Chapel. The first 5 originally depicted them situated alongside the Christian prophets. Until today, Africans and the world remain unaware of who they are and that they were not European saints, nor were they martyrs of a patriarchal Euro Western Christian or Judaic doctrine. Kumean Bat Sibyl, the ancient African tradition of calling up the dead. Figure 38. Bat Sibyl. Above featured a Moor's coat of arms. This bat lady is none other than the Kumean Sibyl Hierophile, or one of her predecessors. They probably acquired the name Bat Sibyl because the totemic symbol of the bat signifies the gentle, unobtrusive, civil, and shrewd character of this path of the Sibyls, rather than the stereotypic dark, maleficent nature Black priestesses would later acquire. It was also the symbol of one who could call up and speak to the spirits of the dead, such as the ancient tradition of Amengansies and certain Mamiisis and the Mami Wata tradition in West Africa. During ancient times, the Sibyl would take the blood of a sacrificed bull and mixed it with a secret beverage that they drank to induce trance possession. This was simply one of many ways in which possession was achieved. During these ecstatic trance states, the Sibyls would either roll about on the ground in full possession or march back and forth, uttering prophetic prose in what became infamously known as the eerie voice of a bat. W.G. Graves. The shrine of the Kumean Sibyl was located in a volcanic rock depression beside Lake Avernus in Comea, Rome, and surrounded by oak and the black poplar trees, sacred to Mami and the solar sun gods. It was at these brackish waters where they would perform ceremonies to bring forth the spirits of the dead. It was one of these type sibyls whom the biblical Saul went to in the town of Endor, disguised and begging her to call up the spirit of the priest Samuel, after he had earlier just ordered all mediums and wizards out of the city. Samuel 28, 5 to 9. It is perhaps also from these divine women that the word necromancy, originally negromancy, was initially introduced. It later became exclusively employed to refer to anyone practicing the mystical and magical arts of African and Afro-Elamitic people. Racist epithets such as black magic, trickery, wizardry, sorcerer, witchcraft, and evil spirits were pejorative labels later employed to describe any African based religious system. Thus, it is no surprise that during medieval Rome, the Sibyls, not white witches, were the first to be accused of witchcraft and of uttering the voices of demons. They were the first to be burned at the stake, and the Black Chaldean priest literally crucified for heresy and witchcraft. They possessed the spiritual power and ancient mystical knowledge that could expose the fraudulent theology of the church. They were, therefore, the biggest threat to the papacy, who possessed no divine lineage or authority, and thus could never perform the miracles of the Spirit, as did these black clergy. However, today these special priestesses are called Amengansie, and the tradition of their ancient mothers of calling up the spirits of the dead and other divinities is still extant in the Vodun and Mami Wata religions in West Africa and in the diaspora. Sibyl, sorceress, figure 39, 7 BC. Mosaic entitled Women Consulting Sorceress. The women are wearing masks, according to museum description. However, their faces appear to be covered in the African traditional aliyah, kaolin. The sorceress is clearly a sibyl, depicted in usual Gorgon style, as the old black hag. It is interesting to note that the Old English word for hag is serpent, Higgins. In Mami Wata Vodun, a queen priestess over 50 is honored, feared, and respected with the title of Akovi. Above, she holds the sacred wine and maize beverage. This beverage was served in a silver chalice and drank to induce trance possession by some Pythian priestesses. Notice also the legendary bay laurel garland on the table, sacred to Mami and eaten before performing divination. Similar rites are still performed in Vodun and other African branches. These kinds of paintings were as much political as they were racist. After the Roman conquest of Pompeii, Rome continued their campaign of discrediting the Black pagan traditions and replacing it with Christianity. However, the Romans were very much pagan and secretly enjoyed and participated in many African religious festivals. Pompeii, Villa of Cicero Naples, National Archaeological Museum. It was widely rumored that it was actually the Sibyls who invented the alphabet. This was achieved, legend has it, by them writing down the prophetic voices that they heard onto laurel or palm leaves, while in a semi self induced trance. So widespread was this belief that Roman poet Virgil, 70 to 19 BCE, hailed as one of Rome's greatest poets, immortalized it into poem. Virgil's Ode to the Sibyl of Cumae. Arrived at Cumae, when you view the flood of black Avernus and the sounding wood, the mad and prophetic Sibyl you shall find dark in a cave and on a rock reclined. She sings the fates, and in her frantic fits, the notes and name inscribed to leaves commits. What she commits to leaves, in order laid, before the cavern's entrance are displayed. Unmoved they lie, but if a blast of wind without or vapors issue from behind, the leaves are borne aloft in liquid air, and she resumes no more her liquid care, nor gather from the rocks her scattered verse, nor sets in order what the winds disperse. Thus, many not succeeding most upbraid the madness of the visionary maid, and with loud curses leave the mystic shade. Aeneid, Book 3, verse 445. The unholy African mother, the papal wars against Mami Isis, and the mystical power of African women. Figure 40. It, this Sibyl, demonized by the church as Eve, can be found copulating with a serpent on the church arch of O, located in Haute-Garonne, a region of France. Degrading images such as these were displayed at more than 60 churches throughout France and were actually preemptive strikes against their powerful rival African temples of Mami Isis, whom the people were more devoted. The war waged for the destruction of African and African influenced mystery schools by the growing Roman authorities was met with great resistance throughout the world. Toulouse Museum. By the 15 and 1600s, the war on African religious culture and clergy continued to be an important central target of Vatican authorities. Its primary aim was not only to colonize and to pillage Africa, but also to destroy and obscure the direct ethnological, theological, cultural, and linguistic link to their own sacerdotal knowledge, which they knew originated in Africa. The divine serpent deity was central to African matriarchal oracular tradition. It not being indigenous to European culture only served to further perpetuate and to make believable the fantastical lies and myths of bizarre orgies, dark rituals, and African debauchery perpetuated by the church. Over time, all of Europe began to formulate a white racial identity based upon specific phenotypic, outer physical characteristics. One of the indicators of pure Aryan blood was not to possess a lineage of any Taurian, meaning black blood in one's vein. The Taurians in Europe were identified as those serpent worshippers who introduced the Mami Isis tradition into Rome and Ireland. So connected were the Nagas, serpent worshippers, with the colored races that it became almost the exclusive litmus test for Aryan purity. So prejudiced were they against them that in 1865, James Ferguson, Esquire, in his research on serpent worship, comments that we have not in Germany, as we find in Greece, any traces of that underlying race of less intellectual Tauranians, who seem everywhere to have been the serpent worshippers all over the world. James Ferguson, Esquire, Tree and Serpent Worship, Illustrations of Myth and Art in India in the 1st and 4th centuries after Christ. London, India Museum of London, 1868. The European peasantry, by now in utter ignorance, were just recovering from the Dark Ages. A deliberate condition orchestrated by the church papals to render Europe free once and for all African and Asian influence. They ordered the pillage and then destruction of all of their temples, mystery schools, universities, and libraries. African and other clerics were tried for heresy. Many were crucified, burned, or murdered, catapulting Europe into abysmal darkness for more than 500 years. Now, with the memory slate of new generations of peasants wiped clean, it became convenient for the church to perpetuate its brand of Christianity onto the unsuspecting, ignorant masses. They were even more successful in convincing all of Europe into believing and perpetuating the stories circulated by the inquistadors, explorers, and Jesuits concerning African serpent centered religious practices, particularly those of the fiercely autonomous African priestesses, whom they referred to as immoral temple prostitutes, condemned so bitterly by the Hebrew biblical patriarchs. In one propagandistic campaign, the following rumor was widely believed and became a popular folk chant. At night, the men and women, as well as the Sibyl, turn into horrifying snakes, and whoever wants to enter the cave must first share lascivious pleasures with those revolting serpents. Europe was finally free. Areas where some vestiges of Sibyl or Isis tradition remained, those worshippers fell prey to ostracism, violence, and ridicule. One major object of their wrath was a Sibyl in Norcia, Italy, who apparently refused to relinquish her divine rights or submit to papal control. She became the town folks' quintessential Black victim, and often harassed and taunted with the above chant. She was taunted and jeered as a crazed, wretched parasite who held orgies with animals, particularly the serpent. This stereotypic, racist Euro model of African spirituality serves not only to justify African and diaspora oppression and underrepresentation in the global and political markets, but more importantly, it serves to obscure the ecclesiastical origins of the papacy and those of the Virgin, Sibyls. Even today, those African nations who continue to resist conversion will suffer the same fate as Togo, Benin, and Haiti, who dare dignify voodoo as their national religion. Some suspect that this defiant act of ancestral and deific respect may have even cost former president of Haiti, Aristide, his presidency. Blaming the voodoo and all African spiritual traditions as the primary culprit for Africa's and diaspora economic and social woes is an old, worn colonial tactic mastered by the church, supported and reinforced by Western pseudo rationalist philosophy and racist propaganda. Its primary and ultimate goal is to spiritually disempower Africans by culturally and theologically perverting their religions and to discourage their mass appeal to outsiders anywhere in the New World.